more blood with a kick on. Pedal on a pedal with an old 3 kit. Room boom up 400 dash whoa. Got to see 100 the move. Get lifted body the pick cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body got another on me. Oh, double 9. Telephone cut that rain. Shout out my son for the rain too. I don't want cut my lane. Running fist fire, ain't scared no risk. Go pop one ring, go break one bench. I pop missile if I wish I put one pistol on my head. What's poppin' and poppin'? Love in the morning. Blue come over to come in the morning. Vogue in the flick, poster forming. Confident boy run a halo on me. Jealous in the envy, all fill up in the air. I be hitting minimal when I'm on the air. Yeah, boy so pitiful, wanna be my pet. Oh well, good boy, cause you're born on the stair. Renegade, horoscope 24. Got more blood with a kick on. Pedal on a pedal with an old 3 kit. Room boom up 400 dash whoa. Got to see 100 the move. Get lifted body the pick cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body got another on me. Scared of my life. Skittle. Green pet flavor. Great. Take all the vibes. Right side center. Pesky side. I need to spinner. Blind with a face, spin relay on this light. We gon' see where to take off. I am the chosen one, that's how I feel. I ain't tripping on rewind. The blessing I got from the angels around me are really some A1. I am the chosen one, that's how I feel. I ain't tripping on rewind. The blessing I got from the angels around me are really some A1.
Renegade, 为心将我包围。Renegade， 浓雾自我击坠。雨落下，扣紧我外套。一辆车穿梭在轨道。你不想成为我目标。Renegade， go home。
the world from the eye of the horse. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the Porus. Coming straight from the mud like I am a Lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोका? देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं. करूं मैं जिससे मैं तरुण, पानी पे चलूं मैं जिससे मैं वरुण. चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं, जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं. आता है तू ना गरीब, तू बेटी चीप, जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप. Better believe you're gonna be, pick up a seat, get in your team. I'm the king of kings, brother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realms to reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the 'Cause I am the Raja. Look at my eyes, what do you see? I'm more than average man. I'm a maverick, I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've been about us traveling. अष्टभुजाएं मेरी जैसे मैं tarantula. ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला. मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना तू और चाहे जो भी था सबकी कबर मैंने खोदी. क्या तुम लगाओगे बोलियां, कम पड़े गोलियां. चंद्रगुप्त में मौर्य या किला तू लोरिया. Come to me and you just gonna die. That's really a given. I am invincible and you are invisible. See, that's really a difference. Get out of my way or leave the world. The choice is yours. I don't kill my enemies, I play with them. That's what the toys are for. From Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the 'Cause I am the Raja. Put your back down on your knees with your history. Put your back down on your knees with your I am the Put your back down on your knees with your history. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the 'Cause I am the Raja.
我的精神也很顽强，你掌握不了我是宣扬，天空变化莫测，境况让人sen是，可是败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮就无奈，你们胜利也不受崇拜。I'm a great, I go way, pop and paving my way through the smoke and the flame and the cold and the rain. Yeah, you wanna be me, but I stand out. You want flat earth looking at my cloud. Standing tall through the test. Standing tall through the test. 我的精神也很顽强，你掌握不了我是宣扬，天空变化莫测，境况让人sen是，可是败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮就无奈，你的胜利也不受崇拜。Standing tall through the test. Standing tall through the test. 你看我的 set 就知道我的团队在团结。Team is the best， 他们值得 respect， 我们之间有巨大的差别。连我妈妈也叫我永远的神。我一回家，她说大儿子你很 tough， 一直不带不能被取代，比我更努力的人也不存在。到时我起来喝点酸奶，直接出了那战斗。Great, I go way, pop and paving my way through the smoke and the flame and the cold and the rain. Yeah, you wanna be me, but I stand out. You're flat earth looking at my cloud. Standing tall through the test. Standing tall through the test. Standing tall through the test. 我的精神也很顽强，你掌握不了我是宣扬，天空变化莫测，境况让人sen是，可是败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮就无奈，你的胜利也不受崇拜。我的精神也很顽强，你掌握不了我是宣扬，天空变化莫测，境况让人sen是，可是败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮就无奈，你的胜利也不受。Standing tall through the test. 咱们值得 respect. Standing tall through the test.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the VALORANT Game Changers SEA Stage 2 2024. I'm your host, ChubbyNinja, and with me, always with me, I feel like you're always with me.
Am I?
It's Quack. Maybe a little bit less this year, but
a little bit less?
I feel like we're always together. We're not roommates anymore, which might be a good thing. But yeah, I think it's kind of an interesting day leading into as we get closer and closer to find out who's going to be that third team joining Game Changers Pacific. So today's lowers. It's Elimination Day, Quack. Elimination Day is always a little bit, bittersweet here. It's we get inch closer to the big event, but it's always a little sad to knock people out.
It definitely feels that way, especially more so when you consider the fact that this year's Game Changers is a little bit condensed, right? We only have Stage 2, and that could be it for some of these teams. Once they get eliminated, they don't have any more chances to play in other Game Changers events. It's just Game Changers Pacific, and then the Game Changers Championships.
That's right. And this year it's going to be in Thailand for Pacific. Game Changers Pacific. So they're going to be facing up the other teams from the other regions, from Korea, Japan. So I think this is going to be pretty exciting, different format. In fact, it's been an exciting road this year for the format, but we have a video that explains it all. This is the VALORANT Game Changers SEA 2024. There will be 2 stages this year, Stage 1 and Stage 2. There will be an open in each stage and a group stage in Stage 2. The top 4 winners of Stage 1 will be seeded into Stage 2's group stage. The opens for Stage 1 will be held from the 26th to the 29th of March, and the playoffs will be from April 1st to the 5th. The opens for Stage 2 will be held in early July, followed by the group stage and playoffs. In Stage 1 Open, the top 8 teams will proceed to playoffs, and the top 4 teams will be seeded into the group stage of Stage 2. Stage 1 has a total prize pool of $10,000. In Stage 2 Open, the top 12 teams and the top 4 from Stage 1 playoffs will be seeded into group stage. The group stage consists of 4 teams of 4, and the top 2 teams of each group will proceed to playoffs. Stage 2 has a $10,000 prize pool. Visit GameChangers.fsl.gg for more information for Valorant Game Changers SEA 2024. All right. Well, that was Format Explainer. We played every single Game Changers day.
Voice.
It is.
Very familiar voice.
It's some kind of clone of me, I think. But yeah, so we're here now. We're on Stage 2. How far we've come since the beginning of this year. And again, we've already had 2 teams qualify just the other day, yesterday in fact. And we're really lucky, aren't we? SEA, we get 3 teams that get to go to Game Changers Pacific. Actually,
Yeah, we are pretty lucky. We also have a lot of talent, I think, because, you know, with Game Changer Specific coming in, you always have, you know, the top queens, I guess, in Zipto Esports, and they've proven themselves to be that strong. But at the same time, it's going to be really interesting to see how these top 3 teams face off the other top teams from the other sub-regions in Pacific.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, that's always the exciting part, right? When you see all the regions kind of come together, and we're going to slowly work our way towards Game Changers champions for that. Now, here are the qualified teams for Stage 2. 2 of them have been knocked out already, Lilacs and AE. So here are the remaining teams. And again, we're not really surprised maybe to see Zipto and Boba qualify. Are we, Quack?
Yeah, not really surprised. We kind of expected it. We know how good they were. But I will say we were pretty surprised by the match between Boba and Sisu yesterday. And that said, with all the remaining teams also being here right now, they've shown that they have made a lot of improvements, and there are some new star players to keep our eyes on.
Yes, there are, and I really love to see that, to see the scene grow and the opportunity for, you know, relatively unknown faces start to surface here. And of course, who doesn't love money? We all love money. And you know who makes money? Players always need money. There is a prize pool. Again, this Stage 2 total prize pool of 10 grand. And of course, first place of Stage 2 will be getting the lion's share of 3,500 dineros or dollars. So yeah, this is exciting. I think there's always something on the line, whether it's qualifying or just getting a little bit of pocket money there to continue your esports career.
A little bit. I think our casters today call them pesos. So,
well,
yeah,
I
it's
hope
always
it's more
nice
than 10,000 pesos.
No,
I think it was in dollars.
Yes, it's in dollars. But I mean, I think one of the other things is also for today, the difference is between whether or not they get that 5th to 6th place prize or the 3rd, maybe 4th place prize. But ultimately, what everyone wants is to go to Thailand, to Game Changers Pacific.
Yeah, I think Thailand, we've been there before for Ascension. It's such a great destination to do any event, and for all the teams to come together there. I think even between the games, it's going to be a good time there. Food is just really good. And we're going to play some of the highlights that happened yesterday. We had some hot games going on, including an OT here between the 2 teams that are playing yesterday.
That's right. So this is the one that I was kind of mentioning about on Sunset. Yes, we had a lot of crazy moments between Boba and Sisu. Boba did qualify through this matchup, but at the same time, Sisu actually challenged Boba quite a bit. We always expect Boba to do really well, having Kohaidi as an ex-Team SMG player, a Yumi there, up next to her with like that Alter Ego Celeste kind of heritage. But the fact that Sisu managed to push them all the way into overtime on Haven, even taking away their own map pick of Sunset. I think Sisu is a team that we have to look out for today. Apart from that, you know, some of the other teams that played yesterday as well, CBD clearly shows that they have what it takes to keep going further in this whole Game Changers Southeast Asia tournament.
Yeah, that's right. CBD is a Singapore squad. They're actually formerly known as Mommy's Kittens. I remember that being an interesting talking point during stage 1. They've changed it to Cardboard Dinosaurs. And I would love to interview and ask them the origin of that name. Now, Sisu has had a lot of changes since stage 1 as well, right? Or even since last year. They have Polly as their IGL, which we'll be diving into a little bit more. And they've added a coach for stage 2, Sia, who was previously with Hero KDA and Nyx Kiyose. So I wonder how much of the additions to this team has contributed to their successes and, you know, getting closer and closer to making it through to the finals.
I wouldn't be surprised if it actually contributed quite a bit. And also looking at some of the other highlights as well. I mean, For Fun is another team that we're going to be watching today. Contrary to their name, I mean, they might be playing for fun, but the players that they have are really, really talented, and they can play for the wins. So,
well, winning is definitely fun.
Well, that's true too. That's true.
It's definitely the more fun of the options between winning and losing. But here's the brackets. Here's the roadmap of how stage 2 played out so far. Tomorrow is going to be a pretty hot day with Zipto and Boba facing off one more time. I know there's been a lot of banter between these two teams, especially with the IGL Boba facing her ex-teammates. And of course, we have our matches for today, and two teams will have to be saying goodbye to them. But you know what? It's a competition, and that's how these things roll.
That's how these things roll. They really have to win if they want to keep going forward in Game Changers Southeast Asia and potentially to make it to Thailand for Game Changers Pacific. But whether or not they actually do, all comes down to the match today. And that's kind of the other thing that's, I guess, a little bit, I don't know. It feels a little bit daunting to talk about, Vic, because they have all played against each other at some point or another before. Mm-hmm. They also all have had roster shuffles since then as well. So, could be a different result this time. But that said, in the past, when they did play in like the group stage of stage 2, it usually is like, Invincible or Sisu winning out those matches 2-0.
Yeah, that's right. I think it's always very funny. I think keeping track of all of these teams, whether it's the name changes, the facelifts, the roster changes, one member moving to a different team, and you kind of just see all the different evolutions and iterations of these teams. Did you have a particular favorite iteration of any of these teams? Because especially with the players that have been around for a while, obviously all the SMG players, they're now kind of like scattered a bit, but they've also had different rosters. Did you have any particular favorites?
Like a favorite era, back in the day?
Yeah. It's been a couple years now of VCT and Game Changers.
I think maybe, obvious answers would be like SMG, Alter Ego Celeste. I might go with like the Full Sense Sapphire era. Like that's when that whole Thai squad and like Ginny was doing like all the great IGLing, and Baby TZ was opping as well. Like that was a team that I thought could take down Alter Ego Celeste, and they did like once or twice.
Oh yeah, that was a really hot era, and I think that was kind of the beginning. We were talking about roster changes and shuffling, and that's when we saw some of these teams evolve into what they are today here in Game Changers Stage 2. Now, we're going to talk about the team lineups for today with Sisu and Cardboard Dinosaur. Sisu was formerly known as Aura Differential, and the core of the team is a Filipino roster, but with the addition of Polly from Money First, they now have a Thai IGL. They finished third place overall from stage 1, so that's a pretty good placement, all things considered. What are you looking out for from Sisu?
I'm looking out for, well, simply put, it would be consistency. I think that's a really big point because of how inconsistent their performances can be sometimes. But I think also with the new additions, they've started to show a little bit more consistency with how they play. I mean, if you watched The Bear. I don't know. I love that show right now. One of the main learning points from that show is how, you can't operate at a higher level without consistency. So I'm really looking out for that from Sisu.
Yeah, that's definitely the theme for Valorant in general, for VCT across the board. We want to see consistency. And we're looking at cardboard dinosaurs. Singular dinosaur. It's one dinosaur, but they're all little dinosaurs. So in stage 1, they actually finished in around 6th place in stage 1. And again, these gals were formerly known as Mommy's Kittens. And this is primarily a Singaporean squad with Envious leading the charge as their IGL. They did lose a series against Sisu previously, but hopefully they've had some learning lessons from this.
Hopefully, yeah. Bringing in some of the players as well. They can definitely frag out against Sisu. However, it's definitely going to take a little bit more, especially when you compare these two players. You've got Graham's and you've got Elfie. I think the interesting thing about Sisu and Graham's is the fact that she can play as that duelist Reyna, but she's also able to play other roles, and she's shown that she is doing those things, playing as the Cypher yesterday against Boba to great effect, because she was anchoring down a lot of stuff and she was able to sneak through, playing around her spy cameras against Boba yesterday. Meanwhile, for Elfie, it's kind of interesting to watch how Cardboard Dinosaur kind of comes up with their compositions, because it feels like they are building things out of cardboard sometimes. Sometimes you'll see Elfie on the Reyna, but sometimes she plays the Initiator as well, so they flex around a lot.
Yeah, and I really like your point too. Yes, they're both primarily duelists and they play the Reyna, but Graham's, I think, being that flex player, she played 3 different roles yesterday. Initiator, she was playing on KO, Cypher, and Raze. That's pretty good, and I think we'll dive into the importance of, I guess, being able to flex, especially when you have that duelist core. Now, we were talking about IGLs. Polly's the newest addition to this roster after the departure of Tess. Piety and Polly have been added to this roster. Envious as well, ex-SMG controller main, been playing, she's been playing for 4 years with Game Changer since 2020. She's just so experienced.
Legitimately the veteran for Cardboard Dinosaur. That's why she's the IGL. She has that experience from SMG, and she also has the skill to back that up, whether or not she's playing as a duelist sometimes, which she has done for SMG, but also the controller mainly, which is how she kind of controls the field and kind of maneuvers around the map as well, along with her teammates. She needs to be able to, block off certain areas and call that stuff out for her team as she calls the strategies to execute. So I think that's the interesting thing between these two teams that we want to watch out for, is the difference in IGLs right now.
Yeah, between the two IGLs, Polly seems to be more of an initiator IGL in terms of role. And I think one day, we don't have time to do that today, but I definitely want to break down the difference between all the IGLs and the type of roles that they play in game and how that affects their IGL style. One thing we've definitely noticed for sure is the importance of an IGL and how they are really, I think, it seems obvious to say this, but yes, they are the core of that team. If they need to make those calls confidently and the team needs to work together cohesively to work together. And I think it's interesting you're bringing this point up about Cardboard Dinosaurs and how, sometimes it looks like they're just kind of putting things together on the spot like it's made of cardboard. But, these things are possible if you have strong calls from your IGL.
I think it's entirely possible. I mean, they've shown that they can do it, especially when they took down Lilacs yesterday. But yes, that said, it is kind of like really a lot of flexing back and forth. Envious still going to the duelist sometimes. So it makes you wonder how that team dynamic plays out when they are playing in the game. Because otherwise, it usually just happens to be a lot of pushes and frags and them trying to execute into the sites. But maybe, without like a coach or without some additional experienced players and stuff, they kind of lack a little bit of that star power, I think. Meanwhile, for Sisu, with Polly coming in, like, you can actually see how much stability she brings to the team. Yes, playing as that initiator, she's very much always the backline support, gathering information for a team, and that's how she informs her decision making in the game.
And you were just mentioning coach. We were talking about that earlier too. Having a coach addition to your team is also just also, over the course of VCT and course of Valorant, competitive Valorant, we've seen the importance of having a really strong coach to help kind of be that like third-party point of view, to help also bring structure to the team, and maybe even just discussing exactly this when they go into their map vetoes, and you know, just kind of honing in on which maps work best for their team. So we can see here Sisu stats over the course of this year.
We definitely love our coaches, Vic, especially when they slam desks or take early time to pick maps sometimes.
What? Coaches? Oh, yeah, I do like coaches. They're okay.
They're okay. Yeah, they're just fine.
They're very important. I think they are very, very important. Cardboard Dinosaur here, obviously, you know, newer, at least in terms of the name of the squad here. And yeah, so they've obviously had less success this year, and I think we'll be talking about our predictions later on this. But you know, the cool thing about competitive Valorant is sometimes you will be surprised. You know, you can have all the stats in the world. You know, we even had our AI predictions. We had ChatGPT make predictions all throughout the regular season, and it was wrong oftentimes because there's just this human factor that can't be calculated, and I think that's what makes this game so exciting, and that could full well happen again today.
100%. Unless the human factor is me, because my guess and game is just absolutely abysmal. But
you were really good last year, so again, you just never know. Some people could be riding this prediction high, and then the next year they're absolute garbage, like your predictions this year. So you never know.
If we can do pick'ems for Game Changers Pacific and Game Changers Champions, we shall see what happens, right?
We got a second chance here with Game Changers.
But I think the interesting thing for today, that's actually the greatest point, is that the statistics that we have from the past games or past performances might not fully inform what's going to happen today, because seeing how these teams are starting to play or perform, I think that they are going to try even harder, just because, you know, that ticket to Game Changers Pacific is on the line.
Yeah, I think, you know, as we gear up, as we go through the multiple years of Game Changers, it's just getting more and more exciting here. And to see a Pacific team go so far last year, I think this is what we want to see again this year. We want the absolute best to be going for it, to be representing our region. And we're going through the map vetoes right now. Haven is going to be the first map, which is going to be very, very interesting here. Both of these teams are pretty damn good at Haven.
This is why I'm like really question mark. What's going on? Why did they pick this? When I saw it come up.
Yeah, CBD has been winning all their Haven.
Exactly. Why pick Haven against CBD?
But why? I think that's a bold move. I think Sisu off the get-go wants established dominance. Like, look, we can. I think that OT must have gotten to them, you know, because it's so close, and then to have it slip away in an OT, maybe they just want to redo, and well, it's pretty fresh for them. That's just my take, but you're the analyst. You tell me what's up. Why would they do this?
I have to assume, right? Like, that's the coach, you know, doing the picking for them, and thinking that that's something that they were really close to catching lightning in a bottle, and they really want to make sure that they can do that again if it so comes up. Because if they win this matchup, they're going to have to play against, you know, either Zipto or Boba Esports, or well, Invincible or For Fun in the next bracket. And that said, Haven is something that they want to fix really quickly. So maybe that's why they picked it. They were close to it. They can definitely get it down pat this time. But for Lotus to be picked, that's also kind of crazy, because Sisu beat them at Lotus before. I have to assume it's something where they kind of took that experience from losing before and then coming up with some anti-strats against them.
You know what they want? They want to give us a full series. That's why. They want to surprise us. Yeah. And it is, you know, a factor, whether you pick your strongest maps first, or you kind of do it the other way around, where like, okay, at least if we get to map 2 or map 3, sorry, you know, we can definitely secure it in that map 3. But it is super risky to play it that way, so you have to be very, very confident with, you know, your decision making here. And again, this is exactly what we're talking about. AI can't predict the craziness of humans.
People can't predict it either.
Yeah, I mean,
only prophets can.
Do you think they would have predicted last year with a full duelist plus 1 Cypher you know, agent pool by accident. No, they wouldn't have predicted that. So you just never know with these things. In fact, let's talk about our predictions. What is your prediction for today, Mr. Quack?
Okay, simply put, straightforward, easy. It's gotta be Sisu. Sisu was that good yesterday, and I think they can keep doing that well today as well with the consistency that they have from, you know, Paulie as the IGL, Coach CA, who is a caster but also, you know, studies a lot of games for them, will give them the much needed stability that they need to get the win over Cardboard Dinosaur. I think with the map vetoes coming in like this, unless Cardboard Dinosaur wins out on Haven and then also Lotus, if it goes to a map 3, I fully predicted that it's Sisu taking it home.
You know, everything you say is logical and it's true.
But
what? I'm not gonna go with that take. Because I'm the host today. I don't need to.
Why?
I don't need I don't need to go by stats and data. I get to pick the fun stuff. So I'm gonna be predicting Cardboard Dinosaurs. You know, to make it this far already, I think that's also, you never really know the power of, you know, of just motivation and
You just picked it for the dinosaurs, didn't you?
well, you would have picked it for dinosaurs too.
Yeah.
But I like the pterodactyl. I'm really liking it.
It's cute.
It is so cute. I really like it.
Sitting in a cardboard box.
Yeah, it's a cardboard box. Which dinosaur would you pick if you had a dinosaur team? You know, there's obviously, you have a T-Rex type and got a pterodactyl.
Yeah, we got the T-Rex.
Maybe a little Triceratops or some like really goofy looking.
Goofy looking? You gotta go.
You should pick the, you know, Ducky from Land Before Time.
Oh my god.
That's
yeah, the cute.
The yep.
Yep.
That would be your slogan for your team. Yeah, I know. I'm like revealing my era right now.
That's before my time. I don't know what you're talking about.
Did you not watch the movie? I'm gonna be so embarrassed if no one in
I don't think anyone in our chat knows what you're talking about.
Oh my god. What? There was Sarah, the Triceratops.
Yes.
There was the pterodactyl.
I know what you're talking about.
There was a stegosaurus. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Stop acting like you don't know what I'm talking about.
I don't know if the Gen Zs know what you're talking about.
That movie came out before I was born too, okay? I just want to put that out there. Yeah. Well, you know what? Aside from dinosaurs and the extinction of them, I'm very sad there's no Abyss this time around, but we're definitely going to be seeing it for Game Changer specific. Yeah, Abyss. I wish we had a bit of Abyss so we could have a little side bets here on how many players would fall to their doom one more time.
That's always no. We got Filipino casters coming up next. No.
Yeah, it's a little fresh for the secret fans, but look, I enjoyed watching people fall off all of that. Yeah, so I think, you know, today's map pool is going to be pretty interesting, all things considered, especially with Lotus and Haven when we're talking about these teams picking, you know, their opponent's stronger maps here. They haven't faced off yet this stage 2. So again, you never really know what the outcome of this is going to be. They both had time to you know, VOD review each other's gameplay style, take learnings from you know, the group stage. So you know, I don't know who's going to be right today. I'm just going to say you're going to be wrong. It's not even about Sisu, it's just you're gonna be wrong. That's the other real reason I predicted Cardboard Dinosaur.
Sure.
I'm gonna pick the opposite of the wood rank predictor, Quack. So.
I'm gonna be right, and then we'll see what you have to say after that.
I will just, I don't know what I'm gonna say to that, but you're not gonna support the Singapore team? We already have our Filipino casters today. We've got Fluffy and Daks that, you know, we're gonna hear from them a little bit later on.
Well, okay. Yeah, I should support the Singapore team. She's putting me in a spot. Oh, this feels bad. But at the same time, I gotta back, you know, the players that look really good, and I think Sisu just looks a little bit better. They are also Filipino players, so, and then they have like the one Thai IGL. I think they really have what it takes though to really make a deep run, and maybe face off against like Zipto or well, not Zipto, Boba in the lower finals maybe. I think what's interesting, it's like the agents that they kind of play sometimes as well.
Yes, that's right. So we will be going to the Asian section really, really soon. But, we were touching upon Grams earlier, and yes, she's primarily a duelist. She likes to play the Rey, she likes to play the Reyna, but she's so flexible right now, and I think this is part of team to really excel right now in Valorant, because I think being a cracked aimer, we've moved beyond that.
Am I receiving audio? Yeah, I can't hear. Oh no. Okay. We gotta summon Victoria back.
Oh, can you not hear me?
I'm making her panic right now. This is so awkward.
You can't hear me?
Okay, now she's back. There we go.
Oh.
Now we can hear you.
I don't know what part you couldn't hear me from. Man, I had I just predicted the future and you guys missed all of it. I told you all of your individual futures. I was saying the importance of the evolution of duelists, cracked aimers being able to become flex players, because we are going to be finding out who the agent selects are for the first map very, very soon. But Grams is a great example of that. Playing 3 different roles here. I think every single player on a roster, on a competitive roster at this point, needs to learn how to be more flexible. I think at this point in Game Changers as well, if you're really good at aiming, that's now just the base requirement, right, to make it to the top. So you have to move beyond that and play outside of your role, or beyond just one role, because with maps coming in, Abyss will be coming in for Pacific Game Changers, so you're gonna need to know how to work around that and play more than just 2 agents.
Munchkin did say that with his winner's interview, so it's just completely throwing down the towel and throwing down the gauntlet.
IGLs need to frag, right? That's
everyone needs to frag.
Base requirement.
It's a shooting game. That's the base requirement. That's what we all got to do. It's precise gunplay. But what it really comes down to is how. Okay. Well, they're changing up their composition completely.
Envious on Jet. Okay, well, speaking of exactly this, changing things up, VOD reviewing each other and bringing something different to the table, so you can see why now the map picks are going the way that they're going, right? They've got something prepared, clearly. So what do you think of this new shuffle here? This is still, a pretty reliable Haven comp, right? But I think it's more seeing these role changes is very interesting.
I think, it feels like it's a confidence thing too, because what I remember from Envious in the past is that sometimes she isn't as confident on the Jet, but now that she's picking it, definitely trying to make a statement in this matchup against Sisu, especially with Elfie there to support her with the Omen. But the thing is, they have to work together as a full squad, having that breach in as well. This is a complete mirror matchup that we have, and I don't know if Cardboard Dinosaur has that kind of coordination that Sisu had yesterday. If they can show us that today, then of course, nothing else that can be said. Cardboard Dinosaur looks really good. But yesterday, Sisu, apart from, Sawamura doing a lot of crazy things, crazy dives, playing that operator, we also had Khan topping the scoreboard with a lot of her assists, with a lot of her Huntress free play sometimes as well. So I think both teams need to watch out.
Yeah, well, we're definitely going to watch this with Envious on Jet. We're going to go over to our casters. It is none other than Fluffy and Daks. Over to you guys in the Philippines.
Mic check, 1, 2. Hello. Are we receiving? Well, I hear you. I hear them. And we are here, folks, for another incredible day at Game Changers SCA. Welcome. It's the lower bracket still. Elimination time. I am Daks with Fluffy. And it's an incredible day today because these series are looking very, very hot, my friend. I gotta wonder, though, and I gotta ask. The panel was talking about it a while ago. What is up with this Haven pick to start off the series?
I mean, it's interesting in a couple of ways, right? They brought it up a little earlier that this is a map that CBD is very strong in, so it's surprising to see it because it was the choice of the opposing team for Sisu. The other thing is, with the agent selection reveal, you do see a lot of changes with the roles, and that's going to be interesting because you get to see back and Envious back rather on Duelist, which is a role she previously played on other teams.
Yeah, it's been a while, but we saw glimpses of it yesterday anyway for Cardboard Dinosaur. On the other hand, also a few role swaps there for CBD just because they played with a different 5 back in the group stage. I'm really concerned though here for Sisu. On the other hand, they're playing into Haven, but Quack has been mentioning how well they looked against Boba, and it was so close for them to actually take that spot going to Thailand, right? They lost here in overtime, but Cardboard Dinosaur, they've had a clean record on Haven so far throughout the stage, including the groups.
It's going to be a real challenge for this one. Either way, I think both of these teams have a really good chance, especially with this opening round, to steal map number 1. This seems like one of those series that is kind of postured to go the distance, and this is really going to set the tone, if anything.
I'm very excited for this one. It's a blast from the past too, as this is another rematch between Sisu and Cardboard Dinosaur back in stage 1. Of course, different names, Aura Differential, as well as Mommy's Kittens had the bout also in the group stage 2-0 in favor of Sisu, and Sawamura knows how to get that first pick. LP with the response, and CBD looking to play into A here.
Very clean take here onto Long, and a statement already in the opening rounds. They do trade 1 for 1 like you mentioned with the Duelist off the board. It's going to be full utility as they try to finish up the timings here with almost a minute, a little over the remaining. Still have a lot of space to go for a rotate, but the spike being in short means that they have less room to go move, rather.
Yeah, and we're gonna obviously expect that these two teams know each other's play styles, very familiar with one another, but the peek from Khan is good. Piety also there to also swing in. Now with A-Long control, it's Sisu here putting the pressure onto CBD, but Khan wants more. He had an incredible bout versus Boba last time around. It's another trade, but LP finds Piety now. We go down to a 2v2 and the rotates here for CBD.
A very mirrored match here at the moment. The scuffle onto A, but the positioning of the Killjoy is still stalwart in place, trying to make this garage push a little more difficult, but it looks like the defense are going to concede because Polly right now, she's looking for some picks, but they've already doubled up on garage, trying to sneak through it, but the Killjoy utility surely will spot them out.
And that's the thing right now. Sisu is running the Killjoy itself. No more Cypher. That's the swap that we saw back in Aegis Select. Spike being planted though. And CBD, I think it's a post plant. Grahams awaiting some assistance here, courtesy of Polly. A regroup, but with the paranoia, it's CBD playing offensively. Timing's everything. Grahams gets the catch. A 2v1 now. Paranoia played also. LP's easy to be taken down there by Polly, and Sisu will take this pistol.
I actually thought that it was Grahams who got that final shot while hit by the paranoia, but actually it was her teammate instead. And Polly securing the round for their teams can be a great way. They also get the ultimate orb up on Graham to get that Killjoy lockdown rolling a bit more early. So it's good for the defense that they were able to take that because they won that early. Not even won, but got an equal amount of kills in that early scuffle.
Yeah, and just Sisu, Cardboard Dinosaur. It's a story that will continue on today. It's the same lower round battle also. Lower round 2, we saw that last stage, right? And Sisu would love to have the chance to eliminate CBD again. CBD, on the other hand, looking for that revenge here, Fluffy. But an anti-eco, Sawamura bringing out the Outlaw already.
It's going to do good damage into CBD as they are not running any armor so far. A-Long seems to be the contention still. A cute play here to go move into pocket, position Polly a little deeper into the round.
Yeah, and Polly, of course, an absolute veteran. It's a conversation we were having before the series started, right? Here for Sisu, it's not a Filipino actually doing the shot calling, even though it's a mostly Pinoy roster. It's Polly from Thailand, and especially her experience says it all. Full Send Sapphire, all X10 Sapphire. Basically, that Sapphire run that Quack was mentioning back in the panel. An absolute veteran to lead the squad, and especially in position now. A-Long yet again. Shock Dart flies. Polly out of that corner. And it's CBD looking for any kind of opening, even with alert from Pigruto here.
They don't lose any members, which is a good thing, but time is ticking down, and that Shock Dart got a lot of damage, but that's going to do even more. It's Sawamura already finding one with the Outlaw.
I mean, it's an Outlaw. It's an easy pick during the anti-eco. And while Sisu is looking to dictate the pace, CBD, on the other hand, yet again, a pivot towards C. Grahams, though, no turret online. Nano Swarms held in pocket.
Oh no.
Oh, this is gonna be awkward a little bit, but Graham's backs away. The smoke to allow
30
Envious
seconds left.
into the window, so the pressure's gonna be on for Sawamura. They're gonna hear a bit of that rotate now. Fault Light also. The play into the site. Smoke out. 20 seconds left here for CBD to find any kind of pick here. They just want to do some damage on their eco. But right now, they're going to walk into the crosshairs of Sawamura. 1-2. It's an easy clip for the Outlaw. A triple for the Jet already, and it's flawless for Sisu now.
I'm surprised that CBD was playing it a bit passive, considering the fact that they had that lower buy. They could have gone for something a bit more risky, since it is at that point where there's not much consequence to you, since you're already down in terms of economy that round and you have a buy anyway. Instead, they go for a very slow pay. It doesn't actually pay off. It's Sisu that comes up, keeping a lot of their weapons still intact. That's going to keep their economy a little better into the attacking buy.
Yeah, Sisu has everything they would like and more coming into this one. And I'm watching out for some key players here for Sisu. Khan especially. We said yesterday, incredible game. An ace especially against Boba. Sawamura, on the other hand, has the chance there to get a pick. But an Outlaw, only 140 damage there. Envious will survive for now, but a shock attack might confirm it. Envious though, and Elfie. Huge taps for CBD.
What a trade there. They lose so many players. Again, this is their buy. It's going to be so difficult to go from this. Oh no, the timing just doesn't work out. Able to find one before she falls though.
Yeah, Polly at least gets one before she is found. But CBD, the C site is absolutely clear for them. And it's Sisu who has to try and find a way in from Garage. Now Sawamura looking to confirm that kill onto Envious. If she peeks out this time, it should be one shot, one kill. It's Hikuo instead with the swing. Not full HP. Sawamura will take that kill for herself. Piety, on the other hand, gets an assist from the Garage, and it's easy picks here from Sawamura. We go down to a 2v2. Sawamura also picking up the Garage and Piety with the Vandal in hand. Here comes the flash, but Sapphire out in the open now, and Sawamura is a target. Sapphire with the second there, and CBD will get on the board.
They get at least a foothold back into this game, get a bit more control, but the damage that Sawamura was able to do that round, and the previous one as well, having this Outlaw has just had so much value. She gets the Blade Storm as a reward for that, so even though they can't fully buy, they can still at least have a lot more economy rolling.
Yeah, they're gonna have so much money to work with, and then and an operator this early on for Khan on the Sova. Sisu already looking to take command of some long angles here, but Carbon Dinosaur, they of course have that breach. If they can get the stun on a Sova like that, it should be an easy pick. It all depends how they swing, and from short into the smoke, it's Sisu looking to be active early on.
So aggressive positioning here from Sawamura. She might get flushed up here by the Owl Drone. Actually misses the timing. Priority goes to check long instead. That'll give her the opportunity to peek. Behind the star cover though, Elfie just waiting for any sign of movement. The timing doesn't work out. She's actually gonna find the angle first. Dashes out, gets a free kill.
Yeah, the protocol here for CBD, more on defaults, playing slow. And with it, Sisu have the right arsenal to get picked. Sawamura unexpected there. Khan also pivoting now to look after B site. But then you have Envious crawling her way closer and closer. Contact point made. Piety the one to fall. There's the dart broken quickly. CBD now getting it picked back.
Able to equalize the situation a bit here. They still have the operator. Blade still intact as well. They can go for a re-hit here. There's less than a minute yet, and the spike still towards A lobby. They're trying to find some space, and smartly, somewhere's to back off. Paulie finds a pick in response, though. That's the lurk gonna be gone. Surely that pulls at least some rotations towards A.
Yeah, Paulie has been in good position so far. A while ago, didn't expect that many players coming her way. This time, gun out in hand, ready for the shot. And into a 4v3 we go. A dart though onto the A side. CBD will see that this is wide open for now.
Get the plant down, get that ticking. Pressure gonna be on this retake from ISU, just making sure that they can get a bit more space here. No breach available. It's gonna make the retake a little awkward. They do use a scan pretty early as well. No one really there to play off it. Operator might not have as much value here.
Yeah, Sapphire getting scanned there. Paranoia into play. Here comes the fault line now in response. Graham's though with the close engage, but CBD have something to say. Envious though, that is huge for her. A 4K to tie things up.
just throughout the chaos, able to get those frags. Important to get the trades as well. You think that they had a fighting chance there because at least they were able to dodge the fault line upon exiting for the retake, but still the firepower coming in from Cardboard Dinosaur is just too strong when it comes to that positioning play. Opening picks went their way for the defense, but that just wasn't enough to convert this towards the end.
And you can see why you put Envious on that jet. The history says it all, formerly of Team SMG. And yesterday too, against Lilacs, we saw a glimpse of it back in Icebox. Didn't pan out though for CBD. Right now, you get to see Envious in her A game. And onto the A side we go again. A lot faster this time for CBD, though Sawamura with the operator, but it's in a different area code. Smokes out over onto Heaven. Counter smoke, Paranoia gonna be there inside the smoke now. It's Khan finding two! A collateral with a bullet! Khan with the third! The 6-shooter has found 3! It's all up to Kiko to try and fight, but Sisu will deny her of anything. What a play from Khan and what a round for Sisu!
That surely won them that round. The great impact there coming in with a Sheriff, just able to shut down the aggressiveness. You mentioned earlier that they just doubled down on the pacing, running down. They can clearly be heard. Abel's this great positioning play from Khan, but landing those shots even more important to get another round for them.
The only round that CBD have decided to hustle so far. Sisu punishes them accordingly. And it just breaks the economy of Cardboard Dinosaur immediately here. Stinger is in hand, sure. You got the blades as well for Envious, but Khan has made a miracle happen again for Sisu. And speaking of, they're gonna go for the garage hold here. Smoke out. Envious trying to find any opening, having that dash primed. There's Peak, but Poli's good for the one. Kiko though finds the trade. A stun over onto A-Link, and B-side now the play here for CBD.
It's gonna be a very quick positioning here. They can get surrounded. The pins are already being engaged here by the defense. Elfie finds one. Graham's lurk away.
Shot from Daks. And as of now, Kiko at least with the rifle in hand. CBD have made their way in. And you gotta ask here for Sisu, do you just go for the save of Sawamura? If she gets a pick there from window, there is a chance for Khan to find a way in here for contact. But now Sawamura playing safely, watching out for a lobby. Khan instead the one looking to contest here. There's the stun now into play. Sapphire still holding steady. Well, Aftershock might be the answer. Khan though gets in there. It's 2v2 suddenly. And Khan with another one. A double kill perhaps. The Paranoia into play. Elfie though making it a 1v1. Shrouded Step making noise. And with that, it will be Sawamura just running into her crosshairs. Hook, line, and sinker. It's a clutch there for Elfie.
What an ankle breaker towards the end there. Great play. I was kind of shocked, honestly, that they were able to get that positioning, considering the fact that they did tank a lot of damage from the previous eco, yet still they get enough openings at least to plant the spike, and with the time taking down such an awkward place, removing the early killjoy as well that secured the defense flank really allowed this attack to happen a bit more flawlessly.
Yeah, but Khan again doing whatever she can here for Sisu to give them a fighting chance. We're all tied up though. Both sides are kitted. Sawamura still with the operator, but the Hunter's Fury early on from Khan. She wants to pick, and she'll get it immediately. Kiko goes down first. Paulie also with one of her own, but Sapphire trades that. And at least here for CBD, if they see a contact point, they look for the trade immediately.
High risk, high reward ultimate there with the Hunter's Fury being invested, but they do get that member like you mentioned, and it's still great value for them. 4v3 with the operator is a great position to be here with the defense because they still haven't been able to crack any of these sites. They're slowly trying to make contact, but they already have the setup for A for Killjoy. They already have the rest of them marking all the other angles. It's only the exit of B that you're kind of wary of, but then Bitey's there to really just delay.
Yeah, Graham's though has moved away from a site itself. And Cardboard Dinosaur, Nanoswarm popped in front of them to stall for time. That should confirm effectively that CBD's playing here. And while Sisu do go for the rotate, Aftershock to stall the initial plant. Even more time now for Sisu to work with. Sapphire, she needs to put that spike down and fast. Sawamura though dashing in. First and foremost, Graham's already finding Big Root though. It's Graham's with another one, just cracking these shots and finds a third there. Heads do roll to Graham's into play. And Sisu now will take this lead.
Man, I like the fearlessness that Sawamura had there for the retake. Just dashing in for her team to break any crossfires, pull as much attention, allowing her teammates like Graham to really clean up the fight towards the end. Just being that duelist that takes the space is enough for them to steal away another round. And it's just been a close game. And like the panel mentioned earlier, this is a pretty good map for CBD. So them being down even 1 point could be a big telling point as we move forward.
All I remember from the panel, my friend, is them talking about the land before time.
True.
And apparently, a pterodactyl is a dinosaur, but it's not. Did you know that?
Actually, did not know that.
You know, it's a different kind of animal. It's a pterosaur. I don't know, man. It's semantics. I'll include it. Look, they had it in Land Before Time. You know, there was a little Bronchosaurus. There was the Triceratops and... Well, Lobby, what you doing here, CBD?
That's true. I mean, there's a lot of animals here, but there's a different beast right now for CBD as they're trying to take an aggressive stance towards long. Flash gonna come through. They have to back away. They're actually still able to find Samfire through the fight.
Yeah, Polly has been so good playing into A long. She just stays behind those bricks, just backs away after that first pick. Didn't even need to teleport this time. And look at Sisu reposition into short. Another contact point, another pick. Tightly the one to get that one on the board. Polly now finds the trade. And while CBD look to crawl into the A side, Khan's already in position. What a flick in the tap. Beautiful work. Bow and arrow out. But Khan with another one. One bullet per player, sure. Might as well do it that way. Sisu with a fifth.
I like the little jump towards the end as well to dodge some shots since she had the recon bolt out. But still, able to get that double is a great thing for their team. 5-3 in the lead, slowly slipping away from what started out to be a pretty even game.
Yeah, it's just been the concern here for CBD. They're facing off against rivals that have effectively had their number for so long throughout the year. And Khan, what was even that? Getting another, looking so good in position so far. And that's been the strength here for Sisu. Always proactive, taking the space that is left behind by their other members. There's always a trade system here for Sisu to work with.
A good system, in fact, to keep their advantage up. And it's one of the reasons why so far they've been doing so well in this tournament, as well as into CBD in general based on the histories. But right now they have a good defensive setup to hold that short position. They are giving up long this time instead of trying to fight for it. But Khan might find some other ideas here. Fine too.
It's just such a hot hand for Khan right now. And a double to start things off is even better here for Sisu. Aldro now to scout out any of these corners. Envious though hasn't been spotted as of yet. She might not expect Khan to still be in position. A third into play from the shadows. Out of desperation to pick up that spike. Sure, it's C-side for the post plant, but it's a 2v5. And already the flank looking perilous here.
Look at the positioning of Grams as well. She's just able to hold this position. Yes, they give up the site, but they take a bit more map control with this. They can just go for the regroup here, and CBD, they have to do something risky right now. They have the paranoia to be flushed through some damage, but it's not going to be enough to get out.
Yeah, Healthy just walks out of that one. And Grahams will finish off the round. Sisu again looking to be a well-oiled machine. And as of now, the teamwork has been so far superior here for Sisu. The calls have been good, courtesy of Polly. And Khan especially, again, aim on point.
I mean, CBD, they're trying, right? But it's just that little stall, those early fights going the way of Isu, just really working out in their favor. And it's really helping them steamroll that advantage. There are a lot of situations where I feel like where Khan is not supposed to win that, but she's just able to out-aim and out-position. Maybe a surprise factor because it's a Sova that peeks you out of nowhere. But whatever the case, they get the frags, and that's what's starting to convert this entire series.
Well, she can't do it. You know it already. And
True.
Sisu have taken so much active map control. I've never seen a 3-site map look this claustrophobic throughout the tournament. So CBD need to find an answer and fast. But right now, on the eco yet again, Elfie, a hero guardian, sure, but Sawamura's operator will prevent any kind of peek into B. Garage instead gonna be the take. Pauly, though, all alone on the platform. Effectively a 1v5 on the site. It's time for CBD to barrel down that way. Fault line to play. Rolling Thunder 2 committed. This should turn into the post line. Pauly still in position. And Pauly now, she's going to get hit by Envious there. Sawamura finds a trade. Kiko's Aftershock though does find the answer. And that's something at least for CBD to work with.
A lot more tools on the table. Attacking Killjoy, Ultimate, the lockdown invested as well. They get a bit more advantage, but still, they're forcing the defenders out. The response ultimate as well going to be played, so they're doing everything for this, which started from an eco.
Yeah, this is such a big commit for CBD, and they haven't even planted as of yet. The swing comes in. Elfie, though, sharp on the shot. And Pigruto in position for close contact too, but Elfie on point. That's why she has the Hero Guardian in hands. Graham's all alone now, a 1v4. So difficult as the ops picked up here by Kikoo. And CBD, they invested heavy. They want rewards. They want something out of this one. And they are in position to take their 4th round. Graham's, what else can she do? Peeks on in. It's a high-low awaiting her. And hello to you too, says Elfie, because that's a thrifty.
I mean, earlier on, we were talking about looking for a bit more proactivity, and the response from CBD is just they're able to find that gap. No one really holding garage for the defense side, and the attackers posturing for that C hit, I feel like was a small mistake from this defense, leaving one player alone, knowing that they're probably going to try to do something risky with this lower buy.
Yeah, massive shots, though, have been the name of the game of the past few rounds here, Fluffy, so far. Sisu has Con, Cardboard Dinosaur has Elfie and Envious. And as of now, CBD is still in the half here. Looking to try and tie things up at the very least. Salvage is attacking half here. Sawamura, though, the jump peek gets her to expose the operator yet again. And Sisu, how many rounds have we seen here, man, that Sisu didn't even have the op? It's ever since that 3rd round, they've been playing the operator as much as they can.
Yeah, they're just able to buy it because they got a lot of those early kills, get that blades earlier on in round 3. But right now, the creep onto A long is going to be complete for CBD. At least they get this early control, and they're starting to put a lot more early pressure. Normally, we have seen them in this game below the minute mark. That's when they start moving, trying to find a pick. But they're now just sending players to commit towards the site, which seems to have been working out for them.
Yeah. A-side has been the answer so far for CBD. Turret gonna get broken here. Envious now looking to be the go signal. And Kondo clears 2 again! She's painting a picture from graffiti, and with Sisu now in position to hold, they have everything they would like and more. Con is just connecting again and again. It hasn't been pretty for CBD whenever they see her just in their crosshairs.
30 seconds left.
Ooh, they make a step as well behind the dark cover. That's surely going to seal the deal. It's going to be so difficult to break through this. They have no fault lines. They'll put a dark cover of their own, but it's an Odin still, but it's not going to matter. Elfie's able to explode out of this.
Yeah, the flash is good. Elfie, though, will fall to Con. And Sisu have found a 7th. You said it a while ago. How is she even winning these fights? That's just Con for you. And win it now. 3 rounds to gap. Sisu poised to make it 4 at least before we go into halftime.
You know, as much as I am surprised that she's able to convert these from these positions where she's not flushed out by this utility, I'm also more surprised that she's able to stay alive for the rest of the round for a lot of these times, just having a lot more value on the Sova, because I think they mentioned on the panel, no matter what your role is, it's a shooting game. So if everyone can shoot, when your initiator can play like that, it really helps in a lot of these rounds. Now they have at least secured the dominant first half for ISU.
Yeah. Sisu Sawamura again. They've been very proactive on A short for so long, but the timing is iffy. And Sawamura needs a bit of cover. Con provides that with the Hunter's Fury. Doesn't really lead to much, though. Good tag at the very end onto Samfire, I believe. But Cardboard Dinosaur now ferried towards that C side. Graham's, though, awaiting that contact. Paulie, too, in position! And Paulie's good for the double yet again. Aftershock now to play, stalling here for time here, courtesy of Sisu. And they want the burst from the CT side here. Watch out also from the flank, courtesy of Sawamura. But now in position on the side, Elfie just walks into a firing squad. We go down to a 4v2, but the pivot into B will lead or make that even A here, allowing CBD to play into post plant.
It's a good thing they went to A, honestly, because Samfire's on the chase there. Sawamura already in position as well, just making sure that she had the angle towards B. Finally, they do commit toward the A side, planting in a very awkward spot. They're choosing to fight for this. There's nowhere to run from this retake. They have to take out a couple of these players to remove a lot of this utility.
And if you want to trust anyone on the clutch here for CBD, it has to be Samfire. Incredible 1v1s yesterday against Lilacs, but now she needs to find 4 for her name. Kondo looking to lead. Hayate also with the flash on in. Sawamura gets the one kick, though in position, but it's merely traded so quickly by Sisu, and it will be 8-4 to end the first half. What a show of force on the defense here for Sisu, but I do believe we're gonna have to throw it over very soon here because we're in halftime. Sisu in the lead. What does the panel think about that one?
Whoops.
Can you hear me now?
Oh no!
I'm just-
Oh no! It's happening again.
Yeah, you missed more crazy tea, and you can hear any of it just now. But I was saying thank you to Daks and Fluffy for that first half 8-4 scoreline. Even with that scoreline right now, though, I think it was highly competitive from both of these sides, and we could see a very different outcome going to the second half of this match.
Yeah, you can see that there are a lot of exchanges and trades, but ultimately it's kind of like Sisu are leading the dance, you know, leading the fight, because a lot of it is them getting that early map control. I think Daks had a really good line when he said that it's a 3-site map, but it feels so claustrophobic just because of how much forward space Sisu is taking. That's why the few rounds where Cardboard Dinosaur actually wins are the ones where they make use of their utility, or, well, in round 10 when they used 2 ultimates just to secure the round win. It did convert into a Thrifty, so hopefully that gives them a little bit more confidence into the next half where they are defending now. But you can clearly see that Sisu, apart from the forward control, you can also feel that influence from Poli's shot calling. The fact that she used to be on like Money First, the Sapphire era, she has that IGLing that she picked up from like Ginny, and she's really able to gather information, TP out of the set if she needs to, and then call for her teammates to back her up.
Yeah, you can see a lot of confidence coming from that side right now. But you know what? This first series is coming in hot. Let's go into the second half of this first map. Over back to you guys.
I mean, the aim's been extra crispy here, but the rounds are looking to get hotter and hotter. And wait, it's a tech pause. Why would you guys toss it over to us into a tech pause?
Great timing there coming in from the panel. And we're back into a second timeout right now. Our first timeout for our first series. It's going to be really interesting, but at least we have already figured out why Isu was so confident in picking Haven, even against a great Haven team like CBD. Because look at that score, 8-4 already. This pistol round, they have a couple buys at least that we can see right now. Pretty even Steven with 3 ghosts and 2 armors. Very default setup. The attackers posturing maybe for an A hit later on, and if they get that forward space that Quack was talking about and take the initiative early, the firepower that we've clearly seen on the defense can convert them here on the attacking side.
Yeah, that's true. So we're in a tech pause, and I have to do something that we discussed a while ago. So you woke up today, and of course we were getting ready to do this broadcast, right? We were of course making sure to see who was going to be playing on what team. And you asked me a certain someone who's playing Breach right now on Cardboard Dinosaur. Fluffy, how do you say her name?
Kiko.
Yeah, that's the right way.
And just like that, the technical pause is over, and we're back into the game, into the action, as we do see the default setup already coming in from the attackers. So hopefully this is going to be a banger round for them, because this defensive stance with the double up on B, clearly giving up C, is ready to fight any formidable forces that may come from this attack.
My man gets away with it this time around, but anyway, he's right. We're into the pistol. I'll get you to say it later on, Fluffy. But Sisu, over on A site, it will be a 4-1 split. Polly again, though, she's always been isolated in some of these rounds here. Playing solo, looking to find a better opening for her team. It's an Omen anyway. She can throw some smokes if she's close enough on the other side of the map anyway. But Khan, patient. Looking to see if Elfie or Envious would love to swing into this one. 2 of them postured to try and fight into A short anyway. But instead, it's Kikuo, the one to watch out for. Under window. Polly might not see this coming. Oh, Kikuo, she swings on out. Polly, though, wins the first contact. But there's still more to come. Envious instead finding Graham's in response. And Sisu, they'll only be trading 1-for-1 there.
Good early exchange there, but it's a big difference. Less initiating power coming in from the retake potential of CBD. And ISU, still, they do have a lot of their utility. No, they don't have a lurker anymore, but they still have the fighting force to take a lot of this A space. Envious is 70 HP. She has to back away here. Looking like they're considering giving up the site because they left C open. They were worried with the lack of info.
Yeah, Polly's regrouped anyway, and it's an A take here for Sisu. Plant goes down. A flank possible here, courtesy of Pigruto. And the thing is, all that utility is offline. Graham's is already down. Pigruto looking for a first kill on the board here. Struggles from the previous half. But in any case, smoke's dissipating. Sawamura still in position. Paranoid though. Perfection. Actually, it might have been Polly. Now Elfie getting 2 there. Oh, and Elfie with a 3rd. Elfie with a 4th. That's huge. And I gotta wonder, man. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that might have been Elfie's own blind there.
Yeah, I think so as well. Regardless of what happened, it's still a great showing here from the pistol round from CBD. A lot of kills going the way of their Omen, and still, it seems like they're ready to fight, even if they're lacking that utility. Just somehow works out for them.
Yeah, I need a replay on that one. I need confirmation from what happened there. Polly, though, yeah, good first pick. Oh yeah, it was her paranoia. But it's okay, she got the 4K anyway. All good.
All good.
Well,
it works out. It works out. Can't really complain there, especially when you end up with 4 kills at the end of the round. Helps not just you, but the rest of your team, since you can buy up, and it looks like they're reaping the rewards here. Having the Phantom online already very early for CBD is going to do a lot of damage to this low armor squad of Isu.
Yeah, but then maybe that's a small problem here for CBD. We talked about it during Agent Select, right? That Envious on the Jet, it's not as commonplace to see, even though she has history on it. And CBD as a whole, a different configuration of who's playing what agent this time around on Haven. Very different from how they played it back in the groups. Spike though planted here by Pauly. A quick B take here from Sisu. Graham Stowe very close now versus Envious. Headshot with the Outlaw. That's good for the one already. Reloads though, a little risky, but now scoped in. Should look for a shot. Envious with the second Sapphire. Also Bulldog in hand. And CBD with the overrun. Kondo has the timing, has the shot. It's 1v3, but Kagrudo's already halfway on the defuse. Kon will take a second before she's felled. But Sisu, they at least make that round costly for CBD.
They really do. I mean, they do keep the rifle, I guess, but they don't keep every rifle, which is a good thing. They do the damage, like you mentioned, and they're able to buy up. But take a look at this replay, and this good flank, removing this just causes so much commotion. To be honest, Sisu has great positioning here, considering that they're on the eco, but that weapon disadvantage really hurt them towards the end there. Not able to convert the round. They do enough, I think, as they move on, but right now, since they are down a couple of rounds, it would have been nicer maybe to get a bit more.
Yeah, at least CBD is going to be difficult to win this bonus, but they've rallied to make the scoreline even closer now. Envious picking up the orb quickly, looking for the blades whenever she can. 2 away. If she gets a pick here, she should have it online for the next round. Saomura, the one making noise into garage, and Sisu also taking the same kind of playbook as CBD, man. They play defaults. They look to find picks early on into the map.
Looking to find picks, any openings, have a lot of value here. Right now, Isu is just creeping up on the B site again. They do spot out Elfie. Sawamura a little cautious to enter the site here, just faking up the presence as they are going through that C long to get some space, since they did pull some rotations.
Yeah, the pull is good, but Pigruto's still ready for the close contact. Almost avoids those shots. Sawamura eventually gets the head. Also, quick little aftershock into play. Nice shot though from Kikuo to answer back with. And while Sisu set up on the C site, the lurk of Kon's the one to watch out for. Spike planted, sure. We go down to a 4v4. But timing is of the essence here. Envious now coming out from the window. Kon is stuck between 2 players of CBD. And it will still work out for her if she hits the shot. Eventually though, finds the bullets to get Envious' name. And Kon, one in the chamber left, has to reload. CBD with a high-low stack over onto garage. But the post plant looking difficult. See along now where Sisu's at for this hold. Elfie out in the open. Greyhounds will get it. And with 2 left, Sapphire, Kiko, what else can they do? Swing on that. Sapphire! Kiko, huge picks here for CBD! Defuse now going her way, and Kiko with 3 for the round. There's still time here for CBD. They should get it. Barely half a second left.
That is not what Isu was looking for in that round. CBD just striking back. I thought it was over. They had no dark cover for the defense to go for a resmoke there. They had to take a fight. Surprisingly, in that firing range, they were able to come up on top. As we take a look here on the replay, great positioning early on. They're able to take out 1 player already. The double up from Kikuo really proving to be a big pain in their plans for this attacker.
Yeah, Cardboard Dinosaur, they're put into these tough spots versus Sisu, but they know how to hit those shots. They've been nasty at it since the pistol round. Elfie leading by example. Kiko saw her in that last round there. Envious though wants to get in early. Pauly survives with 5 HP, and the headshot there to allow her to pick. Anyone else? Nope. Kiko backs away from the entryway.
A lot of gaps in their defenses right now. Another early play from Isu. Planting on this side all the time. Interesting fact is it looks like normally you don't want to take garage. Polly, she does come up with her life, which is a good thing, but the flank from Elfie could be huge.
Oh, patience is perfection here for Grahams. Vault line there too to try and help, but Piety instead the one to hold. It's 4v2 now. Sapphire is a target. And Piety hits the bullseye now. Sawamura plays the backside. The blind is good, and Pigruto can't even see it coming. Backs away just at the right time. But the 1v4 is so difficult here. Sawamura wants to dip in and get that pick. Well done though by Sisu. From start to finish, these sheriffs do sing. And they're gonna get their 9th round now with it.
Such a swift recovery as well, like the meteor that destroyed the dinosaurs. Very, very hard hitting, especially with this lower buy. Even if they just throw rocks at them, somehow they're able to convert this round. Those sheriff shots doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, just... I think that's an understatement, man. You died to a single headshot there from Sisu's hands. And yet again, we see it from Paulie to start things off. Graham's also playing so patiently. And that's been the strength here from Sisu so far. They rarely overextend when they go for map control. You can see there's utility to help out as much as they can. And from start to finish, the stuns, the blinds, it's always been a factor here for Sisu too.
Very, very true. And right now, let's look if they do change up a bit of their pacing. They've been using the same recon dart for the past couple rounds. Fairly standard attack here on Haven, but the aggressiveness here coming from Samfire to push out, or Envious rather, just to tuck into this corner. Maybe subvert a bit of expectations for any of these window players. Get spotted up early though.
Yeah, Graham's also good for a double. That's the thing. Sisu have been expecting this Windows push for quite a while already. Ever since that pistol, they've been checking out that corner. Paulie also from the shadows to clear out C site. And with it now, plant should go down immediately. A 5v3 quickly executed here by Sisu.
Great plant as well. Playing the full long game here. Can be able to back out, and they have the full util here. It's going to be so difficult to play this range. I mean, yes, you have a couple dark covers to work with for Elfie, but still the defense has to take out at least 2 of these players holding on site. Honestly, just buying for time and playing for the delay.
I mean, Grahams wants more. She gets more. 3 already for Grahams. And another one looking to be her target. Sapphire though finds Paulie. Grahams looking for the 5th, but it's not gonna get... it's gonna get taken away by Sawamura there. Well done though by Graham. Still 10 rounds now here for Sisu.
I mean, you don't get the highlight, but it's still a highlight round because that quick execute towards the C site really doing a lot of work to get that momentum. They're now in the double digits, and they're rewarded because of this amazing play. Even with the rifles, the great positioning there gets smelled out. Envious, she tries to just find an interesting pick, maybe change out a bit of the pace, but it's not working out. They're forcing it on the timeout right now. They have less tools to work with. At least they do have the Hunter's Fury to destroy the lockdown that Graham has earned from the previous round.
Yeah, Carbon Dinosaur with the timeout. Our panel has noted that both teams, I do believe, have coaches. You have on one side, of course, it is for Sisu, you got Sia. You also have, of course, on CBD. I see that you have Misha there to try and discuss. And it's always so good to have that coaching staff to help you discuss these kind of pain points right now. I think, though, for CBD, they just can't find an answer when Sisu catches them off guard early on, gets picked off so easily at the very start of these rounds here, and coming into the post plant, they have such a difficult situation to work with.
I feel like when you get to the post plant as well, it's just they're playing it in such a smart way where they keep as much advantages as they can, and if you give the post plant too early, it allows them to really position themselves for that retake and make the most use out of it, right? So even if those, let's say in the previous round, a couple of those players on site fall, they have that insurance plan of the C-long players to really deal out the killing blow. But still now, looks like a very heavy-handed hit here towards A, but the response leaning towards A as well with an aggressive start here to hold up long.
Yeah, Sisu looking to play and execute over onto the sites, but Cardboard Dinosaur controlling A long. Envious dash is primed, and Sawamura just ferrying Greyhounds to go for that lockdown, but they don't expect Envious to be in this position. Hunter's Fury gonna be there too. Clappers do answer back, but Greyhounds now with the trade. And while the lockdown's broken, the hustle from Sisu is onto that B side. Nanoswarm preventing that flash towards the left. Instead, it's angled into A link. Paranoisa also to go for the stall. A TP to the backside. Paulie though gonna get blinded here. Pigruto wants to go for the clear. Pigruto gets her one. And in the 4v3 now, it's CBD on site, ready to try and set up the defuse. Con also out to the open, seen by window. Elfie's ready for that one. Over on the flag. Elfie is sharp on the shots. And Cardboard Dinosaur, that's what they needed. Off the timeout, they'll get the round.
I don't know if it was the time pressure or something, but it's such an awkward plant as well. Not planting directly in the corner means that they have to peek out very wide if they're holding in from window, and it's not going to enable them to get any of those early shots. I mean, good distraction for pulling the rotations through the ultimate, but if you pull them towards A, it doesn't matter because you're planting in the middle site, right, on B. Yeah. So small little decisions not adding up here for this team, and it looks like it's giving the advantage back to CBD in a way after that timeout.
It's what we noted, just the Nano Swarm forcing that plant, and perhaps Sisu there trying to press the issue a little too much. In any case, CBD, beautiful recovery from that small break. And Elfie, she's ready to go for more. We saw Elfie really make a splash in the last stage back then. And she was sharp on whatever role she would play. Duelist from stage 1, now playing Flex here, especially the Omen in this situation. Sawamura and the rest, though, on the other hand, dissuaded by the smoke and will just back away from that C take. Grahams, she's been good so far on the attacking side and just lurking to see if anyone's going to push from the garage here.
Interesting smoke as well. The dark cover early stops a lot of info gathering here from the attackers. They do burn the Aldrol on A though. Opposing side of the map, they flush out Envious, but honestly at this point, I feel like you just expect her to be there because she's been playing so aggressive in the past couple of rounds, forcing them back on the C site, but 2 players already on the ready for the defense.
Yeah, and Elfie has just been looking to play those smokes out and trying to keep Sisu on their toes, but Sawamura dancing on Pigruto. Piety also finds Elfie, and the C-take is clear, but Kiko was still in position. Not ready for Piety though. It leads to a 2v2 after everything's said and done.
Have to try to go for a plant here. They have the Rolling Thunder for the secure, but no! Zampire's caught out in the open. Graham gets a good frag rather, and Envious on the flank.
Yeah, Graham's has just had impeccable timing so far, and everyone's looking at Envious. See what she can do here. A 1v2 coming her way. These are isolated fights. If she can get a pick onto Piety, it's still doable. Rolling Thunder in her hands, though. Over onto the Logs corner. Envious creeping in, didn't see the foot, and instead it's Piety who's able to get the step ahead. 3 kills for the breach, and Sisu are 2 away from taking their map pick.
So close on this map number 1 already, but clearly the advantage swinging on Isu's side. They have a lot of ultimates as well. They keep that Rolling Thunder because they didn't have to blow it in the previous round, so a lot more round secure coming from them. But speaking of displacement, Cardboard Dinosaur, they have an opportunity to use this one as well. But we look at the previous round and we can see good positioning, but the trading not really there for CBD.
I mean, Elfie's been conditioning Sisu all throughout that round. Eventually, Sisu decided, okay, let's just get in there, updraft up that box, get the pick. Sawamura, her wish is their command. And with an 11-8 scoreline, the pressure is on for CBD. They lose this. They have to go for a force buy into the next round. Envious, she wants to step up now. Look to find a pick early on. Waiting here by Lobby, but Khan's not going to fall for it. Sisu again. When they feel the pressure early from CBD, they immediately go for their default play here, but Khan's ready for that one. And just a little too impatient here for CBD so far.
Impatience is the downfall so far, like you mentioned, but still, at least they do keep their utility alive. Elfie has it from the shadows to maybe rotate, but they have to figure out the info to gain a hit. They've been playing a bit more passive than normal, and Izu's using this to their advantage. Graham, such a good forward location here to spot out any info that she might be able to find. The regroup towards A, out-rotating the defense here, might prove to be that priority difference.
Yet again, the lurk, Graham still will be spotted by the Aldron eventually, and now she's gonna get flushed out by CBD's bulk. We go to a 4v4, but Sisu have a way into A anyway. That should be big intel already, courtesy of Graham. Sawamura leading that charge. Rolling Thunder, though, even used up here by Sisu, and that's gonna be good here for CBD on the retake.
Have a lot more util to work with. They just have to bide in the time. He spots out the Rolling Thunder player, though. That's going to be off the board.
You don't need it. You don't get it. Sawamura decides to peek through the smoke anyway. What an angle to play for Sawamura. And with the advantage now, Sisu awaiting CBD to walk into the kill box. Khan also with the shock dart to start with. Elfie now setting out the smokes, but you know it's danger here for CBD. The teleport now. Elfie has an angle. Sawamura good for the triple. Make that 4 for the round. huge plays here for Sawamura, and Sisu now are on match points.
That was such a risky play. I'm surprised, but also kind of not surprised that it worked out for them because of how insane Sawamura has been playing recently. But that's such an aggressive position to play. They know that they have the opposing Rolling Thunder, and there is a gap in the smoke. She takes the timing at a milliseconds notice, just spots him up. No players, and just guarding that, and she's so in the open. It's an easy punish coming from Sawamura.
Yeah, they just didn't expect it, and Sisu has been looking for a bit of explosiveness coming into this attacking side. Sawamura has provided for the past 2 rounds, and now the confidence, you can see that it is beaming. Sawamura wants to get in there, but Sisu, a voice in their heads, a voice by the name of Polly telling them no, not that way. They're gonna back off for now.
They do keep the Rolling Thunder though, surprisingly. So Kikawo not being able to cast it does mean that she can use it on this round, but Pauly's able to find one. That's the opposing controller away.
The lurk game has been so well played here by Sisu. If it's not Polly, it's Graham's always going to be a threat here. Away from the rest of the attacking forces, and Sapphire using the Aldro to scout out in the middle. But the buy from CBD, not the best. Pigruto, she has the lockdown. Kiko is still ready with the Rolling Thunder. You can make a case that CBD would like to play the retake instead, but Kiko falls yet again. Sapphire now finding Con in response, but we go into C here, and Pigruto will back away to play that lockdown instead.
Lockdown gonna be played like you mentioned. They get a timing early, so at least they can go for a quicker rotate for this retake. But speaking of rotate, Envious is a waste away to go before she finds their mark. They're gonna play long yet again, but they still have to waste time clearing sight.
I mean, it's been the game plan so far here for Sisu. And right now, it's the one lane to work with to go for the one-way victory. Sawamura and the rest in position now. Andrews tries to find the pick, but here in the pocket yet again, Sawamura gets the one on up. 2 now, found by Sisu. Everything left to Pigruto, but no dice. It's Sisu instead who just steamrolls their way through this second half, and they will win it 13-8.
13-8, and such a clean round as well to end it upon. Great teamwork coming in from both of these teams, but what a confidence and statement map here going against the best quote-unquote team on Haven so far for at least their run. It's been really interesting to see that dynamic, but so far Sisu does end up on top, and that's going to put a lot of pressure for them for the rest of the series.
And the last few rounds have been utterly convincing there, courtesy of Sisu. They knew they were just a few rounds away from making it to Thailand, from qualifying into Pacific, but they fell short versus Boba. Now making Haven their map pick. They were good at it, and they got the greatest result that they could get. We're gonna toss it over though to the panel, of course, because that was an intense first map.
Yeah, what a way to kick off the lowers today. You could see both of these teams fighting for their tournament lives today on that very first map of Haven. Sisu also, on the other hand, just getting their revenge on Haven, you know, just like fixing their Haven and making sure it's done right. You know, don't pick Haven against them. This is what happens. Clearly, I mean, if I was a victor of this, I think this is the kind of mentality you need to go through, and you can see them doing that. And I want to know your thoughts on this. We can see some really good ideas coming from the CBD side, really effective timeout in that second half, for example, and winning that pistol round in the second half. You know, it looked like the tides were going to turn.
Yeah, it actually felt like it, especially after the pistol round. They started to turn things around a little bit, but once things started to go differently, you know, Sisu started to get a read for it, and that's why I really wonder how much of it is attributed to Polly's shot calling for Sisu. Yes, the MVP without a doubt has to be Khan. We also have Sawamura picking up on a lot of the frags for the team, but at the same time, the way that they were positioned, I wonder if it's Polly getting a read for how CBD plays, because what we saw a lot of was Envious trying to play with that default of getting that A-main control, pushing up all the way towards lobby or sewer, but then sometimes you have Khan just posted up on the other side, anticipating that push out. And at the same time, with every time that Sisu captures sites, they often leave, like kind of what the casters were mentioning, they often play that alert game really, really well. It's either going to be Grams, sometimes maybe it's Polly, and they, as a result of that, they went into a lot of these fights fights with numbers advantage. They often overwhelmed CBD. So even though we had CBD getting some good shots in, Samfire having a fantastic shot with the Sheriff in that one round, they had the firepower just to turn things around, it still wasn't quite enough because Sisu was pretty much controlling the pace of the game, having that presence all throughout the entire map.
Yeah, they were definitely had everything under control. You could see that their playbook was just really well executed there. Now, CBD, we mentioned a bit about the timeout on the second half there. You could just see they had a really effective round after that. All their defense at post plan was really tight, but they just couldn't continue that on. I think it's just really tough when you're going against a squad like Sisu.
Yeah, it really feels like that. I mean, when you have those lurks, you have these players who are just able to, I don't know, sometimes they just do crazy things, Vic. I mean, you remember when Sawamura is like, she's already insane, always super aggressive, pushing always towards the back of the site, but then sometimes she just peeks past the smoke just to find, unfortunately, one of the breach players for CBD setting up that fault line, and then suddenly you just get killed. Like it's things like that that really throw a wrench into your plans. And 17 first kills is just, it says a lot as to how many times Sisu won those first contacts.
Yeah, and I think that's a large part of it, just having that bold play to do crazy things like that. But when we're at the pro play level, that's what you need to do. Smokes shouldn't be stopping you from doing what you need to do to get that victory. And I mean, we're looking at the heat map now. I like that we have this here, and you can just see like B is it's just not the popular.
Nah.
Sisu
wanted to be that one time, right? And then like they completely got taken over so quick, and that was the round where I think Fluffy was mentioning like the idea there, but the execution completely flawed. Like the moment they got the spike down, it's really fast, but you always have that pocket B cubby where you get flushed out so easily, and if B gets smoked off, how do you get vision on the spike? And you know, there's just so much their opponents can do. So B wasn't quite the play, but what was the play was the other sides. It was how Khan was able to give Sisu that much value, especially in that first half with the Hunter Sphere, with the recons, but then also in the second half when she had the best positioning to support her team.
Yeah, I think all eyes on both of us, to be honest, but Khan definitely, clearly MVP for the first map of Haven here. Some of the highlights from this map that won by really quickly despite the scoreline.
Yeah. I don't know. Kind of feels back and forth, but also, again, Sisu pretty much in the lead. At times it's the sites, at other times mechanical plays like that, but also mostly the fact that Sisu were reading and adjusting on the fly to whatever cardboard dinosaur we're throwing at them. That's the main thing for me, especially in that second half when you started to see some of these push outs from cardboard dinosaur, some of the ways that they would position themselves, some of the ways that they would retake. Sisu completely adjusted around these things, and that's why I think it's so impressive how Poli is doing some of the calls. Daks mentioned it in that last round. At first they wanted to push into the C site, and then maybe they got smoked off. Immediately there's a call to like back off, and at the same time they already had the utility affecting, you know, some of the players like Elfie or maybe even Kikowo, who is the breach player, hiding in that corner. But then because she got fault line, she felt that pressure and she immediately had to, you know, throw some bits of utility just to protect herself, and that baits out utility. That allows for Poli to sneak in one more kill, and so many things like that, which gives Sisu the advantages in the rounds.
Well, how do you feel now going into Lotus?
I feel so confident.
Second map. All right.
I feel so good.
I'm sure you do for your prediction, and I don't blame you at all. I'm feeling a little bit the opposite right now. But with that, who knows? We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we are going to go to our second map of Lotus. So don't go away. Hello and welcome back to Valorant Game Changers SEA Stage 2. I'm Victoria. With me, I've got Quack. He's Quack. We are in lowers. It's elimination day. We already finished the first map of today of Haven. Had a really bold pick coming from Cardboard Dinosaurs, picking it against Sisu. Quack.
Yeah, kind of odd, but you know, I guess it just shows how confident they are. But unfortunately, Haven did not go towards Cardboard Dinosaur, and this time it's going to be Lotus. So, curious to see how that kind of plays out.
Yeah, we're always curious about the outcome of a map and what's gonna happen and what kind of crazy things we might see. But you know what? We've already seen changes on Haven. Both of those teams switched up the roles a little bit. While the agent comp wasn't unusual, we had some role switches there with Envious going back to her jet route. But on Lotus, I don't know. That is again the question. We're gonna find out very soon, of course, like what the agent selects for Lotus is gonna be. But Sisu is just looking really good right now. They're looking really strong, and they did place third in stage 1. So I mean, this is a tough team to be contending against.
Definitely, they show that they are always keeping themselves ahead of the game. They're always keeping themselves one step ahead of Cardboard Dinosaur, and that's why for Cardboard Dinosaur, in order for them to stay in this tournament, they really have to make their claim here on Lotus, because even Sunset is going to be a pretty difficult map for them. It's an uphill battle for them, to say the least. Lotus is interesting just because they have actually played or faced off against each other in the group stages of stage 2. And in that one, Sisu won 13-9. So they must have a very good reason for picking this map against Sisu.
Yeah, same way, you know, Sisu picked it against Haven against CBD. Again, just kind of figuring out what the other team is doing and coming in with a brand new plan. That could be, you know, the factor to topple the other side. Now, of course, all roads lead to Game Changers Pacific. This is what we're competing for. It is elimination day, and between these two squads, whoever doesn't win, that's it. This is end of the road for them, and the winner gets to continue on this journey to fight for that third spot to compete and represent our region. Well, not just for Southeast Asia, but to contend to be the top of Pacific and then going into Game Changers Championships, which is gonna be crazy again this year.
Yeah, it definitely does feel that way, right? I mean, can you imagine all the G2s and everything? We also have that in like the Champions video, which is very, very nice. Like a little bit of Game Changers representation in that music video. But yeah, when it comes down to it, it really is this match, do or die for Cardboard Dinosaur. They've shown that, you know, they have the firepower, but do they have kind of the strategies and the reads to match that? And right now with the agent compositions, Sisu are changing things up a little bit, and so are Cardboard Dinosaur.
Yeah, that's right, Bus. Sisu's comp right now, of course, I'm eyeing the Neon. Neon has come back into the Lotus meta and has shown to be a really powerful way to control the map. Obviously, besides that, she's actually a very fast agent. With her walls there, you're seeing it used in tandem together with the smokes to, you know, get a lot of space on this another 3-site map.
But what I'm curious about is, you know, it's a very good composition, optimal, that has the Neon going in a little bit crazy, but then that secondary duelist working in tandem with Holy as the Fade, Khan previously on the Clove, now on the Omen, so a little bit more stable, a little bit more controlled. Meanwhile, Cardboard Dinosaur running something a little bit more standard. You don't have that secondary duelist, but you do have a breach. So I wonder how they're actually going to factor that into their plays. I mean, you can have the fault line for some deep utilities just to cover a bit more space, allowing for maybe Kikuo to really blast back her way in, but you're going to have great reads in order to make that happen.
Yeah, a lot of this is going to be game sense and timing, especially when you have a breach on your side. It's a lot about coordination and timing. Let's see if Cardboard Dinosaurs has what it takes to stay in the game as we go into Lotus. Let's go over to our casters. Once again, it is Mr. Fluffy and Mr. Daks.
And here we go. It's do or die time here, folks, as we are looking to see if Cardboard Dinosaur can stay alive in the bracket or will they fall yet again to Sisu. Second game though, Lotus looking very interesting, and Fluffy, our panel, has mentioned it, a few swaps here and there, but from what I've seen is here for both Sisu as well as Cardboard Dinosaur, the compositions that they decided to run throughout their playoffs so far.
I mean, I do like the small changes that they have. I think Neon, in addition to that Lotus meta, which Victoria kind of brought up earlier, is nice for the speed you can keep up with Raze. And after the changes as well to Neon, it's nice to see that she finds play somewhere else, because normally we do see her in like very, very old maps. They're not in the rotation at the moment, but you know, it's nice to see.
Oh man, we saw Fracture. When did we see that? Back in the tech rehearsal, right? It was like, I missed this map.
Back in the good years.
Back in the good years, you know, Pearl 2, those can come back eventually. But here for Cardboard Dinosaur, they need the biggest comeback of their lives, and they need to stand against history. Like I said a while ago, Sisu have had their number ever since stage up 1, 2-0s all around, 2-0 even back in the group stage. And now with double duelists here for Sisu, Cardboard Dinosaur, the shift from Gecko to Fade is the one that might look to make a change. Also to take note, our panel said a while ago, Envious is on the oven. Who's on the duelist? It's actually Kiko playing the Raze here.
Interesting changes coming up, but the change of pace is more important, because with this double duelist setup being starting on the defensive side, they have to do something aggressive. Posturing towards C here already. The forces are going to meet each other. Good utility bombardment coming in. There's an early frag here for Sawamura as well as Piety.
Speed kills, and Sawamura and the rest are already in there. What is your spawn when it is taken away by Sisu that quickly? In the blink of an eye, well, it's 1-0 already.
The saddest part, honestly, is the fact that since they died so early, they don't even get a lot of info for how Isu's going to play the rest of their defense. And they have to be worried about that conditioning, that they can get pushed up, especially now that they have a better buy, if they're going to go for something more aggressive or do a thing that's a bit more standard and hold back. Because their position right now towards A means that they might be able to do this again.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering how many seconds was that for that round to end. Sisu getting the first round, and it's been the case throughout the series. It's a lot of firsts here for Sisu, a lot of first kills we've also seen from that last map. I think it was around 17 total first kills there in favor of Sisu back in Haven. Early advantage is what Sisu's looking for. CBD, the with mount control. But look at the stack here. It's heavy, it's 45, and it's Con and Piety prepared for anyone coming their way.
A lot of members for this attack, but look at the defensive fortress already set up here for the defense on C's side. They have reinforced themselves with all that Killjoy utility, the Paranoia in hand as well. Very prepared for this attack, even though they are down a couple players. Here it goes.
Oh, Paranoia being primed. Piety said with a final Pigruto, but Kiko does catch out. Graham's in response. Kondo, nice connections with the 3Ks. Piety eventually gets Envious there. And Sisu, they'll lose 2, but they'll gain a second round with it.
But look at the advantage that Sisu has really brought up with this. They still keep the 3 rifles, and they deny the plant as well. They get a lot of ult orbs their way with all those frags. We take a look at the replay, and it is insane.
Yes, it is lost in the same dimension Victoria was at a while ago. But we're back here in the real world, and we're back with Cardboard Dinosaur having the full buy that they can play with 2.5 armor. Elfie and Pigruto need to be a bit careful versus Sawamura and Polly. Getting into the round though, CBD, they saw Mound being a success point for their initial presence, and they're slowly looking to play that way again as Sawamura and the rest making all the noise to get Robo Control here.
So much aggressive force being applied and the perceived pressure being felt towards the B side. Sawamura early rotated with the Neon because she did break that door. Gets her at least in position to respond to a possible C hit. The reinforcements, their only utility to buy her time.
Yeah, Sisu was trying to bait CBD to go into B. Instead though, it's Kikuo bursting through onto C side. Piety though, now timing's good! And the shot's even better. Alarmbot putting in the work. Piety finding a second with the Bulldog before she's found. So it's a 2-for-2 after everything's said and done. C now taken here by CBD.
They have great positioning as well. They're already very quick here to cover ground. Graham's going to use the boom bot to maybe get a bit more space, but they both have to exit at the same time to avoid this 1v1s.
Yeah, the Boombot looked for intel. Holly, that was dangerous, but here comes Envious to confirm the kill. Sawamura, Graham's though. Beautiful synergy. Speed is of the essence. Figurito now in a 1v1. Graham's has the angle. Graham's has the shot, and Sisu will take a bonus round. Comparing it to the first map here, Fluffy, Sisu is just on pace to speed through.
quick round so far for Sisu, and they're doing so well. You can really see why when you look at the stats and backtrack, they haven't lost yet on this map, and it's one of the consistent factors that has been really pushing the boundaries for them. And considering that this, as well as Haven, are pretty good for them, it's a great series so far if you're a Sisu fan. But for CBD, struggling right now is a lack of a better term, because it's so difficult for them to even position themselves and set themselves up for a good play.
You know, a start like this is gonna make Quack happy just because he's trying to get out of wood tier through different tournaments. In any case, though, exactly right. CBD, sure, very experienced on this map, played it 10 times this stage, but Sisu has not lost as of yet, and they don't want to start now. Sawamura alongside Polly. Early presence yet again made towards A, but this time around, CBD do still get rubble control. They slowly move their way in. Piguruto does find the turret. Graham, she wants to go for the fight again. It's a little dangerous. Prowler there to help on out. Now they know one's on the corner. Polly also playing cover. Beautiful crossfire here from Sisu, and the clear is sound so far. Inside the smoke, Con, you can't be doing this. Ready now for the swing. Timing is... Oh, the backstab's good. The shot's even better. Con with a one. Sapphire, though, finds one of her own. But it doesn't matter now, as Kiko has left her own devices. A 4v1. And the spike out of reach. Nice shot, though, to begin with.
At least give some breathing room for herself. But like you mentioned, that spike being no man's land already. He's going to spot a couple players here, but surely she's going to get rushed down. Then Polly is the final nail in the coffin for round number 4. And so far, it's smooth sailing here for Sisu.
And Sisu, again, communication on point. They may lose a few fights here and there, but the team play has been so sound for Sisu. The way that they swing together, the way that they're trying to go for trades whenever they can. And even better, Graham's good discipline. If Polly wasn't there to go for the clear towards the right, she could have gotten picked off, and that could have been a chain of events that would be dangerous there for Sisu. In any case, now it's 4-0 and an opt-out for Con again.
Exactly. I mean, that team, like you mentioned, really shining through. That discipline coming out from this squad has been so surprising on the defense, combined with how aggressive they're able to be, because look how far CBD has to hold back, just making sure that they don't get run down. They have to burn a lot of utility, but thankfully they do have a fate to do it twice. Envious trying to look for something a bit suspicious, but still Graham finds one.
Oh, nice angle though taken by Elfie. At least isolates the fight for a while. Showstopper her. Grahams though can't find a way to launch it through. And while we see Sisu give chase, it's Cardboard Dinosaur who'll take A site now.
A side being taken, it's good for them. They have to find a way to break this. At least they can set up here for a possible retake. They do end up on top. Kiko, great positioning here. Piguruto though finding some value elsewhere.
Polly though, at least getting one of her own. Now, contact yet again, and these isolated fights could be good for Cardboard Dinosaur. This is their chance now to take a round. Elfie playing very patiently here, watching out for the flank. If she's left unchecked, it should be a good double for her. But Piety, always disciplined, ready for the shot. Going down now to the side. Painchill's there for the clear, but it's still Kiko up on top. That helps out CBD and the run. First round on the board here.
Kiko was striking from the heavens there to secure the round. They finally get a foothold onto this game, and look at the ultimates on the board here for Cardboard Dinosaur. Sisu though, they still have a good chance on this round. They're still able to buy up, but these early fights going the way it went basically just gives so much room for them to move on this 3-set map.
Yeah, and Sapphire alongside Kiko there, trading very quickly, getting some good shots. And it's at least a start here for Cardboard Dinosaur, but it begs the question now, if Sisu will be active on map control, can Cardboard Dinosaur find a way in to isolate the fight? We saw that a while ago, right? With Kiko getting in there towards her spawn. A chance, especially if she can find a way in. Prowler though gonna be the answer. Sees also catches her in the act now. This smoke will dissipate. She's out in the open. Polly will get the one that she earns.
Great utility usage as well. The follow-up from the Prowler to maybe get more space, but the discipline again from this squad really shining through here. Con's able to find one off the B side, remove any of these lurks, but the quick shots here for the rotate for the trades here. At least to get some more ground here for C.
Yeah, Elfie still such a threat coming into these duels. Cardboard Dinosaur, a chance now to play a site. Problem is, Sapphire is just so far out. Spike in her hands, needs to use the doorway to go for the rotate. And Con is just awaiting to see what she can hear. Noise made. Sawamura though, that's danger. Elfie being very proactive, but Khan also looking to do the same. Going down to a 2v2. Nice stun there from Sapphire. And Sisu will have to play a retake.
Able to double up at least here on Mound and try to take a bit more space. The role reversal with the CT side already being hold here.
They were baited there. Graham's head peeking out. Sapphire now knows there's the cross, but Paulie good for the kill. Graham's too taking the same kind of play. And Sisu now with a handful of rounds. This defense looking good, 5-1 here.
I'm so surprised considering they are running that double duelist that they're able to get away with this much damage. Not only do they really get a lot of space, that aggression allows them to rotate pretty quickly. Unfortunately, in that round though, they do get punished at one time, but that's the kind of thing that you have to start doing when you're on that attacking side. You have to take these fights. You can't just rely on this utility because at the end of the day, they are also going to run at you. You just have to have the proper response.
Yeah, and Sisu has found answer upon answer. Cardboard Dinosaur, though, it's the same woes from their last matchup. We saw this against the team of Lilacs, from what I remember correctly from yesterday. Slow starts in the first half. They tried to find the recovery coming into the second half, but these leads, they're getting out of hand. And 5-1 right now. Sisu can just keep on piling the score here.
They really can if they keep the momentum up. They get a lot of ultimates as well, so they're not short for utility at all. Slower start, but at least they take some uncontested control here on Mound. They're forced to back away, but when they're doing this, the attackers don't gain much space in other locations. So they don't have a proper rotate because they have to kind of bunch up together.
Yeah, it's always been a group up effort here from Sisu. The utility for stall, it's solely really on Piety right now. And Cardboard Dinosaur finding a good way in here. Grahams will get the intel using the jump peaks, but Cardboard Dinosaur have a clear path to get into A site here.
Clear path indeed, and they're going to clear out tree as well. They use a bit of utility, but they're not investing as much as they need. Good frag here coming in from Grahams to delay a lot of this. Going to use the paint shells as well to cause some commotion, but that's going to buy time for the rest of Sisu to regroup with this Neon running past a lot of the shooter.
Nice angle there taken, and Grahams is not done. She finds a second. Piety also with a find onto the Gruto now, even from afar. Piety didn't use that stinger in that way. The classic's good enough anyway. And Sisu, they expect the lockdown, but they'll get a 6th round here.
They only lose Paulie in that entire trade. What a retake here coming out from Sisu. Using that lockdown as a distraction, giving the opportunity from Grahams to go for the flights and get a great shot with the paranoia. The utility as well as trading coming in from Sisu has really been shining through here on Lotus. And you can see the difference of how quickly they've been able to respond to a lot of these threats.
So I have a concern here right now for Cardboard Dinosaur. They've had 5 ultimates for quite a while, and they still have 5 ultimates right now. They just haven't found a good way to force any issues just because Sisu has been in control of this game so far.
Very in control, clearly in the driver's seat right now. 6-1 with this team on defense, just winning the pacing game if anything. And look, they take more aggressive stance, already trading 1-for-1.
Yeah, immediate here from Sisu and CBD. Those are both Sentinels gone here. And this could work out for Cardboard Dinosaur. It's a quick take towards A. They've realized they can just out-hustle Sisu if they don't find the initial Sawamura peak. And Nightfall towards the back. It doesn't get the catch that they would like to seize, though. Better versus Graham's. Prowler confirms their intentions. Graham's good at one. Elfie trades that quickly. And Elfie and Sawamura looking to find a duel, but the Neon will disengage. 3v3 now. Piety takes command. Kikuo. Another trade here happening in this bout. But Cardboard Dinosaur, they're looking to play into mini door. Paulie has the angle onto A, and Sawamura lightning fingers are a go. Another 1-for-1, but Paulie has the angle. Prowler's good. Angel's there for the answer. And Kikuo, when she needs to step up, she does so. Cardboard Dinosaur, they needed that one a second round here.
I thought it was a bit awkward position when they went to that mini door, but still they're able to climb out of the situation. 6-2 at the moment. Cardboard Dinosaur, they've been winning, or they have won the past round, but still they haven't blown as much util as I thought. Still a lot of ultimates on the board, but these early trades starting to go their way has been, or not even has been, but is the secret really for them to retake the map, because it's what had success in map 1.
It allows them at least to keep the fight going, right? And Cardboard Dinosaur, they did expend the Nightfall, but their cards have been stacked for quite a long time, and they still have 4 ultimates now to work with. What's next on the list? Rolling Thunder, it's your cue. Showstopper also used by Kikuo. Sisu, they're just gonna give up the sight from the shadows, also utilized, but the backline's overrun. Figruto's been found by Greyhounds, Piety finding Envious too. Piety on top of things! And she's walking on the tightrope, but the balance is just kept in check. Cardboard Dinosaur can't handle Sisu now. A flawless win here for the defense.
What looked like to be the rising tide of CBD has really been stopped here, but Sisu is able to put that final stoppage.
What
exactly
did we just witness, man? And look at the HP for both duelists. I think I saw Sawamura with 1 HP. Grahams had 5 HP at the end of the fight. They were blessed by the Valorant gods there. And it has just been smiles after smiles here for Sisu. They are... I mean, we said they were in control a while ago, but this just takes the cake.
Oh, no.
Nice relay bolt. Envious is an easy target. Greyhounds with the 1. Looking for a second. There she goes. Soundfire at least finding Sawamura. But you know the rest of Sisu are there ready to receive. Paulie gets a double up for home. Figruto, the Prowler, will see her. And they want to go for the knife. They want to get in there. Khan instead with the classic business end here from Sisu as they find their 8.
You can really feel the confidence brewing in this game, as even on the eco, Sisu is just not afraid to take any fight. And I gotta give a lot of props to Paulie. I feel like this is one of the few Fade games where the C's, out of all the util that the character can really have, has had the most impact. There's been 3 or 4 C's at the same spot there outside of A when you're going for the attack that has really stunted the duelist abilities coming in from CBD.
Yeah, and truthfully, right, usually you see the C's to dissuade the opposition, but Paulie has been a fisherwoman here, and she's just been getting catch after catch so far, finding whatever she can here. Same could be said for Elfie, though. She's had some good seasons too. Sawamura, though, beautiful blind courtesy of Khan, and the connections made from Sawamura. The 1-2 punch from Sisu goes for more. No combo break as Sawamura finds the 4! And Envious prevents the ace, but she can't prevent this round from going in favor of Sisu. 9-2. It has just been a quick first half here.
First half, but it feels like a whole game right now because this is such a mountain to climb here for CBD. Cardboard Dinosaur is really struggling on this attacking half, and the aggression not being able to be matched here. The utility combo as well. Honestly, the second kill there with Sawamura, because she was on the slide, even though she got pulled back, she still keeps that accuracy, which is really funny to see that it worked out that way.
Just neon things, and it's like Sisu is not playing with the Valorant timer. Instead, it's a shot clock looking to count down, and they've been getting slam dunk after slam dunk so far here. Sisu's got game, and Cardboard Dinosaur is just lost in the footwork. What can CBD do now? Look for recovery here. Perhaps around to at least make it 9-3. Aftershock use, Kiko was there trying to get in with the paint shells, but you hear it already. Overdrive online. Envious needs to be careful. Kiko though out in the open. Graham sprays them all down, and the hold on C is just so ship-shape. Sisu finds 10 to end the first half with. What a way for Sisu to do. The defense will throw it over to the panel.
That was a really long first half. That was crazy. Okay.
Yeah.
We were talking about the agent comp and seeing that neon there. You could just tell the momentum they were working on. They were there to just move as quickly as possible in that very first round to kick things off. You blinked. It was so fast. I think that's the fastest I've ever seen a first round pistol. Ever.
Yeah. I don't know if like
truly.
yeah, right.
I'm not even just talking about game changers. Like this could be VCT, a challenger, everything. It's incredible how fast they move. I mean, what was the part that you were most excited about?
I think just the whole first half. It's the reads, it's the plays, it's well, Sawamura being crazy again. But that pistol round was really just indicative of how this whole first round went. I mean, like kind of what Fluffy said, it really sets the tone, sets the pace for the whole thing, because it's them getting the reads, having the set plays or the protocols to really make it happen, because they know that all right, at least we get space. We have the relay bolt to push out, get some kills. If there's nobody there, we can continue pushing even further. And then we have, you know, several players on the other parts of the map to really play off of the information that they get. And that's how Sisu operates. They really cut through Cardboard Dinosaur like a hot knife through butter. So if they can keep this up and they pick up the pistol, this is going to end really quickly.
If that was their defense, let's find out what their attacker side is going to look like. We're going to go back to our casters for the second half. And guys, don't go away because it's going to go by really fast.
It felt like that panel was longer than some of these rounds here.
True. True that.
True that. The Vic and Vic connection. Anyway, it's 10-2 and the timer's not moving.
Nice throw yet again, panel. Back to us. Me and Daks. Map number 2, it's the same story. It looks like we have to make up some time on their own because the first half has been so quick.
Please, please, please. Tell me how you read Kikowo the first time around. Please tell the audience.
Kikowo.
Oh, no, you're lying to me. You needed me to tell you 10 minutes after how to say her name. Fluffy, this is the last time we're gonna be together, okay? This
All
is
right. This one's for you. Kick Owo.
Yo!
Okay, we good? Back
We
to the
got it!
broadcast.
We got it, chat! There you go. Posture check, everything check. Making sure everything's ready, though. But Sisu now, let's get back on topic, have been in command. And Cardboard Dinosaur, their run has been impeccable so far here in the playoffs. But right now, against old rivals, history is looking to repeat. They need this pistol round here now, Fluffy, or else they're going to be in trouble.
They are going to be in trouble because it's a mountain to climb, and so far the avalanche that Isu has been able to really bring out has just been something that they don't have the answers for, and seeing them on that defense is really scary because of how aggressive they can be. So now that they're on this attacking side, if they can bring up that same pressure, it could be that defining factor, especially if they win this pistol.
You're telling me they're only on the attacking side now?
Exactly.
After what they did in the first half, and that's the thing. Neon Rays, you know speed is gonna be key. But then again, Cardboard Dinosaur have good utility to go for the stall. The flash into peak, but Piety and Grahams get away with bloody murder! And what was that? A slide on through, but Envious playing the tripwire well. Envious with a second. At least there's something to work into here for Cardboard Dinosaur. Envious with a third, but Con finds a double of her own. 2v1, but low HP. Timing's good for Pigruto, and Pigruto wins it all at the end. Sure, she's taken down by the pain shells, but the round's already done, and Cardboard Dinosaur will get the clutch.
I mean, we're talking about speedy rounds, and that's another one for the books here, just adding up that time, and it feels like nothing at the moment, and reduced to ashes, both of these teams, but still, it is Cardboard Dinosaur that ends up on top. Just a small scuffle. I mean, this opening pick was so beautiful and so unexpected coming in from Sisu, but still, they kind of stopped the momentum there. I think they blocked the satchel due to the trip, and it all stumbled down after.
If you combine the two pistol rounds, it's probably less than half a minute. I'd love to do a time check on that one after the series. But a quick first round, Cardboard Dinosaur though still in the fight. Now they have the anti-eco, 2 Spectres, an Outlaw also to watch out for in the hands of Elfie here. But sees the target here for Sisu. They throw the smokes, the Prowler's gonna be into play into the waterways. A slower crawl, fault lines there. Kondo, big shot. She's been a demon with the Sheriff throughout the series. Pain shells also. Pigruta now has to get away from the angle. Really bolt into play. Here comes the swing, courtesy of Grahams too. Nice satchel in to get on site, and Sisu now with command of C.
Great isolation as well from their team, using that utility to push the Cypher out of place. They get the weapon upgrades for free, so they might be able to reinforce the situation as they're taking it ball away. It's a steal towards me.
Oh man! And not only that, Grahams is showing us a juggling act to remember. Gives the gun over onto Con. Holds on to the Outlaw instead since she only has 2 HP, but Sisu, even the little things are what can lead into a ripple effect. And Piety trying to find one of her own, crashes into one. Kiko will fall to the classic. Envious gets a trade, but that's also the Paranoia Bird. And you know who wants to do it next? It's Polly right behind all of this action. Smokes there, but Polly's just lying in wait. Con already with a shot on the Sapphire. And can you even believe this? Sisu will take their eco and look to go for for their 11th round. What a way to win for Sisu now.
It felt almost impossible. I mean, finally you see there's some hope here for Cardboard Dinosaur. They're able to get that opening pistol. That, you know, it was kind of close, but they still got it. But even with these rifles and the other advantages, that Outlaw proving to be for the enemy at the end of it, because those opening sheriff shots coming in from Kon just rewarding her with that ability to play that later game.
And just the hustle from Sisu is unmatched so far. Confidence is key. And Grahams, she didn't get the ace in the first map. Right now, she's playing like an ace player. And just though, big shot onto Kon. And just with the second, Sawamura though. The spray transfer is good. The shot on the Sapphire, even better. 3 fall to her hand. And well, now as the dust settles, Sisu can take an ace site.
All these players on Sisu just playing out of their mind. She's able to find 3. She's maybe looking for the ace here, but the discipline surely has to come through. They spot one up, but she still keeps herself alive herself.
She can't be too tempted though for the highlight. She only has 17 HP, and that could be a gun going the way of Cardboard Dinosaur. But instead, Paulie now taking point. Guardian in hand, sees the target towards drop. Elfie now in trouble. Stundo avoided. Instead, it's Pedruto who wants to get in there, slide in just to die. Elfie at least tracking that shot well. This timer is on the side of Sisu. The Prowler even better. Classic in hand. And there's just no energy left for Elfie there. Paulie with the final kill of the round. And this is series point for Sisu now.
Such a quick game so far. It felt like we just had the half swap, but suddenly the game might just be over on this one. But look at this impressive play by Sawamura, just able to find the triple here and keep herself alive as well.
Last player standing.
Sisu, what else can we say? They're looking to be the better team right now. On point with the shots, on point with the aim. And while Cardboard Dinosaur have been winning a few duels here and there, it just hasn't translated into the round wins that they would like. A last chance here for Cardboard Dinosaur. A bonus for Sisu, but this bonus will lead to victory if they take it.
Might be possible. They have the neural theft as well to work with. Get a bit more info, then get some early picks. But Sisu's not giving them any good opportunities here, just using a lot of the utility to push through.
Yeah, the bonus was taken rather, and now... Or actually, no. Just the... In terms of how this game has gone, Sisu, they just keep up with the pressure. And with it now from the shadows, the play to get the intel. At least Cardboard Dinosaur have guns to work with. Elfie, look for any kind of way, and Prowler's gonna be there to look to suss out what's going on to the side. This tripwire though is spotted by Sawamura. A small chance made there by Cardboard Dinosaur, courtesy of the fault line. Sisu instead move into B, but Graham's just completely in command. What a shot from Grahams to begin with, and over onto A. Sisu, great calls on the rotate.
The rotate's amazing. They pull the pressure towards C, they break the trips, they kind of fake towards B, but now they hit A for free. Great position that they can set up here with 30 seconds on the clock. Clearly they got a good plan, and they can play the post pretty decently.
Yeah, they have everything they would like and more, and including the Nightfall on that. Darkness will descend on Cardboard Dinosaur. The lid looking to be closed on this Dinosaur already. As Sisu, what you see is what you will get. They move on to the next round in the lower bracket and eliminate Cardboard Dinosaur here in this tournament.
What a game. So speedy, in fact, that I was just so surprised that it didn't even feel like they swapped sides, because that attack, the whole game, regardless if they're on the defense for Sisu, was just amazing.
Yeah, it was just so high octane all throughout that second map, and Sisu looked to keep history going. Another series against Cardboard Dinosaur and another 2-0 to their name. There's a big reason why they made it to our top 4 spots back in split number 1. But we're gonna throw it over to the panel. But wait, we have a gift for Victoria. Here you go. Catch this one.
Oh, whoa!
Thanks!
Hey!
Oh, that was really nice. You were just as fast as Sawamura on that neon. That was so fast. That was crazy fast. Thank you, thank you. Tacti Bunny here. So, that was crazy. That was fast. Lotus going by really fast. What I really liked what Sisu did was they did not give you a second to think. And that was definitely a large part of the game plan there. Obviously a lot of confidence there, but you can't hesitate for a moment, because what ends up happening is they were so good at flanking, just like on Haven. Half their team is split up and they're just gonna sandwich you. You stall for a moment.
Right, you cannot afford to let your engine stall for even a moment. I am still like trying to catch up to think about who is on top in terms of the stats. I guess right now it's going to be Grams, but still, the way this whole match plays out, you got all of these crazy moments where, yes, Sisu totally dominated the first half, where they're just pushing out so many of these parts of the map, even on their defensive side. But once you go onto attack, CBD picked up the pistol. I think that was something that, you know, is worth mentioning, that they managed to fight fire for a little second. Maybe Pegrudo goes down to the paint shells at the end, but she still managed to get that shot, just saving a round for her team. The craziest thing is just the round after that, because Sisu finds some impressive shots. They always have to push and pull away. They rotate over after creating a little bit of pressure, and there was an outlaw on the floor, which was juggled all the way from C site to B, which ultimately landed Sisu the extra firepower that they needed just to secure their post-plant setups. And with that momentum on their side, they had guns for the next rounds. Everything just ends afterwards, Vic. Like that was it.
Yep, that was
I
certainly
can't believe it.
It is crazy, you know, because look, you did predict for Sisu win, and yes, historically, yeah, they were looking slightly stronger, but I want to say, like, Cardboard Dinosaurs are any sort of pushover at all. I think they just had their game plan ready. They were just really confident. And you know what, Cardboard Dinosaur, I think if they knew, if they were a little bit more prepared in terms of expecting what Sisu was going to do, maybe they could have had a better game plan in terms of slowing them down. But it's really tough to stop them. Saramura, like nothing from the Zephyr traps, the breach, any of the stuns, none of it was catching them.
None. It's just so unfortunate. I mean, really, like, you have your own game plan, but Sisu had their own game plan as well, which was just to push out I mean, look at this heat map. It's actually kind of spread out all over. You don't have a single spot. I mean, maybe a little bit more towards the C site and A rubble kind of areas, but
you know what's weird? Yeah, rubble and spawn.
Yeah, spawn.
Crazy. This is not normal.
Spawn. Oh my god. 14 first kills came from Sisu. Wait, I gotta see if, like, you know, a lot of those first kills definitely came from Sawamura. I guess Grams as well, but that's the power that they have. This double duelist. They were running it. They were running all over the map. And just Cardboard Dinosaur couldn't even get out of spawn.
Yeah. I mean, that's how neons should be used, and I think Sisu just was excellent, you know, pulling it off. Of course, our MVP is Grams today, but I think the whole team just performed excellently.
I gotta agree, because it's yes, Grams had the sharpshooting capabilities, definitely alongside her teammates. I think especially on this map, she had the combination alongside Polly with the C's, kind of like what Fluffy mentioned during the cast as well. That fade, throwing in all these bits of utility, allowed them to kind of control this rubble area with the Raze. But it's also just everyone else, right? Because we always have Sawamura doing crazy things. You have the support from Heidi, and then you also have just Polly giving us those good calls. I think that's a very big underrated factor for Sisu right now. Is she has those calls, she has the read, she knows exactly where to set up, when to set it up, just based off what she gains from the previous rounds.
Yeah, I think, you know, I think what I'm going to be really interested in seeing is how this team is going to be moving forward through the brackets here as we inch closer. We only got 2 days left before we find out. But now we are going to have our interview with our IGL. Oh, no, we're not. That was oh, we are. Okay. So prepare for an interview.
They're so
now.
fast that you want to jump straight into interview as well.
I mean, I'm very excited for this team right now. Hello.
Hello.
And congratulations.
Hello.
That was really, really fast. Did you intend for that map to go that quickly?
No, actually no. But in game situation, it really, like, I don't know. They play really well also, like all of us, so that's why.
Okay, that's great. You know, you came into this team as the IGL. I mean, do you guys I assume you guys are calming in English. Like, how did it feel coming in to this new squad? And what were some of the things that you're focusing on mostly as the main leader?
One thing I focus mostly is about their gameplay because they have own individual skill and I just adapt it with their style. Like, okay, if they like to pick, then I'm gonna pick with them like that, and I just add some basic for them and make them play more like as a team play and add some strat for them. And about the English, I think they are kind of like group of person that understand me, like because of my English is not that good, but they try to understand me and they listen to me when I try to explain things. Yeah, so that kind of easy for me to play with them.
Well, I mean, when you're moving that quickly on both maps, frankly speaking, I guess you guys are definitely, the language barrier is no barrier, I think. I do want to ask also, going into further into this tournament now, which team are you most looking forward to facing up against, especially the two qualified teams, and what are your expectations?
Actually, we are, how to say, I look at the enemy at the same level because we cannot underestimate them. So we will do our best in every map. But of course, our goal is looking for champion. But it's not just about champion team that we have to be more careful them. We need to careful every team. Like we can lose anytime.
That's right. That's right. Well, thank you so much, Polly, and congratulations again. And I guess we're going to see more of you this weekend. So thank you.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye.
ขอบคุณครับ
Oh, flexing that tie.
Love it, love it.
Hey.
What's
But
going on?
I like her answer there. You know, I think never underestimate your opponents.
Yes.
It's just so important.
She sounds media trained. She sounds really professional.
Yeah, I don't think she's media trained. I think she's just got the word. She's the IGL. She's the caller. She's calming. I mean, I think she's even underestimating her own ability to speak English, actually, because clearly her team understands her.
Really modest. Actually,
it could even be like, go kill, and they did it. So, yeah.
I really love the answer that she gave about how she just, you know, her teammates have their own tendencies and she just adapts to that. She plays alongside that, enables them. She actually had the highest first kills on Haven. That's the thing that really struck me.
Yeah. It's almost like a war, right? You know, or when you're going in as the leader, you're the first one to go into battle. And I really like it. With that, we are going to go on a break before we go into match 2 of today. Again, this is lowers. This is elimination day. We're going to find out who's going to be moving forward. So don't go away, guys. Get those snacks ready for match 2.
Visions in my head of this, you don't know the half of it. I got dreams of looking up, highs I can get, but nothing feels like how it feels to know these things I don't know yet. The weight of everything, and everything's just thread. Sometimes I'm trapped inside and I don't know what I'm gonna do. But to take on the world is the only thing that we know how to do. I've got dreams of finding out what all of this is for. It's you and me.
Hello and welcome back to Valorant Game Changers SEA Stage 2. This year, the format's different and we're already coming to inching closer towards the end of the regular season before we go to Game Changers playoffs. Game Changers Pacific. Now, today is Elimination Day. We saw one team get eliminated in probably one of the fastest Lotus matches we've ever seen in Game Changers, including one of the fastest pistol rounds on Lotus I think we've seen ever.
Feels like it.
Yeah, that was incredible. I think we were very entertained by the whole thing. I think it was a really strong way for Sisu to move on through the brackets looking like this. Again, they got third place last time, and maybe they can shoot for that first place. And there is a prize pool after all, and we all like money.
Yeah. We do.
Wait, there's just not enough in it sometimes in esports. You know what I mean, guys? But we love what we do, and which is why we're here. So
the players need it. Yes.
Yes. Jokes aside, though, I think we're seeing a lot of amazing players coming through SEA this year, and we were going to have 3 teams representing us over in Pacific, which is happening in Thailand.
That's right. And speaking of Thailand, we have players from Thailand in this upcoming match.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that's right. We've got Invincible facing up against For Fun today. Invincible is that Thai team, and For Fun is mostly Filipino team. I think there's one Singaporean player on it as well. For Fun is a little bit unusual. It's no IGL team. We've heard of teams who run like this, and they do pretty good.
Yeah, they can, especially if they are able to have that hive mind sort of mentality. I don't know if For Fun is going to operate like that, but they did have a 13-0 yesterday, so who knows?
Maybe they do operate
really
like that.
Fast. Maybe.
So Invincible a lot of their players have been around in Game Changers for a while as well. 2 of the players are formerly with Money First, and this team has made it to playoffs before as well. So let's have a little look here.
That's right. I think, to me, this team is the new Thai super team in a way, because they have all these Thai talents from all around, but then also having the veterans from Money First come in and provide them that additional support. And also, they just have some players who really stand out with their mechanical skill. And with that, I think, they're a team that you really want to watch out for, because I fully believe that they are one of those who can very much so contend for that top 3 spot in Game Changers Pacific. Of course, they also want to play for their homeland, right?
I love Invincible's team photo profile lineup. It looks like the photo booths in Korea.
Oh.
It's just really fun, really nice photos. And of course, For Fun, we were, just touching upon them earlier. The no IGL team, they got 9th place in stage 1 during the Swiss stage, and they were actually really, really close to making it to playoffs as well in stage 1. They actually lost to Invincible before too. So today, I'm sure it's a little bit of a revenge map, and I'm looking forward to seeing how fun they're going to be today. And here's our head-to-head with Angela Faye and Tuya.
Love. That's the singer from Iceland. But yeah.
I am just doing a fluffy thing right now.
No idea.
Just gonna make up my own pronunciation of things.
I love hearing them in the background.
It's a Vic thing.
Yes, it is. It's a Vic thing. You got Vic, and then you've got Fluffy, whose name is Vic. But yeah, these 2 players really, really stand out just because of, yes, they played that duelist role, but also how much they provide with that with the performance that they have. To me, Angela, we'll just call her Angela, she really has one of the sharpest aim out of a lot of the players that we have in Game Changers Southeast Asia right now. Well, watching her go up against Sipto a few days ago, she really stood out with how much she provided to her team, how she kept them in some of these rounds. But Tuya, on the other hand, sometimes swaps over to different roles, like controllers and whatnot.
Yes, that's right. And again, we were talking about duelists earlier, and basically how important it is for them to be able to be very flexible. Now we're looking at KitKat here. We got our key players to watch, and she is definitely one of them.
Yes. So Tuya typically plays the initiators for Invincible. Sometimes it's going to be the Sky. Sometimes it's going to be some other initiator, maybe like a KO or whatnot. But also just maybe a Viper when she played against Sito Esports. So having that ability to kind of support Angela is the main thing that you want to look at, because when they work together as a tandem, it's really something that their opponents are going to have a tough time working against, because you're not quite sure what to expect when they're playing together that well, setting up for each other that well. You need to be able to react, or at least to read and have some game plans for these plays. Meanwhile, for Aisling, I think she's one of the more experienced players for Fun. A lot of them come from a lot of the different rosters all throughout Game Changers, especially throughout the Philippines. But Aisling, having been in teams such as the Hero KDA, they have made deeper runs in Game Changers Southeast Asia before, so she is kind of like lending that experience to the team, I think.
Yeah, that's right. I think experience goes a long, long way when it comes to competitive Valorant. There's a lot of situations that a team will be put in, and I think having experienced players on your team to kind of just, even if you're not the IGL, to be able to hold your hand and, you know, move together as a team. I think it's just so important to kind of have that voice there. Now we're looking at some of the stats of these two teams, and looking at Invincible up first here. I don't know if we're going to be seeing a Haven today, but well, what do you make of this?
I think
Ascent and Sunset is the way to go.
Well, Ascent, I could see that. Sunset perhaps as well, but I think we shouldn't pay too much attention to any of the numbers on this map right now, because it mostly comes from the playoffs runs that they've had, and so far it hasn't been the best given the opponents that they've had to play against. So that explains some of those zeros that we're seeing on the screen. But Ascent and Sunset is definitely a map that they are able to play on, or at least duke it out against other teams throughout this entire, Game Changers tournament.
Yeah, in general, those two maps are kind of those maps, right? I think it's just the oldest maps in the map pool.
Yes.
And we've just seen teams really evolve in terms of how they play out those maps. Even if the Asian comps don't change very much, how they play it has changed immensely. For Fun as well, I think we can apply the same logic here. Some of these stats, I think they're interesting to note, but I don't think it'll necessarily determine the outcome of this elimination match today.
But if anything, I think it does show that there is a bit of that overlap, just because Ascent is something that both teams are comfortable with. So depending on how they go with their map vetoes, I feel like Ascent could possibly be in there, but they definitely want something that their opponents aren't prepared for as well. So, if you are going to take that win, they really need to play this out properly.
All right, well, we are going to find out what they're going to play. Oh, well, just speaking of, this is going to be
right into
similar in terms of the first match of today. Both of these teams are shown to be very capable on Ascent, and this is how we're going to kick it off. But we are going to get a bind and an icebox, which is nice. I enjoy seeing these teams play on bind.
I'm a little bit curious about the icebox, but again, that's only if we go to that third map. I mean, bind, yes, is definitely something that I think both teams are capable of playing on, but for Invincible at the very least, just because they played this against Zito Esports already, forcing Zito Esports to go to a 13-9 is a very big statement in it of its own. Even if they lost that map, shows that they really know how to challenge their opponents, and that's why I think for Fun they're actually they have their work cut out for them on this one. They really need to be able to win out on both of these maps if they are to take this series.
Well, yes. So what's your prediction then? It sounds like
clearly
you're leaning a certain way.
Yeah, well,
would you like to say it formally to make it official so people can clip it?
I predict Invincible GC to win this series, and I hereby approve this message.
All right.
Thumbs up.
My prediction is going to go for fun because I like fun.
Okay.
And I like to predict against Quack. And the last reason is because Terror used to play on occasion on for fun. So, yeah, caster power.
That's always interesting.
I mean, that said, there's no favoritism here. Really, it can go either way. But yes, once again, Quack chooses data and science to determine his predictions, and that's fair. That's probably the correct way to do a prediction.
Haven't always done that, but here we go.
Ooh, all right, here we go. And for fun, it's definitely gonna have fun with the purple agents.
Yeah, both Clove and Reyna. So that's gonna be pretty aggressive. We have seen certain teams play this style of composition before, but again, it really comes down to how you play it against your opponents, right? Because if you're going aggressive, you need to be able to make sure that you're landing your shots, you're able to kind of control and temper yourself and play alongside the Clove in the middle. Especially when you're on the attacking side, being able to read how your opponents have themselves set up is very, very crucial on a map like Ascent. This is, something where both teams have played against each other before, and then the last time, Invincible won 13-7. So I hope things maybe go a little bit differently this time.
Yes, we definitely do want to see it be more competitive here. Okay, all right, so Ascent is going to be the first destination of this match, too. We're going to go over to our casters. Thanks again for the Tacti Bunny, Daks, and Fluffy, who's his duo for today.
I'm never getting that Tacti Bunny back, am I?
No, I don't think so. That's gone.
Oh, well, she can bring it to Korea for next season. In any case, guys, we got the data, we got the fun, and of course, we got Invincible versus For Fun. Second series of the day, still the eliminations. If you lose, you're out. If you're in, you still have a chance to make it to Thailand. And the winner of this series, of course, will be facing off against our previous winners from a while ago. First things first, though, I'm Daks here with Fluffy02 yet again, and it's been looking very interesting here, Fluff, just because you have For Fun, you have Invincible, two teams that did face off also back in the group stage, and it was Invincible taking the series with the same first two maps, by the way, 2-0.
I mean, that's surely a good sight, especially moving into this after you saw those maps. So it's good fortunes, I think, going to the team as they move forward for this game. Looking at, I think we got the agents already, and it's going to be fairly standard. It's Ascent, so, we've seen that many times in the past. And a team like For Fun, I feel like, could also leverage that quite a bit.
You said fairly standard, but that only applies to one half of these teams, right? You have, of course, Invincible playing your standard Sova KO bout. Sure, okay, you know what to do with a double in, you get the intel, yada, yada, yada. But then on the other hand, For Fun is looking very interesting. Jet, Reyna, Clove. Some people would say it's a rank-based composition. Some people would say just go kill. And that was the play versus Avernus. And we remember how that ended. It was 13-0.
Yeah, such a strong showing. There's literally a perfect score with that one. The aggression that you can get from a composition like that, instead of having that info gathering type of play style, at least doesn't give you much flexibility. But if you're all into that strat, it is a lot of overheals to work with. It can really push through a lot of these sites, which is sometimes very hard to break through here in Ascent.
Yeah, and what's interesting also, For Fun, they were able to unleash Chloe yesterday in the Avernus matchup, but today we're gonna have Shinobu back into the roster. And I do wonder if the same adjustments that they did against Avernus will apply with the starting five of For Fun back in the rotation. But on the other hand, if we're looking at chemistry, right, Invincible has to be the team that has so much tenure. I remember from way back when it was the team called Neons, before that it was Basis 6 or something like that, BSX, that these guys basically were able to play with one another, have a deep run, especially back in the LCQ, and they were making those kind of waves. But right now, as Quack has mentioned, they might be the Thai team to beat. They have, of course, some veterans in the roster right now. You have Angela and Felche, courtesy of that Money First roster from last time around, and they've been a good powerhouse, especially when they showed that they could stand pretty good against Sipto, especially on that bind map that we'll get later on.
Yeah, I mean, the score might say 0-2, but they do make the rounds pretty close. If you look at the overall arc of them this stage 2, that's the only team that they really fell through. So every other match, it's been pretty smooth sailing for Invincible, which does add up to the name. For fun, like you mentioned, the Ascent 13-0, but before that, they did kind of struggle running the similar composition against Sisu, which we saw just a while ago. So hopefully those adjustments that they've made up for Avernus can really keep going as they move on to Ascent with this one.
Yeah, and quick little shout out again to For Fun. They have a soft spot in the hearts here, honestly, just because our good friend Taylor, who you'll see tomorrow, was on that roster. And we remember, right, before our broadcast, you'll be like, guys, wait, I still got map 3 to play for Game Changers. The dedication to play and cast, and now to go back to the cast, of course. And there is a chance for her to basically cast her former team if they take this series. But as Mr. Quack always mentions, always believes in the stats. And the stats don't lie, it's not as pretty for Fun just because of that 2-0 before. I do wonder though, who's gonna really stand toe-to-toe against Invincible right now. And I'm looking, of course, at the Jet Reyna to do the work here for the side of For Fun, and especially when we see Ivory and Tuya, some very tenured players on this roster.
I mean, Tuya especially is very explosive at times, and we know her for a bunch of other things as well, and she's really good as a good, I think, mid-round caller in a lot of times that I've actually seen her play. And looking back at the Invincible squad as well, you already mentioned like Felche as well as Angela, but the other players also have stood up, I think, for at least the earlier part of this. It's really that Sipto game that's the only bump in the road.
I mean, it's Sipto. What do you expect?
Exactly.
And they're already waiting to see who is going to be looking to face off against them. If they do take down Boba tomorrow, there is always a chance for Boba to get their revenge. It's always exciting, but truthfully, right, we look at the 2 out of 3 slots that we have here for SEA right now, and it was expected. Our first and second seeds coming in from split number 1, they're already there in the upper bracket finals looking to do battle tomorrow. But here in the lower bracket, we're trying to separate the wheat from the chaff, right? Who is going to be able to still stay on for tomorrow? And especially the fact that if you win here today right now, you still have a chance. Sisu is awaiting whoever will win the series right now to see who will face off against them in effectively what is the Thailand qualifying match for C slot number 3.
Exactly. I mean, the panel had their own predictions, but if I were to choose, I think I'd have to predict a bit for Invincible as For Fun, although I think they are not just playing for fun, but they also have, at least statistically on Ascent, a slightly lower win rate overall, at least for this stage 2. You can really see the dominance so far with Invincible really going the distance in majority of their games. It is a testament also to the composition, which is very standard for a lot of what we see here. So the experimental nature of For Fun has to be the big question that Invincible has to answer.
Yeah, and the game, of course, it's not just fun in games. Of course, it is for that final slot. It is still a possibility for Fun as well as Invincible. But guys, we're gonna get that game to you after this break. Hey, the game's ready. Now you're speaking my language. We're almost about to get set into our first map. And Fluffy, pop quiz, what's the first map?
First map is Ascent.
Ding, 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 you're absolutely right. I hear whispers of different languages right now, but of course the only language we're speaking is some incredible Valorant here in Game Changers SEA. And what else can we expect, of course, with the upcoming bout? Invincible GC versus 4Fun, rematch from the group stages, and we're getting set to get underway with this series. But of course, though, we saw a while ago in the Agent Select, right? It's a pretty wild comp here for 4Fun. Double duelist at the Clove, that's 2.5 there, looking to go for a push basically.
Honestly, this whole day has been pretty spicy in terms of roles and compositions, with all the teams swapping things up. But this is not the first time that 4Fun has played this, like we mentioned a bit earlier, and they do have a bit of practice with this composition. If they can get that ball rolling early, that could start a landslide effect if they keep pushing throughout the rest of the rounds. Them being on attack as well, it's going to help them out. Here, postured for the A side.
Yeah, the flood from 4Fun is what we're looking at for many of these attacking rounds. So getting set underway, Invincible GC, though everything should be ship-shape though for Invincible, right? You're playing the Ascent comp, you're starting off on the defense. If they win this pistol, it's a good way to lead the rest of the half. Ivory, though, on the other hand, will await the Owl Drone. Nice paranoia here, courtesy of Rosie. Stalling the initial push. Shinobu wins the fight back in mid. Rosie's flash is good, runs out of bullets. It's a 2 for 2. Iceling finds a double of her own. And 4Fun now look to push into A.
Oh, that was devastating. They had a great pop flash as well coming in from KitKat, but still, they're able to win out the fight 3v2 right now. They get the plant down. That's going to be great momentum.
Oh! Where did that come from? But in the end, 4Fun handles any surprise, and they'll take the pistol round here. Good start here for 4Fun, and we're looking at them. Double duelists. You play the Clove, might as well get the rounds through executes here on the attack.
It's really surprising to see the speed of which these rounds are going by, and it feels like, look at this replay, right? They have the paranoia set up into the flashpoint. It's really good, but the overextension here just punishes the positioning, and the collapse coming in from this attack seals the deal for round number 1.
And we've seen for 4Fun, they have some sharp shooters on their side, very accurate, especially now we see here from Ivory and Tuya moving into the next round. And double Spectres, even better on the anti-eco. Aldrin, of course, what will lead the charge here for 4Fun? Fragment now gone. There you also have the medal, and while Scan's good on the Ivory, she'll still get KitKat. Angela, though, finds a double of her own, but goes, and now it's Chaos onto the A side yet again. Rosie holding towards ice, and it's still at least Invincible trying to get the ball rolling. Invincible with 3, courtesy of the Jet, but Tuya, a last stand down in hell. The Devar giving her 86 HP to work with. The Pico now, though, here's the reload. Gets a shot on the Felcha there. 1v1 now. Angela has been sublime throughout the round, but she'll reel it back. Spectre in hand, makes the noise, tries to fake things out, and Angela, even in the smoke, she wins it. A thrifty here for Invincible.
What a round there to win what was such a perfect buy here from 4Fun. Invincible really proving to be the tail right now with a raid boss in the end.
Angela, where did we even see that? Just an incredible performance throughout the playoffs so far. Our panel mentioned it, especially in that Sipto game. She was one to stand toe-to-toe against Sipto Esports, winning some clutch 1v1s too to help out Invincible make their case. And right now, it's even more evidence for the defense. Rifles out. Is he the only one with the Spectre? 4Fun will look to rely on Sheriffs now.
Such an awkward buy as well, with the Sheriffs coming in to play this early. It might force a double save here if they lose so many members. A great flash again, but this time punished by 4Fun.
Oh, but KitKat again. The second gunner in. Now the flash is there. No extension this time. KitKat ready for the duel. Angel 2 cover from Generator. And with that power, it's Invincible looking to find even more of a spark. A quick little pick-me-up. Shinobu still in the fight. Felcher watching out from the window too. A small lurk from Sheena. Maybe a chance to crawl in here, Fluff, but Izzy, she's ready for the angle. Shinobu stuck here at line. There you go with confirmation. If Shinobu peeks any of these guns, she's dead. And it's 1v3 looking sound for Invincible to take.
It's a checkmate position right now. I don't think there's a way out of this safely. The overheal is clearly gone, and they already have the angle. It's a quick tap, and Velcher does secure the round. 2-1 right now. Invincible, they start out slow, but they've been taking every round so far. So these small adjustments really need to start paying off as they move on to another buy round for the opponent.
And you can see immediately after that pistol flub, I dare say, it's been better utility courtesy of KitKat. The swings are even more well-timed. And discipline is what will win Invincible this game, right? We're facing off against Jet, Reyna, and Clove. They're forced to really barrel down and look to find picks around the site. Might as well look to get the advantage with Rosie and Felche finding flashes when they can.
Speaking of flashes, the setup this time around not going to be there with the KO as well as Omen. That means aggressive space available for Ivory if she chooses to just exit the smoke. No dash available though, so it's going to be a bit unsafe. They're finally going to push through it, but early shot contact.
That Lear going all the way towards Wine, and with it, Rosie just had the clearest sightline for easy contact. For fun, swinging into those reticles, and with it now, that's the Jet gone. They're going to need to make space elsewhere. Sheena, the one they're looking at to try and find the pick in this lurk. But Izzy's angle is good. The turret for contact here in the corner now. Looking to go for a one and done. Nice pick already onto Sheena. Another one bites the dust as Tuya falls. And who's next? Icing eventually with the clear, but the numbers in favor of Invincible again.
Great scan as well to confirm the last two positions. That's going to give them a lot more info for where to lurk. They're going to pull some rotations for the defense and maybe group up towards the mid side. But this is a good heads up, quick rotate. No hesitation to maybe bolt towards A. That's going to give them a lot more space. But they slowly slow down into a crawl. They have to clear the advanced parts of A since they could have crept up for the defense. And that might be time that they do not have. The 20 seconds might just be a save, yeah.
Yeah, when you're staying with 20 seconds left over at spawn, that's the round done and dusted. And Invincible GC, many are saying that they're going to be that new type powerhouse here within the Game Changer specific system. And there is a chance for them to make it all the way to play in their home country. Still though, 3-1 right now here for Invincible. And so far so good. The utility's been sound, the position's even better.
Position even better as well. Like we mentioned, there's that first round fumble, but so far Invincible have been very stalwart for the way that they're defending this map. The explosive firepower that's available to the opposing agent composition hasn't just been used because they are taking a lot of these solo fights and getting punished for it. Like there's no reason why Izzy should be able to get that without some util to be cleared, especially when you're on your buy round.
Yeah, it's just Invincible playing sound so far for fun. We'll see what else they can do. They're gonna force up though. Half armor on 4 of them. Guardians also in hand. And this time around, I'd love to see if it's Shinobu the one to play the entry. She has the not dead yet. A second life to go for an extra bit of a push. Ivory though, looking to lead the charge here towards B main. Knives there. Gets a suppress, and that's big intel here. No dash here for Ivory for now.
No dash indeed, and Felcher already has the angle. If they choose to go off this B site, they have the great scan. Not going to be broken instantly. That confirms 3.
Invincible knows exactly what's going on. A potential duel towards mid, almost seeing each other between Sheena and Angela. But in any case, dark covers there. Now we pop the Empress as Tuya wants to find a pick and just go for the dismiss outs. The recon vault yet again. The intel there, courtesy of Felche. Just with the Allo jump, perhaps. For fun, though. Moving their way into the cubby. Angela, the one ready to greet them. And for fun, they want to explode here from the cubby onto the sites. This is their chance, but Ivory contact. Cloud burst there. Yet again, Angela might have the handle. Metal, though, forcing her back. Now the flood comes on in from shorts. And Rosie's the one to watch out for here by Jen. She goes for the spray. Ivory, though, good clear with a double. Angela still, as the doorway closes, it's Angela who finds the opportunity. There's still a chance here for fun, though, as they're on sites.
Shinobu, though, also is on the ultimate. She has to find a way to get a kill here and reset that, but it's gone.
Yeah, she's not gonna find anyone to fight Invincible. Wisely waiting out the Clove's timer. And Felche and the rest look to go for the retake. Sheena has the position towards A main. There's still the ruse there, stalling for time. Cloudburst now as Angela wants to get into the site yet again. Sheena, angle here. Tuya, big pick onto Angela now. You go to a 2v2. Izzy wants to clear down Hell. There you go with Felcher finding that target. And Sheena's the only one still standing. Recon though still getting the scan anyway. It's been a weakness here for fun, but Sheena wants to show some strength. Look for the shots. Hits it there at the very end. It got close, but it's still a clutch.
Great crossfire set up there from For Fun, just being able to segment the attention from the defense and stopping that defuse from coming through. Invincible though, this time they have the blades, they have the operator, because they've built up that healthy economy. For Fun, they're around down, but it's just not adding up in terms of econ.
I mean, For Fun, at least they get this one going their way, but you still gotta be concerned for them. They've been scanned, they are known quickly here by Invincible, and if Sheena just didn't get these last 2 kills, that would have been another round for the defense. Up now out for Angelofi though.
Blade's gonna be used almost immediately here, but the aggressive stance here with the operator's gonna get shut down.
It's gone, and it's now Ivory looking toward the opening. Izzy shutting the door though. Invincible still looking to set up a barricade here towards B. And well done by Izzy. That could have gone so wrong so fast here for Invincible, but For Fun has to back away.
Has to back away, but they're still not backing far enough. Sticking ahead strong with his plan towards B. To be fair, they've burned a lot of utility here on the entry, or the fake entry, but still, 3v2 right now. It's a great time to go for the hit, but they're very worried about the time passing. Maybe some rotates that they have to calculate for, waiting on a bit of utility here, but still, good opportunity for them to go.
And Felcher in a very committed position. No way to scan that out. They do have the nano swarms though here for Sheena if they're feeling very paranoid about it. For Fun eventually. Kuya pushing in. No one clearing. Here comes Felcher now. Gets the 2. Even more so. 3 for her coming into the round. Sheena getting a double of her own. And For Fun, they eventually make their way into B. Lockdown to try and make some space at least to get this plant going.
It's a double down right now. They already fumbled on the exit, not removing that player from the committed position that you mentioned. They're gonna use some time here with this Killjoy lockdown, but they still have to go for a fight.
Sheena, she has to do it again. A 1v2 a while ago, a 1v2 in front of her now. Here in Boathouse, looking to play the corner. KitKat and Rosie, they still have flashes to work with. Even the paranoia.
Enemy remaining.
Onto the site, Rosie falls. Sheena shining brilliantly, and the quad for her as another clutch goes For Fun's way. We are tied up.
I guess all that investment was worth it at the end. We are tied up, like you said, but also great plays coming in from their Killjoy. Sheena really shining through all, but this impact frags coming in from Felcher really sealed the deal, or felt like it sealed the deal with 2 going down so early.
And Invincible, they had so much utility to work with. We've been praising them so far in these rounds, that has been the defining factor of these rounds so far. And right now, you gotta wonder here for Invincible, what else do they have coming into this defense? What else can they do against For Fun, who's heating on up? The blades out, the paranoia is there. Aggression in advance here from Invincible, and it's 3 picks for Angela, as Tuya and Iceling just don't see it coming. Ivory trying to go for the spray too. At least Invincible at the very start getting the advantage. But wait, it's KitKat now behind the double box. The peek on out, as Ivory gone. No one looking to walk away from this fight. The null command now online. Shinobu, as well as Sheena, have to respect the KO ults, and Invincible now with the spike in their hands.
They can run away with it, but still, they do force the attackers back. Probably gonna end up going for a save here because they only have that 1 Vandal, leaving Shinobu to go for a 1vx, as she does have the ability to fight and maybe buy up still even if she falls.
Yeah, Shinobu just struggling to find any kind of contact here. Invincible now looking to get back into their disciplined ways, and 3 players stacked here over onto Gelato. You also like what Izzy's doing. She's watching out from window to see if there's gonna be any kind of flank from the A side itself. But now top mid again. Bit of contact here. Sheena behind the box. A shock dart to dissuade them. And For Fun is running out of time. If they're gonna fight, they have to do it now. High-low setup though. Cleared by Sheena already. Rosie with the trade. Sheena with another. Sheena's just on fire right now. But can she get even more done? Not gonna happen, says Rosie. Invincible will keep their lead here 4-3.
I really thought that it was gonna go the way for Fun there towards the end. At least get some damage on the board, even if they can't plant. They were in such a good position, but now I guess we're gonna force into a tactical pause and just figure out what adjustments that they need.
And for fun, even though it's been quite the Tuia show, it's been a Sheena show. There's been struggles here for Tuia and Ivory to play the entry as much as they would like. Yes, we've seen some rounds where the execute into A has worked, but more often than not, it's Invincible who beats them back early on in these rounds here.
Invincible really showing their tenure with this composition, making sure that they have the info before they act. And I feel like a lot of these plays from Sheena has saved for fun at certain rounds. But when you look at it, out of these 3 rounds, they had to super clutch 2 of them. So it's only 1 round that they really won, which was the pistol. So in terms of control, it's really Invincible that has majority of the stakes with this one.
And not only that, the economy is a bit of a pittance here for fun. 3 of them will have to play eco at the very least coming into this round. And I wouldn't be surprised to see all the sheriffs just come up here for fun as we move into our 8th round here on Ascent. Yet again, though, it's still the same old story. Invincible had that 2-0 versus fun before. We're seeing a similar map pool, especially between Ascent and Bind. And what Invincible would like is for them to be able to repeat that history, right? Just like that previous series. Angela now playing into Cubby here, and well, at least you do have Sheena watching towards Link, but most of the pressure is onto B main, courtesy of Ivory.
Ivory actually taking some damage from their first shock dart, I believe, and it's gonna deter them from going to the B side. They have to take space yet again, but they also have to wait for some smokes, and they're gonna push up towards tree, which is a good position, but that is the trap where Angela's already waiting if they go too deep into it.
And Tuia wants to find a push here from Cubby. Spectre in hand, maybe an opening if they're close enough. The swing comes in, but Ivory and Tuia both are felled. Invincible looking very strong so far on this defense. Now the peek out courtesy of Angela. More contact seen. It's isolating the next target. Give her more. She wants to find even more. And with a scan out to Sheena, this just confirms already for Invincible. Everyone for fun over at the B lobby. And while Shinobu tries to fight now for her life, it's still Invincible who has the gun advantage. Range is clear. KitKat gets hers. Sheena, nice shot yet again. Contact now made. The turret dissuading her. But beyond this, Fluff, it's just Invincible in control.
Invincible really showing their namesake with this one. The control, like you mentioned, is already there. I mean, yeah, you lose a couple members here and there, but at least maybe this orb is something, but it's not even a consolation prize at this point.
Oh, I disagree with you there. At least with the orb, once she dies, the lockdown now is available. But in any case, sure, it's still not good enough for fun. Invincible are just commanding so far in this defense, and just the positions, right? The peek outs from Cubby have been a problem here for fun.
I mean, even though we can say that fun did win off a couple of clutches, the fact is that they were able to set those clutches up by doing these aggressive moves, and being that proactive could be one of the weaknesses here, because honestly, by doing nothing, just like in this eco round, it gives Invincible the opportunity to just react to a lot of things correctly, especially with that gun advantage. Now that it's kind of even Steven, you have a lot of tools. You have the 100 Sphere as well as Lockdown on Sheena to really do any of those positional plays. It could be very good for you to do something a bit more aggressive.
Well, this is the round that fun needs to win if they want the rally back. And as of now, they have 2 ultimates available to use, especially if they come into a close plan. Well, they start things off with the lockdown here. No Hunter's Fury for Felche. Invincible will have to respect it, but Felche has an angle to work with here. If she gets a good dart scan, she can spray through the smoke. A dash though from Ivory for fun now. The cleanest take we've seen so far in the game. B is wide open for them.
The problem is they don't actually punish any players on site, and Invincible do a good job to keep themselves alive, but suddenly they just burst into this. They're trying to get a frag on Tuia, but it's not going to land. He finds to find 2 through all the commotion. 3, 4.
Angela, she was spraying, but KitKat the one who was absolutely precise. Blink and you'll miss it. The retake is quick, and Invincible GC playing to their namesake. Just looking so strong so far, 6-3.
How did they allow that to happen? fun had a clean plant there. They could have positioned for any of those side takes. They already had the info with the early recon into past the smoke to CT to find 2 players. So it was an easy mark for them to just hold their positions. But somehow the quick dash when they were kind of unexpected, it really disjointed a lot of the repositioning from the attackers. And Invincible, they just clean up from there.
Yeah, just the protocol really for Invincible, especially on the retake, looking so sound right now. The game plan is good. And KitKat, huge picks to step up to keep Angelofi safe. So as of now, Invincible has everything they would like and more. Guns, money, even ultimates now online. It's a complete package here for Invincible, as Forfan has to go back to look for picks through the sheriffs.
They have to find some value, and this time they can't be very reactive. They have to start something. They get a timing past Rosie. Might be a bit awkward with this one. She's going to come out to a surprise with a player already so close.
Oh, it's going to be close contact, and Rosie's good with that one. Squia falls now. Shinobu and the rest look to make the trade, but it's no dice. And with smoke in the way, KitKat still even getting one of her own. It's Invincible. Just exploiting the fact they have better utility, they have more staying power. And you even look at the smokes, right? The Omen, not just a paranoia, but those dark covers last longer than the ruses that Shinobu has here. It's just Invincible right now, creating stopgap after stopgap against For Fun.
The biggest difference with this composition is that For Fun just can't play their game plan. They can't just burst into sight. I mean, they've tried it once with a pistol, and sure, they won the pistol, but when they tried it with the rifles, they got disjointed. So when you're left with a limited amount of options, you have to be able to do the commit very properly. Right now, they're trying to flush Izzy. Oh, she managed to find two.
The spray is good for the double, and Izzy sees them lined up for her. Shinobu with a last chance. And sure, in theory, she can use her ult here coming into the post plant, but a 1v4, unless she evens up some of these numbers, well, it's going to be very difficult. Suppressed now. Everyone knows where she is. All of Invincible have marked their target. Not even gonna bother now. 7-3 for the defense.
7-3. They secure already the first half before it even ends. And that's going to be a great confidence boost because the rest is just a bonus at this point. If they can get that 9-3, it could turn to a very quick map number 1 as Invincible look like they have no sign of stopping.
Yeah, and just besides the clutch rounds we saw from Sheena, Invincible have effectively been, well, Invincible. We've seen no weakness from them past that second round if you don't include the clutches themselves. And the defense has just been stacking up, building these angles. Just truthfully, they've been conditioning For Fun to watch out for Cubby, especially thanks to Angelofi. Up now out towards mid, but we go into B main here. Ivory with the push. They've had enough. They want to go for the hard execute. Ivory also looking for the clear, even going over towards the market staircase. But as the scan gets confirmation, Shears nearby. Izzy should know that someone can push her smoke. Null Command gonna get used instead. KitKat looking for any kind of target, while For Fun go for the plant.
They have front sight so quickly, just as the spike does get planted. They have the opportunity to use the lockdown, but Sheena's trying to look for more.
Yeah, Sheena's lurk. This can be huge. Angelofi, the one marking that target. And with it now, Sheena will fall. A flash onto the side. And it's beautiful work here from Invincible. Not dead yet. How about now? KitKat there. On point with utility. On point with aim. And that's what you can say about Invincible as a whole.
Invincible really putting everything into this. A flawless retake using the perfect amount of utility. They don't overcommit the lockdown. They just know that they have the timing. They already have market. If they burst out right now, they might be able to take front sight just as that spike went down. And all these fights are just cleanup because they are getting pincered, surrounded towards the backside.
And KitKat has just been finding angle after angle with the flash. Even my cat here enjoying Invincible's game. But truthfully, Fluff, you've been noticing it so much, right? Big flashes here from KitKat. 12 assists in this game right now.
12 assists and a lot of help for their team. Has to feel like a lot of impact. They're able to double up with the weapons as well. Just because it's the last round, might as well have a better rifle for the retake. This time they're going for the mid, and it might be a good idea to pull some pressure this way, but they're gonna run into Angela, and she's not looking at the right direction. Doesn't matter.
Ivory on point 2. And that's the thing, Ivory's such a veteran. Remember from the ANC days, from Galaxy Racer especially. Some teams we've seen in years past, but Izzy now making her only a memory there by markets. And with 2 now gone here for Fun, they lose the advantage. And they look to pivot into A. Rosie, the one holding there.
It feels like everywhere where For Fun goes, there's a crossfire or a setup just ready for them with Invincible side. They have the awareness right now they could possibly be in tree, and they reposition to take A main as well as get the info. Yes, KitKat does fall, but at least they take the space and they already have a plan for the retake before they even plan.
It's a nice pick, but they have to be careful of the clear itself. They're pinging windows at least now. For Fun are aware that there is possibility in the flank. Izzy though finding Sheena now, and this is a chance for Invincible to go for their pinch. Timing is everything, and Rosie gets the first part of it. Shinobu now to the corner. Rosie looking to find another. It's Felcher instead who confirms the kill, and Invincible will end the half 9-3 here, Fluff.
Quick half so far, but that's gonna be it for me and Daks for the first half. See you in the paddle.
All right, finally getting our Ascent with the Reyna and Clove. Some good ideas there, but you know, Quack, what is the headline coming into this very first map for this series today?
It basically is just Invincible. It's Invincible making sure that For Fun always goes into their fights with at least a numbers disadvantage. Either it's a 4v5 or a 3v5 ever since that second round. I mean, you expect For Fun to do a little bit better, especially since they picked up the pistol, but with the firepower and the positioning that Invincible has, like Daks mentioned, KitKat with her flashes really sets Angela up for a lot of these successful rounds, and they don't slow down. They just keep buying up guns, buying up the operator. Even when they try to put some interesting plays with Sheena on the flank or on the lurk, it just still isn't quite enough to take down Invincible, because everyone from Invincible is just that aware, that prepared. Falchi, she's able to hold down the choke points even with off angles on the B site, and Angela, like, she's holding inside of corners, cubbies, and it just makes For Fun spend that extra time to check, extra time to try to prepare. Even when they rush things down, even when they get the sites, there's always someone lurking around the corner just to, you know, take them down.
Well, with that, we've seen things happen with a 9-3 before. Let's see if we have a casting, blessing, or a curse. I'm gonna give this back to you, Daks.
Nah, your throw is fine. I'll get it after the game here, Vic, as we will see even more from Invincible and For Fun. But that's a question right now here, Fluff. Invincible, very convincing on the defense. Can they do the same coming into the attack?
I mean, that's going to be the big question, right? Because For Fun, they look like the composition that would have done well on the attack. So here on the defense, they have to bring even more aggression out of their composition to try to make up for the lack of information. Because Invincible, they can just play the patient game. They can go for any out rotates. Mid is a good option as well. A lot more options available to them on this pistol.
I mean, it's Ascent. It's a solved map. What do you play? You play double innie for all the intel in the world. And For Fun, they're going to have to be proactive instead to figure out where Invincible wants to go. Speaking of, mid now taken here by Angela. We've seen her be pivotal in the whole towards mid. The timing itself, though, and
there.
Angela, she's breaking the door. Tuya marking that there's noise being made, but still the lurk here. You got Izzy waiting on the other side, and Tuya and Ivory cannot decide where to go here.
They can just wait it out. The defenders have no info with this one. Combining some util to clear a couple corners here. Great use of the shock darts to push a couple players back. They tunnel into the A position. Shinobu waiting to strike here.
At least she finds some damage. Sheena instead on site though, and at the ready. It's a 1-for-1 at the end of the first contact. But with the spike planted, we go into post plants, and Angela and the rest are ready to receive. Dart now. Lob. Seems like For Fun doesn't get scanned here, but noise being made towards rafters. Invincible will know that there's going to be a hefty force from up top. A drop here from Tuya. She's looking for the leer through the wall to help out the team if possible. There's a dart also into play. Hell still held here by Invincible, but inside the smokes, it's Izzy Rosie already getting one each for the team. Shinobu, though, that's a pick-me-up. That's a fight, and Shinobu has a fighting chance now. Shinobu gets the reload going. It's 3 for Shinobu. The turret, though, it's going to be a big bane. Broken now. Izzy, the only one still standing. A single tap's enough. Aisling, though, still going for the stick. She needs to find the shot. Aisling with the hold, but it's the spike that's been let go, and Invincible will get their double-digit round there. 10 now for the attackers.
What a plan there. They had a plan to fight and hold Hell as well as Gen, but the insurance plan at the end to make sure that no one can tap that spike for long, even if they did have the smoke to maybe cover up some of their weaknesses. Invincible right now looking very strong with the double digits already at the start of this round, or half rather.
And you can always make the case too that for fun, they should be winning these pistol rounds, right? You have Reyna, you have Clove, and we saw the power of the pick-me-up there. But Invincible, once they got it to post-plant, they got the stall for so much time too with how they set up their utility. And it's been a big component of their success so far. Executes are one thing, the utility play is another. Aldrone yet again gonna be the call. Here we go with the lever being pulled. Angela brings Squia to the grave. Ivory Sheena though at least answer back, and Invincible now they're surprised by the firepower in the pockets here of For Fun. Those sheriffs hitting some nutty shots. Ivory good with hers, and Felche, she can't find a push on in, so Izzy will just go for A instead.
It's very clear and open for the plant. A couple more seconds and she'll realize that she can just plant and go for a free site. They will get the weapon upgrade though for Fun, so that's going to be really great for them. They've done a lot of damage so far, but it's still 3v2 and time is going to be ticking down for this defense.
Planted Izzy. She does play into Hell yet again. We've seen how effective this has been though for Invincible, where you play one in Hell, one towards doorway. Timing has been on their side. For Fun, on the other hand, they still got to scrounge a few guns from that initial skirmish. They have a fighting chance here. Shinobu setting up the ruses now into play. Covering A main, the drop down there. Izzy cleared by Iceling well. And For Fun will find a double courtesy of the Sova. And that's a round for them to take. So it's a little bit of the script being flipped here, Fluff. Whoever wins the pistol, they don't win the second.
Seems like there's a lot of fight for both of these teams, but I feel like For Fun is kind of leaning into that aggression a lot more now that they've realized they kind of have to double down on it. I mean, it's a nice showing that they're able to get those clean headshots to deter that B hit, but overall, it still shows a bit of their weaknesses where it does draw a lot of attention to these sites because they are lacking that info. But I feel like also that they're kind of getting baited by that philosophy because they can just play normally. They don't have to full aggro all the time.
Yes, it's just Invincible right now though, looking to play the Stingers here, and a rush down possible into A. I got very excited for this game apparently. Paranoia gonna be there. Squia alongside Ivory do need to back on out. And For Fun now, because of the suppress, they can't stay on side, but waits! Ivory, Squia, they don't care. They go for contact here instead. And Ivory, she was just cornered there, but she still fights back well. Rosie makes the classic count, but beyond that, it's all For Fun. That's a big statement for Fun that even if they're suppressed, they can still handle it.
I mean, we're talking about double downing on the aggression, and it looks like we've dialed to 11. We're just pushing with no care of their life. To be fair, even if they don't have their abilities, once that does run out, they can always go for an overheal or something. But that risky play just paying off because they're slowly climbing back into this game. It is 10-5 still. Invincible can close this out in a couple rounds. Angela going to be forced onto the judge this time around with no Blade Storm available anytime soon. The rest of the team though might have a difficulty dealing with the operator coming out of Ivory.
Well, they're hitting the shots now, and this is the chance for Fun to really rally on back. They win this one. They break the back here of Invincible. Angela also looking to just commit with the judge. The smoke's there to try to sway there, but with the lockdown, that is a safety net here for Invincible. Medal also in the way. Angelofi in trouble. 20 HP right now, tentatively. The lockdown does get the tail out to one. Nice flash though. Rosie gets Iceling, but Shinobu finds Belcher in response. Shinobu with another. She's still there. She's just finding ways to poison the opposition. Not dead yet. We go for more, but it's irrelevant now as For Fun have already won the round.
Quick round so far, and like you said a bit earlier, it's like the script has flipped and the slow climb coming in from For Fun has been quicker and quicker as the rounds are starting to add up. Now only four rounds rather separate both teams, and it's been a big deal with this aggression meter.
It's been a problem here for Invincible. They just don't expect For Fun to stay in these angles to make these kind of swings. And you can only make those plays when you're confident. The past 3 rounds has just been For Fun getting more and more of that confidence back under their belts.
Ooh, opening shot already going the way of For Fun, momentum shifting. Thankfully, it's just an eco here for Invincible, but they have to get some sort of value out of this. They can't just keep this advantage going for Fun.
And Marshall in the hands of Rosie now. Saw the Aldron scouting for information. But Twee, on the other hand, we take a page out of Angela's playbook. Cubby still where to hold. Knows now. They spot each other, actually. And Angela, the rest of Invincible, struggling to make any kind of headway. For Fun, they just have all the angles they would like. Now no one's watching into mid. And maybe Angela can find a way in. The updraft's heard. Angela. Well, she's gonna get sprayed here. Dash is prime fluff, but Invincible, if they don't get a pick here, where do they even go now?
That's the big question. Mid player already gone as well, limiting their options as they have to creep up again. But this mid has been open a lot of times for Fun, so hopefully in the buy round later on, Invincible does use that to their advantage. I'm surprised that they're able to push the operator back, especially on those earlier shots with the Sheriff. It just shows that For Fun are very scared of how the trades can happen. They don't want to lose any players, but Tuya changes the script, getting 2, maybe even 3 here.
There's no trading until the Sheriff. Nice shots from Rosie, but there's no chance as Iceling's waiting on the other side of it. 7 now for Fun. They have rallied here, Fluff, and look already 4 rounds in a row, 3 left to tie things up.
Maybe defense is the meta right now on Ascent. I mean, it's slightly favored in a lot of cases, but right now both teams using it to full effect. Able to deny a lot of those plants, and I feel like that hard commit is not working out for either of these teams. Mid play might be a good answer as they try to find a proactive solution later on for the attack, but never mind. They'll just group towards A.
Might as well go for the burst yet again. Ivory, though, still with the op, but she's not going to be in this engagement anytime soon. There's a suppress. Tuya gonna get hit by that, has to play into doorway. And for once here, no one on site for Fun. A chance now for Invincible. They're being very meticulous, though. Clearing out corners, making sure hell is empty. Tuya can't push because of the Nano Swarm. And finally, we see it. Invincible get the A site for them.
She takes so much damage as well. But a lot of ultimates available from all the sides. The Null Command could be really good to deny this retake, and Tuya won't get the ability to dismiss out of things. They have the insurance plan as well of the Hunter's Fury before this happens.
Yeah, Lear being primed. For Fun are looking for more of those openings. Null Command, though, gonna be a bother. Hunter's Fury now into play, and KitKat gets Iceling. Nice shot from Ivory, but that's still the open online. Swing comes in from the door. Ivory with the second vandal now in hand. Shinobu also catching out Rosie. Invincible here, feeling the pressure of For Fun, who's now on site, but they're playing good post plant from A main. Bloodburst, though, in the way. Ivory hits a shot with the op. Here we go again. KitKat, Izzy, what can they do? Falchia's Shock Dart does do some damage. Time running out. For Fun, can they get it? Seems like it's a no, as Invincible still find a way to clutch it.
The Shock Dart really sealing the deal off the round. I was so surprised that they used the Hunter's Fury at the same time as the Null Command. I thought you just maybe use the Null Command and then try to get some space and just use it as an insurance plan. But they do it for the damage. They lose the fight on site, but it doesn't matter because you have 2 players outside. And even though one gets spammed, this one Shock Dart just sealed the deal.
It was enough of the stall, and we've seen that yet again happen for Invincible. It happened in the pistol, right? The only 2 rounds that Invincible have won here on the attack. It did involve them getting wiped, but still stalling for time. Angelopi, a jump peek there. Very ambitious, gets away with her life. Ivory has to back away because of the suppress, and maybe Invincible can do it again here.
Have to be very careful. They use so much utility to get on the site, but again, same story. It's kind of for free. The regroup, the rally, but Tuya finds one.
Yeah, and KitKat's not getting back up this time around. Blades are out for Ivory. And For Fun just wants to make the retake count this time around. From above, it's air support. Thy name is Ivory. Izzy has to back away. The clear is even better for Fun now. A 5v1 ahead of the Killjoy. Ivory's on defuse duty. Hits onto Tuya, sure, but the round's over. For Fun finally get a retake going their way. And it is 11-8.
11-8 right now. What a comeback that is amounting here for fun. It looks like they're here to play, and it looks like that advantage is going to be kept up. They're forcing Invincible back onto another eco. This could possibly be a 9th round for them, but these retakes have been coming in so quick. They don't need the info if you give everyone on the site, and the fight just doesn't work your way. They just smoke off the chokes. No one can really go for the support, and the surround has been so difficult for the A site hits.
And hasn't that been the problem here for Invincible, right? It's all about executes. They fully commit on the site with 5, and we're rarely seeing anyone lurk to provide an extra angle for the attackers. Tweedo and the rest still confident now. They've been conditioned by the knife, sure, but more and more they're feeling confident. Angeloff, blades don't connect on the Shinobu. You think they would hit. Now the classic in hand, running out of those blades. Ivory and Shinobu get 2. It's already good for fun. That's 4 on the board. Make that 5, and it's 11-9. The flawless is given.
Man, Invincible, the armor seems to be cracking at the moment, and if you can make gods bleed, there's always hope, as For Fun's able to strike a deep wound, and it seems like this overcommittance of players from Invincible is just not the way to really go for this game. I think we're going to move on to a pause probably for the side of Invincible, as these little mid plays and mid calls should be a bit different. They have so much time during the round and they have so much more info. There's no good reason to just go for a quick play, especially because they're doing it again and again and again when they have so much room on the map to move around.
Yeah, they're getting very predictable here for Invincible GC, and this is the problem right now. For Fun have been very dynamic, and you can see that they've watched the tape, that they know they can get away with these kind of angles, these kind of picks, because this is exactly what Invincible GC did to them last time around. Some great calls here for Fun. Invincible has to find the answer and fast, just because the lead that they worked on so hard from the first half, it is crumbling at the seams here.
I mean, it's just a difference of playstyle, right? And I'm just very surprised that Invincible is still pushing that agenda. You know that the enemy composition wants to fight, so just don't fight. But they are just forcing a fight every other round, and they're fully committing, and it's just not working out for them. The overheals are too much. From 2 of the characters or the agents from For Fun, they also have so much utility during the fight as well. Not even including the fact that their jet has an operator, and Ivory's been doing so much work to just deter a lot of these hits, even with the knives.
And it's been cleaner utility for For Fun too. A while ago, you can make the case that the Leers from Tuia, a bit questionable, honestly, on the attack. Here on defense, a lot better. More pristine, good positions to use them. And Invincible now gonna change things up. A slower mid default now, as the flash comes in towards Market. Angela wants to force the issue, but there's just no way you can do that versus Ivory. A clean shot with the option. Shinobu, is she ready for this one? A jiggle? That's way too close for comfort. Shinobu now wants to go for the fight, but KitKat will back on away. Temptation here. Very close to one another, but as of now, it's Invincible pivoting to play into Cubby. Not only that, Twee is there, ready for the helping hand. Dart into play now, gets the scan onto Shinobu, who backs off safely. And right now, Invincible will get a bit of space to work with.
There's a lot of utility here on Trick to clear this corner out. They really want to get out safely, but there's already still players out on Heaven. Great recon as well as the smoke. Gonna see the spike get planted. The spam's doing the damage.
Yeah, middle thrown, but doesn't really get much. Felche, on the other hand, here at the corner. Smoke's also in the way, so Invincible looking for any opportunity to force the fights into their hands. From the shadows now, Rosie playing at the A main. We've seen Invincible love to leave one player from the archway, but those are big picks. Felche, Izzy, they already bring the advantage back here to Invincible. Dart also gonna be used. Lockdown even from Invincible. So now great. They really want this round here, Fluff, and Felche will look to confirm it. KitKat too with the helping hand, and there we go. It's map point here for Invincible.
You know, they didn't need it, but it was a great plan. They were able to use the lockdown in a very smart way to just pull the pressure. You get your Killjoy to rotate on a place behind the door, and there's no way to safely go for the defuse there. The pressure turning on for the defense to 11, and right now, Invincible starting to get that form that we saw in the first half, but honestly, there's not much room for them to move anymore as they only have 1 round to go, so it's all risk for Fun if any mistakes are made.
Yeah, you can see the concern here for Fun, but they cannot lose the confidence that has brought them this far. Ivory again. Ever since she's had the op, she has just been on point this game. And well done to get that first pick, but we've seen Invincible bounce back even after they lose Angela.
Great opening pick. Man advantage on their side. Swiftly recovered though. Tuya over peeking a little, giving an opportunity back, and that goes, and there goes their only flash on their team as well.
And this is what we're talking about, right? The concern here after ForFun gets the initial pick, when they're a little too eager, it's Invincible punishing them as they move now over onto A main. Concerns here for Shinobu, especially. Windows broken here by Iceling. ForFun want to go for a faster rotation for the retake if need be. Shinobu suppressed, detected nearby, backing away over onto door. Flash is there, courtesy of KitKat. Paranoia is also good to hit Iceling up top. Doorway now broken, the swing comes on in. Hunter's Fury is gonna be there, and Iceling actually catching out KitKat, who was sprayed down by her teammate. Spike now out in the open. Rosie is the one who needs to pick that one up. Time ticking, but Invincible still should get the spike planted.
Such an awkward position though. The defenders have Tree in a chokehold, and Iceling's the only player holding up this heaven. They're gonna pull another rotate, so both of them could make a stand for this. The Dark Cover give the opportunity to get the spike back, but the fight is gonna come in even quicker, I think.
Yeah, spike planted. Ivory, Shinobu looking to burst from door. And Invincible, how ready are they for this one? Seems like Ivory's the one who didn't get the memo. Felcher finding Ivory there. Shinobu catching out Izzy in response. It's a 2v3 though. Shinobu still ready with the not dead yet. So she can be that first contact for the rest of the team. Felcher gets the kill, sure, but look at ForFun and the trade immediate. Still in the fight. Sure, they expended the Clove ult, but it's 10 rounds now for ForFun.
But that's the thing, right? Because they have this global, they can afford to make a play like that. Apparently, they don't make it to the other round, but that's fine. You still do your job. Just the fact that you can make a lower risk fight go your way. If you lose, you get the info. If you win, then you win. So it's a win-win.
Yeah, basically, swing off my death. Tactical feeding for real.
True.
And that's the thing, right? I am the drone. I am a human drone. I'm here to go for intel, and you can see how quick ForFun played off that. Immediately on the kill feed, 2 of Invincible go down.
Yeah, and it's like you just put them in a bad position, especially when you can crossfire like this. But speaking of bad positions right now, B side not looking ship shape as they're able to run in, but Tuya gets a great spam, takes out 2 with Acing's help as well.
Yeah, Izzy falling is the big deal here, and Tuya looking to confirm the kill on the null command. Eventually, it's Rosie actually who will fall, and you think that would be KitKat disassembled first, but Invincible, they committed their KO ults to just get nothing out of that one. Low HP, Ivory with confirmation, Felche, a last stand with 6 HP, at least gets 2. But truthfully, that's not enough. The money for ForFun is so much right now, and we're 1 away from going into overtime.
Overtime, very possible right now. The comeback really coming into fruition here at the edge of this game, and it seems like only 1 Vandal is available for Invincible. They might be able to force out a couple Spectres or Bulldogs, but it's going to be so difficult when you have to deal with the operator. You have no answer for the lockdown, and you have a full buy coming in for ForFun.
Yeah, a timeout for ForFun. Looking to see how they'll play this defense one last time, perhaps. And what does Invincible even have here, Fluff? They barely have money. Felche bought a rifle and realized, oh wait, that's all I get. And you gotta wonder here for Invincible GC, what is going on their attack? You'd think that Angela could find these openings towards mid, but Ivory especially has shut her down in many of these rounds here.
That's true. Back to you.
Thank you. Okay. What else you want? No, look, my cat can only cast for a certain number of rounds, and I'll give his talent fee after this map already. Boy's hungry. Dude, it's a tri-cast here going on. It's me.
I know. For the past
Fluffy,
couple rounds.
and my cat Tori. Shout out to you, Tori. Thanks for helping.
Aww.
Yeah, Tori's done.
Okay, well, cat's out of the bag with this one, and so far this game also can go on the loose. We have to see what kind of beast gets unleashed as they're going for the attack here, and looks like they're slowing down the pace off that smoking one way.
Yeah, Invincible, they're desperate to look for some picks. Got Izzy here waiting towards top mid, then if ForFun plays is so disciplined coming into this round, then they're gonna be good. to force this OT now. Angelofi, Stinger in hand. Aldron to lead her push, and up close. It got close. But Shinobu wins the fight anyway. Good spray with the Phantom. Invincible backing away after the loss of the Jet again.
They back away so far as well. Ivory not gonna land a shot. At least she gets the info of where they could be. They have to be prepared for this B hit. But without that Jet, it's gonna be so difficult to get out of any of these chokes.
Yeah. And that's the thing. Again, Invincible looking pretty predictable right now. They lose Angela. They're immediately gonna pivot towards the other side of the map. And Sheena just not letting up with her angle. She has all the utility in the world here. Double Nanoswarm set up towards lane 2. And we'll always see Ivory keeping an eye out for mid.
30 seconds
Invincible
left.
will have to rely on the Flood to get something done.
Wow.
But this is not good for Invincible. The lockdown will buy even more time now.
It's a great heads-up use as well. They have to run into sight, and they have so many angles to check. Thankfully, they do have a Nano Swarm to slow down this a little, but there comes the Paranoia and all the other util. Just a couple spams to lead them. 10 seconds, someone has to cross.
Come on, you have to get on site to even stand a chance, but Sheena will say no. Eradication courtesy of Sheena. There's the scan into play. Spike's not even planted yet. We will go for overtime. For fun coming into that defense. They were just unrelenting.
Overtime.
What a great play as well. I respect the early Killjoy lockdown just to burn the time, just to put the pressure and not give them any more room to breathe, or at least be able to clear out things very carefully. Those small missteps that you can punish, and you can see the effectiveness. And for fun, they're immediately going for a timeout here. They are not going to waste this opportunity after climbing back so hard.
We've seen this from For Fun. That's yesterday against Avernus. They had a huge lead. Avernus came back at them, but they still won it in overtime anyway. Now it's a different story. They were the ones playing catch up, and with this timeouts, they know the woes that they had in the first half. The attacking side was the problem here for Fun, but with Ivory this sharp now, all warmed up coming into that second half there, and with 21 kills, Bluff, they might be the ones to make a play with an execute here.
I mean, their early problem was they weren't able to heat up, but now the heat retention is going to stick here. Like you mentioned, Ivory really doing well, and she's really been a big pivotal part of this with the operator. This time around, though, with the economy reset, it's an even-Steven fight here. It's all going to be up to if they're able to convert the round with a hard commit, because that was their issue. On the defense, they have a lot of ways to react and just overheal, so the pressure isn't as bad if they're getting hit from that side. But when they have to set the pace themselves, they're sacrificing a lot of themselves to get onto the side itself.
They just have to throw basically their bodies into the meat grinder, right? And that's been the thing when you run into the setup of Izzy, of Felche, of Rosie, of KitKat especially. It's been problematic for Fun. And I do like the call here. They're going to go for a 4-1 split. If Sheena can find an opening anywhere on this map, that might be the chance. Angelofi, though, back to the usual business, back at the cubby, and looking to see whoever will challenge her.
I like the start from For Fun. They go for the off-angle hold, the triangle defense outside of B. They hear the drone. That's going to be some shock darts, surely. At least they do some damage, or no damage, rather.
It's a shock duck. You throw a rubber ducky at someone.
I mean, you throw a bunny at someone.
I mean, that's true. And we have Tash Bunny on the rotation. She was here yesterday. Shout out to Tash, who woke up after how many hours of sleep.
Let's go.
In any case, let's go. Shout out to VCTPH, the villain crew. They finished the lower bracket finals. In any case, though, overtime is where it really matters. Sheena and the rest looking for a push here from Lobby. Rosie, though, gets the jiggle peek going her way, and she gets the intel now. Tuia looking to find a good angle for the Lear this time around. But this is a paranoia that they have to be fearful of. Ivory burning the dash just because of that initial blind. There's the second Lear now used here by For Fun, and Rosie in position towards Dice. KitKat, though, Angelofi, good hold here, courtesy of Invincible. And there's just no way in when you are For Fun. You knock on Invincible's door, and they just say, no way, no solicitation. It's a flawless even.
Man, honestly, I thought they had a chance there because they did burn the paranoia before going on this site. Unfortunately, they burned their own jet dash as well, and Angela was not able to really get in the site safely. And without that space taking, thinking. These Heaven players just really just raining down firepower and stopping this choke from happening, causing so many issues. That can be something that For Fun can do now in the defense as well. But I think this time Invincible is more aware of how to plan their attack. They even leave the spike in spawn, so they are playing a bit slow.
It's gonna be a slow default now. But you gotta give props to Invincible there. Not just good swings, but timing the fight right. They counted how many Leers used there by Tuia. Truthfully, their only real flash with this composition. Ivory, though, getting on top for any kind of contact. But Invincible wisely backing away from that one. And with that noise made their fluff, they're gonna pivot into B main here.
I think Ivory spotted out Invincible's Omen Rosie just moving out the way, so they should have some info for this B hit. Surely the sound's gonna tell them to in, but they're burning what little util that For Fun has, and it's a safe entry so far. Never mind.
Oh, Iceling finding Angela, and that's a start here for For Fun to work with. Invincible, though, they still need to deal with one here in both house, and the clear on Sheen is good. We go down to a 4v4. Spike planted onto default here.
No B main player. It's an easy clear here. They already have front sight. They have to wrap around. Tuia manages to find one. They dismiss forward.
Oh, another trade, but Tuia's on site and ready for action. Tuia hungry for more with the Empress now. Felche, a 1v3 ahead of her, but not against Tuia's hot hand this round. 13-13. Second overtime it is.
I guess that very early tactical pause coming in before anything even happened has just come into fruition. The plan's working out for Fun, pushing into another OT and giving them another second chance at this.
Yeah, there's still more to go for Fluff. We started the second half 9-3. We didn't expect that this game would go the distance. But truthfully right now, both teams stellar on the defense. But then you look on the other side, struggling to find any kind of opening on the attack.
I'm still surprised that both of these teams haven't really gone for a lurky or slower pace option. The only time they slow down is the wait if the other team's gonna aggress at the start. But right now, another full send and full commit towards the B side. Felcher trying to do some damage if she can.
Yeah. Oh, the scan again on point. Tuia's eye looking back at her there. But beyond that, For Fun, they tried to play with a bit of haste, but it's immediately stalled here by Invincible single smoke. Now the second Leer, Tuia, we're gonna find a better angle with this one. Now the Storm also gonna get lobbed, but Felch is still, she's not blinded. She's ready for that one. The swing on out from KitKat though, very ambitious and punished accordingly. 1 HP left for the Sova. Felch needs a helping hand and fast. A good battle connects onto Angela. They're gonna be everything, and Angelofi couldn't hit the shot. Now the clear from Iceling's clear. Sheena on the board too, and will we see finally a team win on the attacking round here? Spike's planted, a 3v1. Rosie is gonna be a thorny path ahead of her. Paranoia is there onto the site. Alarm bot spots her way. And Shinobu will confirm the round. For Fun on match points.
Switching sides.
They started from a 9-3 and now they have a chance to take it away from Invincible. What a comeback so far, and it could be very possible. Invincible, they need to take a breather for this because so far these attacking halves, like you mentioned earlier, has been so rare to convert into a success. The fact that they're able to get this first means they have that momentum, and all they have to do is the same thing on defense.
Hence, a game like this, it will affect your mental. It will make you a bit jitterish, and perhaps that's what happened there to Invincible KitKat. You could see the idea pushing through the smoke, but For Fun was ready for that one. And from that point on, it was just a cascading effect. No one to help Felche. She got cleared. No one else towards that B site. And For Fun are looking to make one of the biggest comebacks happen here in stage number 2. Will they get it this round, or will Invincible bounce back on their attacking side also?
You know, I also noticed that for Fun, when you look at the kills between the players, they're fairly similar. So really just the trades upon trades has really been helping them. I mean, you could say a similar thing about Invincible, but there is a bit of lag in certain areas. Right now, though, with this, they are forcing out the operator on OT, and For Fun, hopefully they can use this massive investment to get something out of it.
Yeah. Glass cannon approach from Ivory, but she has just been making headway with this op throughout that second half. A chance to do so yet again. Ambition towards B especially. This might work out in favor of Ivory here if anyone peeks her way. Aldron, though, is sent. Operator now exposed, and Invincible knows what is ahead of them. There's a flash into market. The clear is sound so far from Invincible, so the steps looking good. The play is sound, but now they're looking to find a way to get the execute onto B here.
They don't know that there's an operator here. It could be so difficult if they choose to jump out of lane. Recon Dart's not going to be available for them as well on the retake. They just jump down for the base, and she has to back away.
Oh, and there's the contact. Aisling does win the fight, though. And as of now, Ivory also, they knew the op was around, but that angle unexpected, as you mentioned. For fun, they're rallying here, and they're making their way to try and find the win now. Nanoswarm to flush out Tuya. Aisling, though, still on point. KitKat now making it possible. KitKat! No breaks when you're facing off against her. It's 2v2, though, and the quick rotate onto A is a good call here for Invincible.
After all that, the spike hasn't even gone down, so they're just fighting for space. Finally, they have a chance for success here, and the defenders need to scramble and figure out that they're already on the A side. They have so much time to go for any positioning here, and they have the null command as well, but they're popping it so early.
Yeah, an early null command, but with the 0 point in hand, she can use that for intel and intel alone. It will get the suppressed, though. Perfect timing, as you mentioned. Double Rafters push, courtesy of For Fun. It's Ivory and Sheena, the clutch players of this squad throughout Ascent. And with the turrets, the alarm bot, Ivory on defuse shooting. KitKat gets her third! And we're 1v1 now between Sheena and Izzy. Sheena's going for the defuse. She gets halfway. She's looking for the stick! And she gets away with it! Sheena has been clutch throughout the map, and she shines brilliantly one more time. For Fun will take it in overtime fashion, man. What a way for Fun to start off the series.
I mean, what an insane series so far. And we talked about it a bit earlier. These are comfy maps for Invincible, and they showed how strong they can be. But the moment that everything just swapped, everything just went down the drain, this attacking half for honestly either of the teams have been so difficult for them to break through the enemy defense, and whoever's been winning that more, which for some reason happens to be the very fighting comp, it's been working out as well, even on the OTs.
And during those overtimes, it went so long that my delivery from Vic has arrived in my hands. What a game, though, we saw, and what a rally from For Fun. It just looked a little, I'd say sloppy, I guess, coming into the first half For Fun. But the longer these rounds went, the more times they got to try their executes, to play that defense especially. You could see that this squad knew what to do. Ivory's operator was also a big talking point there, Fluff.
Yeah, I mean, the operator, of course, has really been slowing down the pace of the game. But that's just our thoughts. We still have the panel for more to say.
Thanks. Yeah, your cat sounded a little upset, Daks, so I thought maybe I should just give your detective bunny back. Yeah, that match went way longer than some of us expected. Some of us did think For Fun might have had a plan. So that was... and that person wasn't Quack.
Yeah.
Yes. So, yeah, it started with the 9-3. And we even talked about it, like, is this gonna be cursed? This is gonna be blessed. And For Fun turned it around, had an extremely near flawless second half when they went on the defense. And you could see that, I mean, the casters mentioned it as well, that they're just, both teams seem just much better on the defense here. And going to overtime, that moment that Invincible dropped one, you could, you know, For Fun definitely took advantage of that. And, finish off the overtime.
It's the same story, right? From the first half, just different team. I mean, compositionally, it's kind of different, but still, with the game plans, it's very similar. And just because For Fun won that second pistol, won the subsequent round after the pistol in the second half, they managed to seize that momentum, and they managed to run that thing all the way home. I mean, look at the kills that we have right now. I'm kind of impressed just because, you know, it's Ivory with the 9 first kills, but I'm pretty sure even Sheena and Tuya have their own fair share of the first kills as well. I mean, I'm very curious to see what the total first kills are for this entire map. A little bit more curious to see what the first stats are too, just because I think, okay, both in double digits, of course. Like, once it was on whichever team's playing on defense, they often go out for those aggressive duels just to really make sure that they have that numbers advantage, just to dwindle them down as they try to approach the site. Invincible, though, with their game plan in the second half, just continued to execute, continued to push into the A site so many times. And Angela often was the first one to fall, sometimes around mid, and you can see that around Pizza on the heat map right now. But other than that, yeah, so much red on this A site just because it's just Angela diving in first. Maybe her team follows suit after that, but it's always numbers at a numbers disadvantage. And players like Shinobu, Sheena, even Tuya sometimes are able to gun them down with this approach because they anticipate it so well.
Yeah, they did. And I have to say, Ivory on that operator, Quack, I think your points are really good, and it really plays well into why the operator was so successful for Ivory, especially on the defense. Ivory was just able to stop so many of their pushes. I believe a lot of the first kills might be in her hands.
Actually, yeah, I kind of forgot to mention about Ivory and the operator. That's a good point. It really does happen because of that operator as well. I mean, there's so much that For Fun are doing just to combat Invincible's kind of aggression and firepower. It's always these executes, and you just really see these players starting to come into their own, starting to really anticipate those pushes and be prepared for it. I think, you know, even if you anticipate it, if you're not prepared, if you're not able to hold your ground and shoot down your opponents, you won't be able to do that. You won't be able to anchor down the site. But players like Shinobu definitely did. That was specifically in round 16. Shinobu as the clove just hid behind the crates behind Dice on the A site, and she's just fully anticipated the push and kept jiggling back and forth behind the boxes, found her 1v1s, and then swung out for the final one. She managed to hold down and even pop the Clove ultimate just to fend off her opponents. Like, it's things like that that really give For Fun the advantage that they were sorely looking for in that first half. And then down into overtime, by the way, Vic, that was where things went a little bit crazier. It's kind of the same story, right? And Fluffy was talking about them having the compositions and them having the game plans, but sometimes Invincible just doesn't have to fight. You could play that lurk game, but they didn't do that. It just kept pushing, Vic. And then you had Sheena, who just, with 3 bullets left in her magazine, takes down Ice, or Izzy, with shots like that. I mean, Izzy had a full max. She had the spike, but with the swing out, unfortunately, with her shot, and that was the game. That was the whole thing, and that was where everything went downhill for Invincible. So that's just the story of Ascent. For Fun definitely deserved that win because they were able to, you know, hold their ground in all of these chaotic moments.
Yeah, and I mean, Fluffy mentioned it. You mentioned it with some frustration, and understandably so, how those overtime rounds really went. But you know what? That's part of the game, right? The mental fortitude going into it, not losing and not forgetting everything that you went into this game prepared with. And you can forget about that going into overtime sometimes, and you can see some of the timeouts happening, and I'm pretty sure these were some of the things that were discussed. Now we are going to be going into Bind for our second map, and I believe we'll be going on a short break, so don't go away. I think it'll be an unexpected one. Beep, 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 beep on Sabiang Jeep. Beep, 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 says the jeepney. Welcome back to Valorant Game Changers, SCA.
Wait,
we are learning lots of new terms here amongst the casters. We're exchanging lots of pertinent information as we went into that overtime for the very first map of Series 2 of today, Quack. It was a pretty unexpected result there. Because the first half of that map was a 9-3.
My God, I agree. It didn't look like that, but then we did have that result, and then it went into overtime. Some of us might have pulled our hair out, but it resulted in a 15-13. Much credit to For Fun.
Yeah, they were having fun, and they had a very interesting comp that they accomplished that with. They had a Reyna and a Clove, and I think we're starting to see a little bit more Clove take over the Omen role on Ascent, and you know what? I love it because Ascent just needs some shaking up sometimes, so I'm glad For Fun did it. Bind is the second destination of this series. How do you feel about your predictions now?
That's a good question. I don't know.
To recap, everyone who's just tuning in right now, Quack predicted her for Invincible. Nothing personal, of course. This is just stats based. So, and I had picked For Fun, 0 stats based. I just had reasons like Terror plays for them, and
you like fun.
I like fun, and they did not disappoint with the purple agents coming in. I like the color purple. I like their logo. That's it. But you know what? They had some really excellent executes and just good firepower, honestly, on that Ascent. And Bind is going to be it's a very different ball game on Bind than Ascent, even though both of them are some of the oldest maps in Valorant history.
Yeah, it kind of is a little bit different just because you're going to want to play different agents also. I guess I'm going to have to stick with my prediction, right? But just thinking about how, if we are to go with scientific stats and data, it's going to be just Invincible with the way that they played against For Fun in the past, just because they had a 13-10 before. But that said, For Fun also had an overtime win on Bind against Avernus yesterday. So who knows how it's going to go. But whatever it is, I think we can bet on the fact that it's going to come down to the Tuya and Angela kind of Raze battle show. Like whoever wins that first duel, whoever is the one to open up sites for the team and maybe not die first, they probably will be able to carry that momentum forward in the rest of the map.
Yeah, and following with that, I think the initiators will be very crucial as well. Of course, Razes often can dive into their death if their initiator isn't there to set them up for that play. Timing is everything here, and coordinated plays, especially on Bind where there are a lot of tight spaces, and it can be quite tough sometimes on the attacker side. But I'm expecting explosive plays here. I know both of these teams clearly do not want to get eliminated because today is an elimination day, and we are so close to finding out who the last of the third teams that is going to qualify to go to Game Changers Pacific over in Thailand.
Yeah, a little bit more so for Invincible, I think, just considering the fact that they are a full Thai squad. Game Changers Pacific is in Thailand. They want to be able to play in front of that crowd, and they don't have to travel around so much. But maybe For Fun wants to qualify as well, like through that journey, because a squad put together like this, and if they do qualify, if they do beat Invincible, what a story that would be. They clearly show that they have the skill to put themselves up to bat with Invincible. I mean, I really wasn't expecting this, looking at some of the statistics from the previous games, but For Fun in this matchup today, like players like Tuya, even Sheena, Shinobu a little bit, they were all able to, stand toe to toe with Invincible. The way that they were fragging, the way that they shut down Angela, things like that really tells you how much they have prepared for this.
Yeah, and it's really important, I think, for Invincible to be able to have that mental reset. I'm sure going to an overtime, it was at least, the first map, but being able to mentally reset from there, you could already see it start to fall apart a little bit as we went into that overtime. And this is what you were saying, like some people were pulling their hair. That person might have been you. It's a little bit frustrating, but hopefully that mental reset can happen, because that's really when you are in a best of 3, because this is not a best of 1. So you need to be able to do that to go into this, and it's totally possible. Again, Invincible, like you said, there's a reason why you predicted them in the first place. They are an incredibly strong team, so if they can just get it together for this one, and I'm wondering even now if they're going to be changing anything in the strat book, or like pull out a different comp just for this particular situation, because it seems like For Fun is definitely a little bit more loose and playing not so traditionally.
It does feel that way sometimes. It feels like an all-out brawl in some moments. But for a map like Bind, I have to imagine Invincible picked this for a reason. They lost it to Zipto just a couple of days ago, although they did have a pretty good scoreline, 13-9. But yeah, I assume them picking it again against For Fun. They played this before. They must have a very good reason. They must have fixed something. So hopefully, possibly, in the strat book, maybe something has been retooled. In the past, it was Angela leading the kill feed with 22 kills. She did have a good number of deaths as well. It was 18 deaths. But we'll see how it fares today, right? Because again, it all comes down to, I mean, at least if we're to, base things off of what happened on Ascent, it all comes down to the team which finds that opening pick. Because usually that 4v5 just doesn't happen for the opposing team.
Yeah, that's right. Although I don't know if that opening pick should be the only thing that they're relying on, because it's such a, we just might go into another overtime in that case. And we were talking about this at the top of the show earlier. For Fun is a no IGL team. That's what they call themselves, that they have no distinct everyone calls, basically. And again, we know another team that plays that way, and we know another team that also uses Arena on Ascent like that, and plays a little bit in that brawl style, especially in their earlier days. So we can see a lot of that coming through. But then it always kind of keeps you on the edge of your seat, like, are they going to win? Oh, it looks like they're going to lose. Oh, wait, they might win. Oh, wait, they might lose. And it's definitely a lot of the energy that For Fun is doing right now. But Invincible, on the other hand, they do have, the Thai team do have their IGL here. So hopefully the Izzy will be able to make more decisive calls here. Not to say that she wasn't earlier, but she needs to continue to do so going into Bind.
I think they need to show a little bit more depth, apart from decision making or decisiveness in their calls. Just having the ability to, not just rush into sites, but also to, leave someone on the lurk, bait out a bit of utility from their opponents, perhaps things like that. It might just give them the edge that they're looking for over a team like For Fun. I think part of the reason could also be that For Fun doesn't have a coach. They don't have an IGL. It's sometimes hard to predict or to read a team like that, because you never quite know like how they're gonna, what strat they're gonna call in the next round.
Maybe they don't know either.
Yeah, that's the thing. Maybe they don't know. Maybe they just like, I don't know. I feel like doing this in this round. Yeah,
and that's again, like, it might full well be the case. And this is not to mock, oh, they're not prepared. It's a completely different style, right? To be able to innovate on the go and to be able to trust your teammates when they make a call, like, I want to do this, you just go with it. You have to trust your teammates in order to do that, because if you can't have that debate in the middle of a game like that, because obviously it won't really work out that way. So I'd be really curious if they end up winning today. This is definitely one of the questions I would love to interview and ask them about later on. Yeah, and
I would be really curious.
Yeah, for sure. We're just hearing right now that Dax's cat wants to continue casting, and he is arguing with his cat right now to
share the
Tori,
mic.
Tori, name of cat, to please stop doing this. Do you have any pets, Quack?
No, I do not really.
You seem like you would be really good at taking care of a pet.
Maybe.
Would
if
not
I get
be
a
fighting
duck.
you for the mic.
Oh, yeah. I would love to have like a pet duck that just randomly just strut around the background.
Like a duckling?
Ducks sit on my shoulder.
This is like a duckling. Where else would it, we can't see it then?
Yeah, well, I mean, if I had a different, setup and maybe it just walked in front of the camera, it pecks on the microphone or something. I don't know why. I always thought that would be friggin' hilarious. In the middle of a cast, in the middle of a desk segment, you just see a random duck waddling around.
Well, which team would your duck duo predict though to win?
Ooh, see, now
this stage 2.
That's where you get some ideas, right? You get to put a slip of paper, see the slip of paper that the duck walks towards. That's the team that it predicts.
Paul the octopus and what do you
Paul
name
the octopus.
Can the duckling?
something along those lines.
That's pretty cool. We would have we have the zoo strat in Valorant with the casters. We got Daks with his cat. I got my dogs. Got your duck.
Got your dogs.
We could do the whole thing. We could
got
have our
Beyblades also in Indonesia.
Yeah, we just, and if anyone has a goldfish, that'd be great for fish representation because we need some aquatic animals here. A little of a thrash. If I had a fish, I would name him Thrash.
Thrash.
Yeah.
Actually.
And just throw it at people. Like, sorry, fish. Come back. It's all you, little homie. So today is, the elimination match. We got 2 more days after this. And again, we have 2 of our teams. Who are our teams who have qualified to Pacific? Maybe unsurprisingly.
Sito, of course, the first one. And then we also got Boba.
Yes. Should we... You gave me this look. I will break it down.
Are you going to talk about your...
Is this they're playing tomorrow, actually. So do you think it's going to be these 2 in the grand finals?
Oh, well... It does feel like it, doesn't it?
Because one's going to get knocked to lowers tomorrow, but the question is, and that team, not person, hopefully not just one person, that team will be facing off against the winner of today. So, yeah.
We also would have Sisu playing against either Invincible or For Fun tomorrow. And... well, I mean, that's also going to be a little bit difficult to predict. And then the winner of that plays against, whoever loses Zipto versus Boba. It's that decides, who really qualifies for Game Changer Pacific. And it's tough. I mean, Sisu looks really good, but For Fun and Invincible also could be a team that takes down Sisu. You never quite know.
I want to ask you, because you've been doing Game Changers for a really, really long time. And, when we come back from this break, I do want to ask you what you think about the evolution of Game Changers and how different it is today. But any quick thoughts before we go to the break?
Game Changers is evolving. That's all.
It's what?
It's evolving. I mean, I think every player's getting sharper and sharper. That's what we just saw in that previous match. Angela, Tuya, Ivory. Like, since when did we have that?
All right. Well, we have it now. We're going to go on a quick break. When we come back, we are going to go to map 2 of series 2 of today.
Visions in my head of this, you don't know the half of it. I got dreams of looking up, highs I can get, but nothing feels like how it feels to know these things I don't know yet. The weight of everything, and everything's just thread. Sometimes I'm trapped inside and I don't know what I'm gonna do. But to take on the world is the only thing that we know how to do. nothing really breaks if I got you. Look at the sky when you go outside, and know there is nothing to keep me back from you. I got dreams of finding out what all of this is for. It's you and me, and know there is nothing. And everywhere we go, we're leading to an open door. Keep me back, keep me back, keep me back from you. Keep me back, keep me back, keep me back, to keep me Looking at the world from the eye of the Horus. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the Porus. Coming straight from the mud like I am a Lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोका? देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं. करूं मैं जिससे मैं तरुण, पानी पे चलूं मैं जिससे मैं वरुण. चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं, जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं. आता है तू ना करीब, तू बेटी चीप, जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप. Better believe you're gonna bleed. Pick up a seat, get in your team. I'm the king of kings, brother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realms to reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the 'Cause I am the Raja. Look in my eyes, what do you see? I'm more than average man. I'm a maverick, I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've been about us traveling. अष्टभुजाएं मेरी जैसे मैं tarantula ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला. मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना तू और चाहे जो भी था सबकी कबर मैंने खोदी. क्या तुम लगाओगे बोलियां कम पड़े गोलियां. चंद्रगुप्त में मौर्य या किला तू लोरिया. Come to me and you just gonna die. That's really a given. I am invincible and you are invisible. See, that's really a difference. Get out of my way, I'll leave the world. The choice is yours. I don't kill my enemies, I play with them. That's what the toys are for. From Mumbai to the rest of the world, I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the 'Cause I am the Raja. Put your back down on your knees, would you just surrender? Put your back down on your knees, would you? I am the Put your back down on your knees, would you just surrender? 'Cause I am the Raja. Nesta casa não tem porta nem morada. As janelas são fechadas, guardam tudo o que restou. Mandei o recado à lua que agora é só tua, mas ela não chegou. Dizia que encontrei um passarinho que não queria andar sozinho neste céu que se fechou. Nesta casa não tem porta nem morada. As janelas são fechadas, guardam tudo o que restou. Só quero encontrar o meu destino, sem saber bem o caminho de quem por aqui passou. Alvorada que chegou, alvorada que mudou, alvorada que chegou, alvorada que ficou.
All right, beep, beep, beep. We're gonna go into agent selects for buying it. It's the second map of this series. We had an overtime just now. For fun continues to have fun. Chloe is now in with the clove. Oh, both. We got
Oh, too close.
We got double
Well.
close. Quack, quack, quack.
Yes.
What do you make of this?
Well, I mean, okay, for Invincible, they're actually running the same composition that they had just a couple of days ago that they played against Sipto. So, I don't know. I wonder if it's going to be the same game plan or if they're going to try to be a little bit more cautious, because I see now that the stats says that Angela had 9 first stats from the previous Ascent map. Meanwhile, Ivory had only 3 first stats and 9 first kills. So that's very, very different. Ivory, of course, sticking on her jet. Chloe now coming in, but the last time that they played this, which was yesterday, Chloe was actually the Cypher. So Sheena and Chloe kind of swapped roles a little bit, and I think that's going to allow Sheena to play a little bit more comfortably, given how she was performing as that Killjoy on Ascent. So looking forward to, for fun, just being able to anchor down sites. Those traps are going to have to be immaculate in order to slow down Angela, or at least to predict her flight path into some of these sites.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, For Fun does start on the defense here, and so they do have the agent comp that is, you know, prime for success here, and it could full well be a 2-0 the other way, but let's see if Invincible can bring it back to make it a full series. With that, we're gonna doobie-doobie-dop-dop over to the casters, Daks and Fluffy.
Doobie dip to you. Yo, the practice was so good there, Vic, and you can see already Singaporean duo loving our culture too. But this is, of course, gonna be another incredible bout here, Fluff. You know what doobie dap dap is all about. You know what doobie dip is all about. But do you know what is upcoming into this bind map?
Honestly, after seeing two cloves on both sides, it's going to be very interesting to see the dynamic of how that forms on bind. It's very similar to Brimstone with all the ranges and durations of the smoke, but it does remove a lot of that post-plant potential. So I feel like it's going to be one of those games where it's going to be a very tough fight, especially towards the middle side of rounds. Whoever wins and gets us overheal just gets a huge advantage.
And I love the adjustments here for fun, actually. Moving Ivory over to the Jet. You can see her comfort on it. Back on Ascent. Not only that, though, Chloe was just trigger happy when she was playing that Clove back in Ascent yesterday for fun. And Sheena, well, she know how clutch she has been throughout the series so far. From start to finish, finishing things off on the Killjoy a while ago. She moves back to that Sentinel role on this map, the Cypher this time around. So small adjustments here for fun. Invincible, same play, same comp from what they're accustomed to. And you know already their history, Fluff. They faced off against Sipto yesterday on this map. They lost, but they made a fight out of it. A peek now as Dizzy gets the goop on the Iceling into play. There you go with Wingman also going for the DPs, but no one's mentioning or even looking at Sheena there. Some free shots for fun. Invincible though still with the advantage as we go now to the 3v2.
3v2 right now. The two players trying to look for an angle as they jump out of the window, or at least trying to. Finally, they do spot out one and it gets taken out immediately. Ivory, great frag.
Oh. Yeah, KitKat on the board, and Twee is the only one still standing. A 1v2 here. There you go with a tap, but Twee hitting some good shots. A smoke in the way though. Chloe from the grave looking to assist this fight. KitKat has to check the smoke. Oh, no. There you go. Still damage done. Twee hits the headshot there. And for fun will still take the pistol anyway. Big win thanks to Twee.
2v3 and an instant TP to save the round. What a great positional play coming in from for fun, and they're just able to fight through the pain because it really hurt on the opening side. That initial salvo coming in from Invincible has really done the damage to side players. Thankfully though, they are saved from some heads up plays, but what an explosive start already. And I feel like that's going to be the dynamic as we move on to the other rounds, especially having two of these cloves.
And as our panel has mentioned, we did get a substitution here for fun. Chloe in to this roster. We already remember what she was able to do last year, especially under that Orangutan X squad. And let's see what else for fun has in the bag now. Angelofi looking for a bit of redemption. Too many first deaths in that first map. Iceling, though, on the other hand, has the flash available. And it's easy B long control with the Sky. Angela and the rest want to go for the push, but the tripwire awaits them, and it's difficult for Invincible to get into the site.
Not much to play off from that guiding light, but still, they're able to go on this site. Dodge one here for Acing, as she does look like to be a caution for first contact here on this B hit.
Yeah, Sheena yet again, though, on top of things over at Hookah. And she can play that angle with her initial setup. Camera, tripwire protecting the entranceway itself. Ooh. Angelofi backing away now, and as for fun looks to go for the spray, it's Twee here who finds Izzy. So Invincible, they can't play a default like this, Fluff, but with the lesser guns, it's difficult to make any kind of room.
You can see that they have no plans of taking some aggressive start here. Yes, they trade some shots, but the spike just taken right now. But suddenly, Twee gets taken out of the picture as well as Ivory. They're still going to try to get more.
Massive picks here from Izzy, but Chloe still with the pick-me-up, ready to go for more of a fight. Guardian now in hand for her. Spectre actually the one here. And Chloe would spray down onto Rosie. Classic now, but the pick-me-up is gone. And a single shot from Izzy will confirm the kill. That's 3 heads to the name of Izzy here. Invincible with the plants. Lamps control, though still something Sheena can swing out from. And Sheena playing up close. Nice clear here from for fun. A 2v1. Izzy's done it all so far, but can she get even more done? Not gonna happen. Sheena with confirmation, but big damage to for fun thanks to Izzy.
Great comeback there to secure. I guess the pistol round curse is over because we've seen both of these teams kind of just trade the first and second round for the past couple maps or games rather, and it just seems to be very difficult now that they finally get some momentum. It's nice to see the team that has struggled out of that overtime in it all the way to keep that heat retention and are fighting back against the forces of Invincible on the attack.
But Invincible also proving that they're still in this fight. They need to shake off the overtime loss a while ago. That was still for fun's map pick anyway on Ascent, and this is where Invincible have decided to take our engagement. It's Izzy though, ready with the ultimates. You call it Thrash, I call it Victoria's Pet Fish. As Invincible now, they play into B. There you have it. The Trailblazer looking for any kind of info.
It's gonna be a lot of info gained for free here. Angela gonna blast onto site. They all get it for free, and she positions really close for the CT fight. They know that they're on a lower buy here, so they can afford to try something. They haven't been punished so far, so they can exit together when they come from CT.
Yeah, Invincible. They clear things out well with the fish ults. And we go again as the Thrash is ready for action one more time. Rosie Felche. Oh, both of them getting doubles of their own, and from every angle For Fun wanted to play. Well, it's just going to be a flawless from Invincible instead. The first round here for Invincible now.
Finally, they get a foothold back into the game. They can start to climb once again. What started from a team that had such a strong first half, they finally get their bye round. So at least the script so far is being followed by both of these teams. But finally, they do get to equalize a bit with this double bye round. It's going to be up to the forces of For Fun to push their advantage if they can. So far, they've been having a lot of success with those early fights, except for when they were on that eco. And with the ultimate coming out from Chloe, it could be pivotal here that she takes the first contact.
Yeah, and I wonder if they can actually give her an orb to use in this coming round. The smoke in the way. There you go with Dizzy played to clear out any close corner. But you gotta wonder, is For Fun gonna watch for shower, prevent that Dizzy from being retrieved? Is he not even going that way as of yet? And For Fun holding towards the backside as Invincible go back to playing it a bit slow here.
They know that they were positioned towards showers. They made so much noise, but the rest of the map in control here for Fun. They have the camera towards B long if they need to, but A short is the problem right now. Exploding on the side. Ivory's able to get the double.
Wow, where did that come from? And Ivory! This is her domain, and none shall stand against her. Huge round for Ivory, as it's a flawless now in response from For Fun.
Looks like For Fun is really doing it for something else, not just fun right now. They want to get through this series after all that effort, and this play by Ivory, we saw her on the operator on Ascent, and now playing this tight angle with the Jet, able to get 4. Just massive impact coming from their team side for the defense.
You gotta wonder how'd she get that second kill so quickly, but Ivory has been pristine. Whether it's an op or rifle, she has been the sharpest shot so far. And she's looking for more immediately. An updraft on top the APC. Noticing the jump peaks there from Angela Felche, though. Primed and ready for the pre-fire. Sprays down Ivory there. And this is a chance for Invincible to be even quicker on the take. Chloe. Very delicate scenario behind the smokes. You got the Seekers into play that she's holding off for now.
Oh. Trying to get some more space here on the backside. Finally, Chloe's able to find one retreat.
Nice dip, and now it's gonna be another chance. Not dead yet after taken down by Izzy. Tuia up top, the APC2. Pain Shells has a good angles into Lamps right now. Iceling also with a find onto Rosie. And For Fun have gotten the clear, but Felche, not like this. Not here. For Fun now with 4.
Wow. Just able to go another round, getting a 4K. Amazing gameplay coming in from For Fun, and this defensive half. Maybe that's the key from both these teams. Attacking just seems so hard into the opponent.
Might as well play the defense, and we see with For Fun starting on the defense first, everything is pretty clear cut. Sure, they lose Ivory early, but there's still more threats in this roster. Chloe off the bench and off to a good start immediately. Tuia also taking the initial position that Ivory left behind, and that's what we're seeing right now for Fun. They're filling in any kind of gap that has been left behind.
Very true, and this time Ivory with the operator in hand. They have the knives. They even have the neural theft to play off that early pick if she does, or if she is able to find one. She has to back away though, being forced by the guiding light away. Still at least gets 7.
Looking good with the operator too, and with his heaven position, Invincible might not see this coming until it's too late. Sheriff's though in hand. And notice Izzy also playing Orb Collector, 1 away from the Thrash. If they get the pick, they might have that ultimate online moving forward. But still, Sheena, whenever she can play hookah, if you realize, right, she will go take that position.
She really will. take as much space as she can. Good denial of the vision, though, coming in from the attack. Able to double up with these smokes and create so much confusion, nullify the effect of this operator as they're able to circumventilate them into lamps.
Yeah, wingman on duty. Little bro tries to get the job done, but Pelche instead the one to avenge the wingman there. Tuia's Pain Shells is good. Ivory's operator even better. And For Fun have found the advantage. Pelche now looking for the plant, but here comes the showstopper. And just quick little hold there. The red light seen here by Invincible GC. And For Fun playing traffic control. What can KitKat do here against them? Oh, she gets one of her own, but it's still For Fun in command. 5-1 now.
I love the no hesitation gameplay coming in from For Fun. They know that they're strong on the defense, and they have a hard time attacking the previous map, so they're not sure how that's going to go. But since this is going well, they'll just commit everything that they can, even to the showstopper or whatever they need be, and that sort of decisiveness is really one of the main factors that deals with stringing all these rounds together, and they still keep a lot of important ultimates in their pocket. I mean, it's nice to have Blades on Ivory, but Sheena having the Neural Theft still can secure those later half of the rounds and then form a better mid-round call.
Yeah, in a pinch, right? Maybe pop that ultimate for Incel, but you've said it, Fluff. It's been so convincing from For Fun because they are so sure of what they want to do. Quick reactions to whatever Invincible throws at them. And here we go now. Speaking of Victorious Pet online yet again. The Thrash looking for any kind of target. The Tripwire, though, will be the one to stop it for now. And Invincible will have a tough time retrieving that.
Tough time indeed. At least they have some sort of leeway towards the entry, finding some safety in the cubby, but suddenly out of the air, there goes two from For Fun.
Here we go again from Sheena, in and out of hookah. As Tuia and Iceling, why don't you both get some double kills this round? A flawless hold for For Fun, and Invincible is just stuck at the seams trying to figure out where to go here.
Take a look at this replay. This unfortunate timing, I think, for the side of Invincible, just not working out in their favor. The jump out of hookah, perfect to catch this raise in the air. It's going to force a timeout for Invincible to rethink a couple of their plans because they are forced in a very awkward buy here. They could kind of force, but it's so difficult to judge considering that you're going into For Fun's full buy yet again. And all you're really doing is just giving them more opportunities to really hurt and gain a bunch of ult economy as well. So probably going to stick with the eco there. Not a lot of ultimates to work with. Maybe Angela can try to make a play with the orb later on, but it's going to be interesting to see.
Yeah, no surprise, Coach Dellin calling for the timeout right now for Invincible. And you gotta wonder, how do they even make these kind of openings? And I think one of the biggest concerns right now for Invincible has been how they play this attacking side. Even on Ascent, right? They love to stick together, play as from one burst angle, and just go for it. And For Fun has exploited that with Sheena, with people playing into elbow there, and with hookah and elbow both under control for Fun. There's just no way for Invincible to get into B safely.
That's very, very true. The safety of B kind of funnels them towards A since they don't have a safe way to get there, like you said. This time they're stacking towards showers. Makes sense to maybe get an orb for Angela, but she still has the problem of getting there because Chloe's ready to just defend the shower side.
It's just so much implicit presence here from For Fun. Sheena doesn't even need to do much this game compared to Ascent a while ago. All she needs to keep doing is condition Invincible, say that she's here in hookah, and Invincible GC just staying away from that fact. It is an eco for Invincible anyway. And while Angela has the showstopper, she's struggling to make any kind of room here for the team, unfortunately. Stinger in hand, sure. Here we go again. For Fun at the ready for this B take.
They have double smokes, so they can actually just burn the opposing Cloves smokes a little earlier and just wait it out. But so far they're trying to hard commit on the same site, which might not be enough resources for them to do given the eco. They do take some damage here. That damage is gonna stick. You can't heal yourself, but the rest of them gonna start going away.
This is why you don't play against Sheena. But here comes Felche up close and personal. Finally Invincible get the clear off the hookah, and this is exactly what they need to make the play into B. Rifle now in hand for the Clove. A peek out from Felche, punished immediately by Tuia. Tuia looking for another. Iceling instead with the cover. If it's not one angle, it's a second. Iceling good for the third. And For Fun is just meaning all business right now here, Fluff.
Wait, they didn't pop the showstopper there, but they tried the entire round to get it. I'm surprised they didn't just commit it, especially on their eco, because they had such a good opening as well, being able to roll up onto site. But I guess the pressure coming in just got taken out too early with that Cypher Cage removing her from the picture, and the rest of them just waterfalling to try to save the situation. But that gun differential and positioning from Aisling, just very, very strong recovery here for the defense.
There's just too much to clear when you're facing off against For Fun, and exactly that. Invincible GC, they saved the showstopper for a buy round. They have 3 ultimates now available. When will we get that kind of explosiveness from Invincible compared to that first map? Angelofi, we know how good she can be on this map, especially from what we saw versus Sipto. But right now, For Fun has found answer upon answer versus their opponents.
Big questions being asked right now. The orb at least giving away some info. The showstopper is still in the pocket of Angela. She can try to make a play off of this, but with no info gathered at the moment, with no smokes used as well, they're gonna commit the ultimate to maybe gain a bit of the info that they're lacking. Here comes the explosion in. Not gonna find any good guiding light for defense, but it's not gonna stop Tuya from falling.
Nice send there from Angela. Gets the angle going towards the CT side, and Sheena and the rest will have to give up the sights. Invincible GC finally, they get the plant going their way. Spike now firmly in the middle of the sights, and with the Trailblazer broken, it's Ivory instead who goes for the clear. Ivory good for the one. KitKat Rosie though finding their own, and Invincible GC exactly what they needed to take a round again.
Great positioning. That's what happens when you give the side a bit too early. Sheena playing a bit far back this time around, not willing to contest because she wants to, I think, use the neural theft. I mean, they had a cage as well, but the initial contact coming in from Angela, I guess, was very worth it, knowing that she was able to take out Tuya.
Just big confidence there from Invincible. They commit the ultimates this time around, Fluff, and that's what we've been looking for here from Invincible GC. Just that extra bit of energy, just that extra bit of power, really, to take these sites.
I mean, you can see, right, in the earlier rounds that For Fun, they don't care if it's an eco or anything. They just need to win the round. They know that they just blow whatever that they need to get any advantage. And right now, they use a couple util that is going to be denied by Ivory, so they can back away. But at least they do spot out the operator. The spike in no man's land kind of signaling that they could drop out on any angle, go for a rotate. But with no one else on the attack getting space, it's going to be so difficult to make future moves.
Yeah, they're back to the slow play. And For Fun have 3 ultimates available for any kind of situation. Seekers, Neural Theft especially, wants to watch out for now. As Invincible GC. Yeah, pick up the spike, look to play into A site, but the trip bar setup is just right in front of them here.
Have to be able to make a play somehow, break the defenses. They're not cycling the utility of both of their controllers, so it allows them to still get a bit of value from the defensive globe.
Oh,
good trip though, but no punish.
Yeah, Felcher also perfect medal to go for the stall. And Invincible will get the plant going now. We've seen them succeed once the spike has been put down. Felcher also finding Chloe. That's a good start. The punish there from Angela as Ivory falls, unable to hit the shot. Seekers here from Aisling, but she's all alone with the rest of those cabbages flying around. And the 1v4, so difficult now for For Fun. Anyone peeks? Aisling looks to try and go for the punish, but no, this time it's a save call here for the Sky, and Invincible with a 3rd round now here, Fluff.
They're trying to get as many rounds right now because so far For Fun has secured the better half of this first half, and it's gonna be very difficult to come up from this if they just go down that slippery slope and end up with another 9-3. This time around though, at least they're starting to get some momentum, and there's a lot more hope with, I think, 2 rounds to go.
Yeah, there's still a big chance to make this 7-5 at the very least here for Invincible GC. Not only that, looking at their comp right now, you gotta wonder how they're gonna play that defense. They don't have any Sentinels, sure, but they have a lot of flashes to work with between the Gecko and the Sky. A timeout, though, called here by For Fun.
Timeout. Time to chill because they need to figure out how they're slowly losing a couple rounds here and there. I like the heads-up plan to just decide to fix it right now instead of waiting for this to get any longer, since if you're still on disadvantageous side for you, or at least for them, they're playing it pretty well. They still have the neural theft, which they haven't blown in this round yet. That's been there for quite a while. Ivory and the rest still have enough rifles to buy up for this. But I like the decisiveness.
I mean, we haven't really seen Sheena be put in a situation where she can use the neural theft and find an angle to get things going. But Invincible, so far, if they make it to post plant, it's good. It's been one of their key factors. It's been effectively their win con right now in the most literal sense. And For Fun have found no real answers once Invincible has the site under their control.
It's a lot of pressure, to be fair, when you're facing a team like Invincible. You have to dodge the guiding light at the same time as any of the other flashes. Combining that with the Dizzy, even if you anti-flash one of the flashes, you will still get blinded in some way. So long story short, there'll always be an angle advantage for Invincible when they burst out. But once they blow their utility, it's only the Gecko that can reuse a lot of their utils. So the longer the round just drags out, the bigger your advantage, especially with the Cypher on your defense.
Well, For Fun want to make things quicker. And the blades are out here from Ivory all across the map, though. Over at Showers, still a buy here for the rest of For Fun. And the smoke's gone. Angelofa able to go for the cross. Move the pivot perhaps into B along here. Iceling with the hold onto the corner. Still For Fun putting their forces towards this hookah.
Slowly trying to figure out where to go right now. Backing off away from these defenders. Possibly just to recover the spike and go towards the Shower side. But again, no forward control yet established here for Invincible, meaning that once they do regroup, the Shower's position could be either the collapse or the best part of their attack, depending on this 1v1.
It's a beautiful pick here, courtesy of Izzy, and now the rest of Invincible look to flood onto the side. A Paranoia, lob towards Shower. Chloe, though, the one in position here by Triple Box. And with the ruse in the way, the wingman's used to try and go for the clear. Spike manually planted here by Invincible so far. It's a 5v3 as Felchi finds Sheena 2. A big advantage here for Invincible right now. And we're seeing the woes of For Fun yet again. Someone needs to step up, and that someone looks to be Chloe. There's the pick up close to Rosie. KitKat, big picks now. And Invincible, they were just prepared for anyone coming towards the spike.
A better half so far from them from game number 1. Last round already for the half, and they get an operator yet again. Look at this replay though. Everything was decided on this 1v1. If Ivory is able to take her out there, that means that they can rotate and pincer whoever's on site. But because she did not do that, it's just an easy take and burst out for Invincible. So clearly the ball is rolling in their favor right now. They're debating on the operator. Not a lot of ultimates in their pocket. Possibly farm for the Seekers so that you get a bit more info towards the latter half of the round. Gecko's ultimate as well. Flash can be very useful in these scenarios. But right now, attacking operator, trying to find some value here.
Don't want to get a pick and fast. We've seen how stellar the post plant has been. But it's all about looking for the opening. The blind, though, gets confirmation. Angela and the rest in position here. And For Fun, considering a big swing now. They have the showstopper, they have the triple stack. Ivory, though, will go down. And Tuya and Iceling, do they pull the trigger with the showstopper here? It's the last round of the first half anyway. But not gonna happen, as Invincible will walk away with a pick for free.
Good advantage so far. Chloe choosing to retreat. She can't use the ultimate if she doesn't have it before she does KO, and it's going to be very difficult here. They're trying to defend along the side. Good off angle though, gets planted out. Has to get one, at least she can ult.
Yeah, there was a chance to go for the transfer. Chloe instead with a second life. Can't get away though in time. KitKat hounding her there. And 2 for KitKat now as Invincible break through and make it towards A. Seekers also to get even more intel. Angela though wants to take the fight. 2 for fun. A nice medal, but it's not good enough to get the swing going. 3v2 here though. This is For Fun. Look to play from heaven also. Tuya, showstopper now. Ready to soar on high. But with this elevation, there's just no one to isolate. Instead, KitKat's big with a 3. Tuya finds one towards Shower. But KitKat, this has been her round. Will she go for 4 now? Felche falls. Tuya still alive and fighting. It's 1v1 while the smoke's there. But KitKat, you cannot break her concentration. 4 for the round. It's 5 for Invincible. Incredible half as we toss it to the panel.
Thank you so much, casters. Yes, this has been very much in the favor of For Fun side, at least at the start. And when they were up by 7, it was really interesting, Quack. They actually took a timeout. It's almost like they knew something was brewing, and in fact, something was brewing, and Invincible started climbing back a bit, and now we are ending this half like this, where it is now very competitive, and it really can go either way.
Yeah, I think in one of the later rounds, they started to notice that Invincible was trying to, instead of just full sending into sight, they were actually trying to change up their strategy a little bit, going in for some splits or creating pressure on other parts of the map. And kind of like what Fluffy was saying, when it really succeeded for Invincible was when they managed to create that sort of pinch play against For Fun, when, they had to divert their attention to other parts of the map. I think that's when you started to see For Fun starting to struggle, because that staggered push really starts to hinder them a little bit. That said, though, For Fun did have that sort of no hesitation style when they really committed every piece of utility, every hit, because they didn't have to consider anything else. All those ultimates just went in to secure those definite rounds, and that's why they had that 7-round lead. But once you have Invincible now starting to fight back, starting to show different looks with different plays, different pushes, you have Angela not just diving in, but also players like KitKat knowing the timing of her flashes, knowing the timing of being able to play from the back lines and going in for those trades. That's what really gives Invincible the edge now. And if they can carry that up, that's going to be even better.
That's right. Well, you heard it from our analysts, our expert Quack. We are going to go to the second half of this map, and let's see if this is going to be a bit of a reverse sweep situation, just like Ascent. All right, we're going to go back into it. Let's go back to our casters, Daks and Fluffy.
Look, we know Victoria can predict the future, but this early on, Vic, in halftime, no spoilers, please, because we got a good game in our hands. And exactly as the panel mentioned, Fluff, as soon as they went for that timeout, everything changed there for Invincible GC.
I mean, it was a good timeout and a lot of info gained there to really segment their attack into pieces and force that misdirection to split their attention. But right now, at least, even though they stumbled towards the end, For Fun does have the advantage moving on to this pistol.
You have the 2-round gap. You also still have some of those questions here for Invincible, how they play the defense here without any Sentinel into play. But the stats have been kind to them. 68% defense wins throughout stage 2 right now. And Invincible, they're going to look to rely on positioning, especially Rosie now. With the smoke into play, the dark cover to try and dissuade the push from For Fun. But For Fun is a squad that isn't fearful. They're looking to play careful. Ivory really wants to find a way in. Perhaps if Aisling plays the flash paranoia, though, gonna be the answer immediately from Rosie. As soon as she hears the push, Sheena also finding one, catching the potential push from Invincible. KitKat still on site, now cleared by Tuya. And For Fun will get the plant. Felche, does she dare push through the smoke? There's a big fight versus Chloe to pick me up now, to top her up. Against 3, she still gets 1 for her own. It's a 2v1 now. Izzy looks to play from B along here, the only other one playing the flag itself. Dizzy now out, no confirmation. Wingman will be on defuse duty. And when does the swing peep on out? Tuya's there. Sheena, though, hits the shot. And For Fun will confirm a pistol win for them.
For Fun really shooting for the stars here and able to secure the pistol win, pushing their advantage even further. They can win this one off the gun advantage to go to round number 9. But looking at this pistol, great team play for them to just triple hold the tube and make sure that Belcher doesn't even have a chance to go for any retake as she is surrounded.
There's no way to really find any more there for Invincible. But For Fun playing well. Just going for the anti-flank. Sheena especially keeping tabs on Market. And that's going to be the strength here that For Fun will look to exploit. If Invincible decides to push out from one side, you know that the Cypher will keep an eye out along the path. Ivory, though, a dash in now. Shorty in hand. KitKat will get the crunch going versus Ivory, sure. But there's still more to come. And For Fun, they're fearful of that small little shotgun.
Oh, managing to survive there. 24 HP. KitKat gonna get forced back here onto Elbow side. They keep their lives and Ivory falling, but they don't get to really upgrade their weapons off of it. They're gonna try to force this out still. They still have that weapon advantage anyway. They can take a fight. They have to be wary though.
Nice push. Rosie, though, and Izzy make those classic counts. It's a free gun, and Invincible is making it costly versus For Fun. Neural Theft, though, for confirmation now. Sheena not afraid to commit it here. And there you have it. 3 for Sheena as For Fun finds the Knight. Correct me if I'm wrong, Fluff. Did we see Sheena use that ult in the first half?
Yeah. I was so surprised that was even in play.
Yeah. Like, I'm trying to remember if she got to use her Cypher ult when was like the first time then? But hey, it's so early on here, and sure, it's easier for the Cypher to get her ultimate online, but still, big kills from Sheena, and right now Sheena's on top of the 4Fun scoreboard.
On top indeed, and ready to go into action yet again. The problem is stopping power increasing for the side of Invincible. Good flash to get priority here. They have to destroy the boom bot, but they do destroy Chloe as well.
Oh, 4Fun find the 2 already on the bonus, and this is their push. An upgrade here for Ivory, and the advance is the command here for 4Fun, but Felche, a stopgap now. Nice pick onto Ivory here to at least stem the tide, but Aisling has no fear, and she swings into backside to get the clear and to get that pick. We go to a 2v2 here as 4Fun look to assess where they can plant.
Still a lot of time though. They can actually go for a rotate here. They're gonna commit the paranoia, but it's not gonna connect. They spotted one player and they have the info for the attackers. The defense doing the damage though to retrieve it.
Yeah, huge pick from Rosie. This should force Aisling to play the TP now. And does Invincible go for the fast commit, the fast rotate? Seems like that's the case as Aisling will go for the stick here anyway. But there's still a fighting chance now, Fluff. Seekers up and online. Confirmation is clear, but there was just no chance as Rosie was already in position. A great try from Aisling, but Invincible will at least win their bye.
They win their buy, but the damage has been done. They get the plant, they get the weapon upgrades, they get a couple of kills to further their ult economy, and it's not a bad spot for 4Fun at the moment.
It's been tough for Invincible, sure. They're not gonna have the best money moving forward, but a win is a win, and at least they did force Aisling to expend the Seekers there at the very end. But this is not gonna be a problem for Invincible. They're lacking that staying power on the sites. The anchors, sure, they're in good positions, but you beat one, someone else will swing, right? When Ivory falls, someone like Tuya, someone like Aisling can take the position left behind.
Great one away for the delay. Gets the Seekers online for Kit Kat. She's able to back away with her life as well. They might destroy. Well, it gets destroyed. That's the point. And there goes the info gathering. They know that there's a judge in there. They're just going to spam through and she's gone.
It's a beautiful clear courtesy of 4Fun, and this is now them using that as a pivot point immediately onto the B site again. Elbow cleared out. Check. Aisling finding Angela, even more so now. And we're quickly left into a 4v2. When 4Fun's on the attack this confidently, these rounds do go quick.
Defenders now just going to go for a save here. I don't think they can scramble even in time to get on the site. Time pressure plus this amount of weaponry just forcing them back.
And they're saving a Guardian, unfortunately, now. 4Fun having all the confidence in the world. And I gotta ask you too, what can Invincible do to stop them right now? The flashes aren't enough. Someone's always there ready to shoot the Dizzy if need be. And it's been 4Fun always advancing, holding W whenever they can.
That's the big problem, right? It's so difficult to predict, especially here on Bind. When you get that early advantage in terms of map control, you can just TP to the other side at a moment's notice. You're forced to split your forces here on the defense even more so than other maps, and it just doesn't lend into the play style when you have to deal with an enemy clove, when you have to deal with this enemy double duelist as well. There's just so much more fighting resources that they have in addition to the already high man advantage they have per site.
Yeah, just a keep on fighting motto here for 4Fun. And right now, they're 4 ahead and 3 away from moving into the next round. This team, no shot caller, no proper scrim time, but just absolute talent and making as many waves as they can in this bracket. Invincible, though, has had enough, and Angela brings the confidence back to a maximum. Immediately, the round is over. All thanks to Angela's start. A 3-piece with the Sheriff. Well done to Invincible.
Great value coming out from there. A very quick round as well to close the gap slightly. 3 rounds now separating both of these teams. But what a great start to be able to attack them first. Just get that early momentum on your side while the enemy is setting up.
Yeah, just Angela, we've been wondering here, when will she find her way to the top of the scoreboard again? The confidence coming into this game perhaps lacking after the panel noted too many first hits in that first map. Well, that round is why we know Angelofi is just that good. And this should immediately stem the pace of For Fun. They're going to be very careful now, just in case they run into the freight train that is Invincible.
Wait, did she take the orb when she already had the ultimate just to deny it coming in from these attackers?
Why not? Look, Ivory's one away, Twee is one away. You get rid of the showstopper threat early on. It's a bigger chance here for Invincible, but they can't afford to die to the Raze especially. Paranoia, the answer from Rosie, as KitKat and Rosie look to hold off their opponents for now.
At least they do get the value that you mentioned off of this, denying the early extract coming in from For Fun. They have to reroute themselves to maybe find a different angle, but again, no forward positioning from any other player means they have to manually clear all the map control with 50 seconds left. It might be a challenge to clear all the things that they want to do.
Yeah, For Fun, they do make the push happen onto A when they get things started. Yeah, it's some slow play for Fun.
They're so careful.
Yeah. I think that's the thing here for For Fun right now. When they're stopped by Invincible early on, they're happy at least to burn that utility on one side of the map. The Dizzy into play though from the shadows gets confirmation too. Twee has to back away using the satchel, and Angel's still close and nearby. Smoke Criminal gets the first. Ivory though with the answer. Time running out here for Fun. Lizzie still with the angle here to work with. Blazestorm out, but that is gonna be bye-bye to Ivory as Invincible play it well to get another round here.
That was actually so smart. By taking that orb and forcing them to go on to A, they waste so much time. The time pressure's on them, and the delay coming in from Angela, even though she does fall, it's just a big enough threat that the rest of her team can waterfall in and clean up the rest of the crew.
Yeah, just always a chance now here for Invincible. They do find a bit of a wake-up call once we're getting deeper and deeper into these halves here, Fluff. And exactly what we see, right? Invincible now looking to be in command. For Fun, the one playing the eco, trying to find some answers.
Very, very true. Right now, though, a slower start, but a different angle for the attack as Chloe is trying to find her way onto Hookah. She has the Spectre, so the pistol teammates are lining up to give her some more value. It's just a turret!
Oh, Invincible. Big kills courtesy of KitKat. And even more ambition now. Another round going so quickly. This is the second time we've seen on their defense. They just stopped For Fun so fast.
So fast and so quick. The overtime might happen again, but this time for Invincible to try to get it back. But we know that For Fun is here to stay, and they are gonna probably go for a timeout here and decide of what they want to do. Yes, they're gonna go for the timeout. They have a lot of ultimates to work with. Still, the Neural Theft available again for Sheena. Tuya has the rocket in her pocket, as well as Icing has the ultimate to maybe get some info. They can burst out of this. Invincible, nothing really special to stop a lot of the aggression outside of Clove reviving and maybe a Thrash.
Maybe she just takes a showstopper and just flies away. Just tank it. Just go for another fight later on. But this timeout, much needed for Fun. They're just struggling to find any way in. And as soon as they show their faces on anywhere across the map, Invincible is in position to play the chokehold. We saw such a quick teleport there, courtesy of Angelofi, to win that round so quickly.
So quickly indeed, and so prepared as well. They have very good reads, not just because of that orb stealing round, but prior or even after. They have good positioning, like you said, and if they can keep that up, they can keep this defense very, very alive. As For Fun are struggling to find the new chink in the armor and find any sort of gap to expose. The 3-stack right now for the defense onto A, and 2 players yet again trying to control B long for the defense.
Yeah, Invincible here. They have the numbers on that A side, sure. For Fun, guns are out. We are ready with the showstopper, and exactly what we're looking for. As we see For Fun expend the Seekers early on. Pain shells gonna get used. First Seeker's broken, but now Tuya low HP still gets away with her life for now. And with that being said, it's gonna be the Thrash from above. The fish now has been fried. Chloe though with the find on the Felche, but Felche wants another fight with the not dead yet. Chloe though needs to be careful here. Quick little pick me up as For Fun wants to go for more. Felche needs to find a pick and fast. Gets 1, gets 2! It's huge against Tuya and Ivory, but Chloe gets a 3rd and she gets another breath of life. But the problem is, with that not dead yet, her body fell into the TP.
Oh,
They have no
no.
time. There is no time for her to get a pick. Genius here from Invincible. No need to fight. We are tied up.
Disaster strikes at the wrong time, and now it's even Steven, 10 to 10, the double digits aligned. And right now, For Fun is not having a lot of fun trying to attack through this defense.
That's so unfortunate. I would love to see Chloe's POV there on how she died, because she was so close to the teleporter entrance, right? Either she fell with her back into the TP. It happens with your corpse or holding S. Either way, it's so unfortunate here for Fun, as Invincible have tied things up now.
They're tying things up, but they're trying to press the advantage this time around with the aggressive operator here and some support as well to take control of Showers. They know it's into an eco, so they don't want to lose this weapon very early. They're gonna commit the Trailblazer as well to confirm too. This surely secures outside Showers.
It's up in hand, also holding the angle.
No dash.
For Fun, they only have the Sheriffs, but the dash burned quickly here by Ivory. And you gotta wonder now, where does For Fun go?
Quite possibly, if Sheena does get a pick, she can use the Neural Theft to maybe get a better angle for the rest of the game. The problem is, Invincible just not showing themselves for free, not giving away as much info as they can. And if KitKat just gets one kill, she'll also have her ultimate in response. Against this eco, it's very likely.
KitKat here still has a flash to work with, but she's gonna be looking into many members of For Fun. As soon as she sees the numbers, she does back away into elbow. We do still have Rosie in possession by the backside, and the paranoia is good. Doesn't get the swing though, thanks to the cloud burst. Now we do have Sheena hitting a nasty shot, and For Fun looking to play the flood here. Sheena with a second Felcha gets two of her own. Now with the overheal, Felcha looks to just go with that extra bit of speed. Sheena though still in position now. Third to Sheena, but not gonna be any more done. Four instead, courtesy of the Clove, and Invincible have taken this lead.
What a play there to survive through that. Even with the Neural Theft, the smokes don't matter. They're able to get some value, but because the fight came so quickly, they don't get to upgrade off of that. They're not rewarded. They're stuck on those Sheriffs and the firepower. Still more important for this team to really have any sort of success than the defense. Just have that in spades.
Yeah, Sheena though still so sharp. And you got to be very careful when that Cypher is around the sites. In any case, though, it's 5 in a row here for Invincible. And they want to go to Icebox. They want to go for a decider. If they win this, it's going to be a critical problem here for Fun moving forward. And the ruse in time, Izzy knows there's the dash has been used. Chloe, though, big opening from short. And this is a chance for Fun to get in there. Wingman also expanded now. The lamps hold still for Izzy alongside one more. Izzy, though, good for the pick. Twee now does get the response. But there's still one nearby here. Fluff Felch is still on the site now.
Haven't been able to clear her out yet. Escapes with her life. They might be able to dodge some of the clears as well. They have the cameras set up for any late game potential. Felcha, if she gets one kill, she has her ultimate online, can even fight for more. Great flash.
Ooh, the flash is perfection! And KitKat also with the Seekers too. The intel provided here for Invincible now. Felcha fighting in the front line, not dead yet. Used up here. Lamps fight, Tuya wins it. And here we go with Tuya. What was that spray? Still hits the shot of KitKat anyway. It's a 2v1. The Pain Shells will make it 2v9. Huge round for Tuya. Even in those smallest moments, it's still For Fun who finds a way ahead.
I'm so surprised that she got dinked off of that walking spray or running spray, but still, whatever happens, it does the damage, and Tuya having so much impact on that round. I think it's that initial opening kill really that set the tone for everything, and being able to take that.
What?
Yeah, I know.
What was
How
that?
is it possible?
And even worse, the not dead yet, it expired. And underneath Felcha's feet were the Pain Shells. Felcha has been having a monstrous game though, 24 kills right now in high octane fights. But this pace is what Ivory wants. There's the pick, but it's a showstopper versus a boom bot. Tuya no stunned up. It doesn't matter if she's stunned, as For Fun will still win the skirmish anyway. But wait, there's more. Felcha still with the fight here into Showers. It's 3v3, but A is looking still likely for Fun. Cyber Cage is in the way. Chloe with a big pick now. And this is For Fun, keeping up the momentum. They found the opening, they got the picks, and they kept the pressure going here. KitKat though, what was that angle? Good shot from KitKat onto Chloe now. 2v2. So dust does settle. Iceling though, beautiful peek from the lamps. Rosie and Sheena. There's going to be a contact point here. 1v1 as the smokes into play. But Rosie, she's looking for the stick. The spray's there from Aisling. Good check, good clear, and a good round for 4Fun as they're on series points.
Series point right now and a chance to move on later for this tournament. 4Fun is looking to go the distance. Two of their players, Azing and Tuya, really doing the damage. 20 kills, both even Steven. And man, the odds are just in favor for Tuya. She just gets the most random kills on the previous round, and then while stuns, able to take out the enemy race after surviving the showstopper. A lot of value coming their way, but still we have a game on our hands with an equal buy from both of these teams.
Yeah, Tuya is #blessed in these past 2 rounds. And so
Ivory's
much...
not buying?
Well, Ivory's not buying. It's just a sheriff. She's not even asking for a bulldog or anything because the blades are apparently enough for Ivory. And it's concerning here for 4Fun now, sure. Ultimate use here by 4Fun. You also get the showstopper now into play, and there's a little bit of danger. But Invincible stay on heaven. And as of now, they're going to have to go for the retake.
No one has fallen yet, Guru. Good sign for the retake. I changed what I said. Velche out of the picture already. Controller gone.
And 4Fun, they have the chance to end it here. Angelo answers back versus Sheena, and Tuya is still feeling the heat. The reload, though, it's well timed with the swing from Angela instead. Blades out, Ivory gets one of her own. It's back to a 3v3, and in this chaos, the right click just doesn't hit. Rosie finds Ivory there. Aisling and Chloe do have to back away. Rosie with another one in full bloom. Aisling, though, huge pick. Another one, and Aisling, what was that? 4Fun will take the series 2-0, and will move on to the next round in the lower bracket. No way, no how, no more overtime, says 4Fun.
No more overtime indeed. What a game. You thought it could go OT. We've seen it in map number 1, but here in map number 2, it seems that they just want to get it over with, and the initial early ball rolling has paid off.
And just 4Fun in the chaos that they thrive. And we've seen everything go down to absolute fisticuffs there on that A site in the last few rounds there, Fluff. What a way to win for 4Fun. I'm incredibly amazed by how willing they were to just keep swinging, to keep fighting, and to keep going against Invincible there.
I know, there's just so many rounds as well that could have gone either way. Even towards the end, it felt like Aisling just had so like the best position to be in to win that 1v3, and with time ticking down, things just weren't working out for them. And just throughout the course of the game, there are so many standout players, Tuya especially, just randomly winning a couple rounds here and there. So no coach, no practice, no scrims, it doesn't matter, because if they can just keep playing like this, they could possibly go the distance with this one.
Yeah, it is no problem at all for 4Fun, and we see another series end 2-0 today. This was so hotly contested though, and you gotta give big props to Invincible GC. They made that look very competitive, and especially some rounds that were so convincing in how they won versus 4Fun. But alas, perhaps really the gap a little too much at the very end. You could see also the rally there from 4Fun to answer back the streak that Invincible GC did in that second map. So it's good revenge here for 4Fun. They take down the team that took them down back in the group stage. And before we toss it over to the panel, anything else you want to say here, Fluff? Because it has been such a great day for Game Changers team.
Well, all I can say, Daks, is it's been a great ride, especially after this game. A lot of things and a lot of final thoughts that could happen towards the panel later on. But right now, still, that game was just so insane, and I feel like all those players really deserve to be there. But so far, it's 4Fun that ends up on top. And honestly, after especially map number 1, they really deserve it.
Yeah, it's been such a fun ride with your start and finish, my friend. But that is it for us here on the casting side. We're gonna toss it over to the panel to break down such an incredible series that we just witnessed.
Thank you so much, Daks and Fluffy, for taking us through those 2 really intense games. You know, that was this close to going to an overtime. Aisling in that 1v3, just ending it. She was just like, absolutely, no, we are not doing this again. And the winner today, for fun, is going to be facing Sisu tomorrow. And I think that's going to be another hotly contested match tomorrow. But I mean, before any of that, what a bind. That first half, it was kind of close there at a 5-7 at halftime. And then things got a little close. But I really like how For Fun looked a lot better on the attack side this time.
Yeah, you could really see and watch how they kind of decided to change things up a little bit sometimes. Most times they were still trying to take down a lot of control around the A site, but then once you had it going down, once they started noticing that, all right, this is not working out, we're starting to, have to play ecos, and then they really lost the lead to Invincible at some point. That was when they started to change up some of their ideas and how they wanted to stagger or how they wanted to take down this showers control, noting that, most times it's gonna be, Angela right around the corner, maybe it's Izzy right around the corner as well, and they had Tuya leading the charge. Tuya, kind of like what Fluffy mentioned, had some, I don't know, lucky shots, right? Even getting stunned up, even running back with the spray, she was able to find a couple of headshots into Invincible's players. And then apart from that, it's also just the fact that they had players like, Sheena or maybe especially Aisling in that last round, having the, I don't know, nerves of steel, because normally it's like, the stakes, like, oh my gosh, if I lose this round, it's going to be overtime. But she did not let that adrenaline affect her. Her mouse, her aim wasn't shaking or anything like that. And she just carefully, cautiously strafed out bit by bit, slicing the pie, finding those headshots, those crucial last 3 headshots to deny Invincible that overtime.
Yeah, and that's exactly what's really matters when you're getting this close now to the finals tomorrow and day after tomorrow. This mental fortitude. I mean, all of the players here in this playoffs are very talented, but it's really kind of just being able to keep your cool and your calm in these situations that help you cross that finish line. I mean, look at the scoreline though. It was so close to going to overtime. Like one more time, you could tell Invincible really, really wanted to make it through, but sadly today is an elimination day, and they tried their best here, and for fun, and their no IGL team managed to pull through.
It's really amazing efforts from both sides, honestly. I mean, even with like forcing these fights against For Fun, and then Chloe's Clove falling through the teleporter, having to use that ultimate just to run all the way back, running out of time. It's like moments like that that really make this match feel like it's such a nail biter, for sure. I think Kit Kat alongside Angela also had some really great moments, the way that, or even Falsey actually, on the site, being that anchor. Waiting for Kit Kat's utility was something that Invincible did really well in this second half. But alas, it was For Fun who managed to figure things out. Once they get the spike down, we don't have to stick around too long, or just being cautious of Sheena's Cyber Cage, because their opponents do walk through that sometimes in the midst of all that chaos. And then ultimately just Aisling working together with Tuya. That last round, they had the ultimate. They sent that Seekers, they sent those Showstopper, and Invincible really had to respect it. At that point, it started to feel like it was written in the cards for Fun. And at the end of the day, I mean, these stats kind of really show parts of the story. I mean, those 20 plus kills that a lot of these players picked up just to deny that overtime.
Yeah, and Aisling's experience really shines today, I think. There's technically no IGL on this team. Everyone makes their own calls, but I think, again, having an experienced player or players on the team, it really helps make this possible to be able to play in such a manner.
Yeah, for sure. A little bit of a shout out to Chloe as well, coming in as the last minute. Chloe, same time around. So interesting to see it.
1 enemy remaining.
And them being able to hunker down and find these moments in the midst of all the chaos that goes down towards this A side really is a testament to how they're able to play, I think.
Yeah, that's right. Darian should be pretty proud. I'm sure he's watching. Well, you know what? I'm kind of curious now how this is going to be playing out. Watching how For Fun has been playing today, facing up against Sisu, who also 2-0'd today as well. I think this is gonna be pretty nuts tomorrow to start off our day.
Yeah, really, it really feels like it's gonna be. I don't know how that match is gonna end up because Sisu also has the tendency to go really, really aggressive sometimes with at least one of their players, Sawamura, and that could be a hit-on clash too. But then, you know, I think they have their coach, they have, you know, their depth as well. So For Fun, I mean, hopefully they get to rest up and get prepared for that match. But for now, I mean, really, commiserations to Invincible. I had a great time watching Angela and her teammates play. I mean, they looked really good.
Yeah, they did. Now we are going to interview Aisling now, so let's get her up here with us from our victorious team. Congratulations.
Congrats.
Aisling.
Hi, thank you so much.
Yeah, so whose idea was the no IGL?
No one.
No, I shall. No.
Yeah, actually no one.
No one wanted to be the IGL, so it just became like that.
Yeah.
What are some of your thoughts on today's match? I mean, you guys went to overtime. You almost went to overtime again, and your 3K made sure that didn't happen.
Actually, we didn't expect to win this game because last time we lost, and then we just keep on going and we just be confident and just trust our teammates and everything.
Nice.
What? You didn't think you were gonna win, and you're playing like that?
Yeah.
What are you gonna look like when you think you're gonna win? I want to see that.
I didn't expect it also.
Right, but then you guys did win. I think it's really cool. I'm actually a little bit curious because there were these rounds where like you started to look like you were about to lose the lead, and then something changed in between. Like you didn't really call a timeout or anything, but then you guys just had like a little discussion and changed things up. Like what went on during those different moments, and then you suddenly started winning again?
I just told them, let's go rush. That's all. And then
Let's go rush?
I don't know what happened.
Well, domination. Like you ended up winning. That's what happened.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? With all that in mind, you're going to be facing Sisu tomorrow. What are your thoughts on that? Now, do you have more confidence going into this tomorrow?
Yeah, a little bit.
I mean, some of the players from Sisu are like old teammates also, right? Like Capricious, and like you guys know each other at the very least.
Yeah, I know them. I know them all.
So how does it feel like playing up against them now? Are you a bit scared, or just I'm just gonna play?
No, we're not scared. Joke. And we're all friends. Let's just have fun.
Do you prepare in a certain way?
Yeah,
I know
fun.
you guys, you know, we were mentioning like lack of scrims, no IGL, no coach, but are you going to prepare anything for tomorrow, or are you just going to go cold into it?
I think just pray and pray. we don't practice.
That's crazy that you guys have made it this deep into the tournament without any practice. That is quite the flex. Well, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you and congratulations again.
Yeah, good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's so funny because it's so modest and humble in a lot of ways. Like we didn't think we were gonna win. Practice. We don't do any of that thing. But then you win, so it's like
It's just like
it's like you won and you didn't even try.
yeah, I don't even. Now I feel kind of like. Was my analysis correct? Was there anything worth saying? Because they just went for it.
I would love for them to watch it. Sometimes, you know, some of these teams, the players, they do watch our analysis and they're like, I like the way they made that sound because we didn't know what we were doing, but they made it sound really smart. And I wonder if this is going to be the case tomorrow with Zipto and Boba, who will be facing off each other. The winner of that, of course, will proceed on to, to grand finals of stage 2. And tomorrow we're going to see two of these teams, Sisu and For Fun, face off each other. And again, it's going to be another elim day for these two, and we're gonna find out really, really soon who's gonna be the third team going to Pacific. Our very first, it's the first time for SEA to be able to have an offline tournament. Korea and Japan have had it, but for Pacific to come together like this is the very first time for Game Changers. It's extremely exciting for, I think, a lot of these players to be able to, it's just a different experience to be able to play together in an offline.
For sure. And for them to like meet each other and to hang out, that kind of stuff as well, or like maybe even have some scrims and practice matches against each other. It's always nice to kind of unite the community, the whole Game Changers community in that way. I think apart from like Korea, Japan, also having Oceania and like South Asia in Game Changers Pacific is a pretty big thing as well, because we don't get to see some of these sub-regions too much. Or maybe even when we do get to see them, they have to play with like certain limitations like ping and stuff. So this is a very big deal for Game Changers, the whole Game Changers community.
Absolutely, 100%. So besides qualifying for Pacific, of course, there is going to be a cash prize on the line here. And it's been fantastic being on the desk with you today, Quack. And this is going to wrap it up for today. Tomorrow we got our lower finals to find out who's going to be going to Pacific. So thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Quack. Everyone, have a good night and see you again for more Game Changers action this weekend. Bye.
One enemy remaining.
It is done.
One enemy remaining. Get out of it. One enemy. Gotta go. One enemy remaining.
Taken out.
Got one. One down. Spike down A. My ult destroyed. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left. One enemy. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
My turn.